Chapter 349, 134 Out of Desperation. When Yao Su delivers food to alien_2 Songmin paused. It seems I can't. Bai Lian withdrew his gaze, slowly typing 2 words with his fingertips on the keyboard. Then I suggest you have fewer problems. Ning Xiao had already opened the zip file. It contained models and analysis. He quickly scanned through, then sent screenshots to the group chat, turning his head to discuss with Bai Lian. It's a bit complicated. Everyone needs to work overtime tonight, and can't sleep. They only had 1 day left to bring the model into their analysis, write it out, and get familiar with the presentation. They couldn't finish it without working overtime. I know. Bai Lian's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen as he continued to type. You guys start the analysis, just send the results to me and Wang Su. The two discussed the follow-up arrangements. Wang Su likewise saw the screenshots Ning Xiao sent to the group chat, gradually changing from despair to shock, and finally to delight. Ning Xiao, you guys are incredible. Where did you get the model from? The others also picked up their phones, opened the screenshots sent by Ning Xiao, and downloaded the zip file Bai Lian posted in the group chat. Ning Xiao didn't reply, simply looked towards Bai Lian. Wang Su and the others instantly understood that the model came from Bai Lian. They exchanged glances and finally realized why Ning Xiao and Tang Ming followed Bai Lian's lead. Bai Lian, you are my savior. Wang Su slammed his fist down hard on the desk. From now on, your business is my business. Bai Lian. Savior? Who exactly is taking advantage of whom? At this moment, to call it a life-saving situation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Everyone sat down to start downloading the zip file. Wang Su walked over to Song Min, casually rubbing his right fist before reclaiming his computer. After catching Song Min's glance, Wang Su lowered his voice. First take a look at the messages in the group chat. Bai Lian has found us a model. Song Min looked down at his phone. The model Bai Lian and Hewen created was no small matter. The more one understood about mathematical modeling, the more they could see its value. Song Min could also tell that the model was vastly different from the one they were planning to build. Like everyone else, the more he looked, the more astonished he became. Was this the model Bai Lian brought out? Song Min turned his head to look at Bai Lian's profile. Where did she get the model from, and who exactly did she know? Did the Su family have such wide connections? Forget the fish soup. Pei Qin also looked up at Song Min. If she wants to drink phoenix soup, I'll go back and have my family think of a way. Wang Su nodded in agreement. Exactly. Riding to class on my back tomorrow wouldn't be a problem for her. Reminded by Pei Qin's words, Song Min couldn't help but recall their earlier conversation. For the first time, the usually aloof and arrogant Song Min from Beijing felt embarrassed. He had been self-congratulatory about working on the model, even thinking the other party lacked awareness and didn't understand the situation, failing to contribute to the team. Looking back, trying to make an impossible model in 1 day was the real foolish move, wasn't it? So, where exactly had she gotten this model from? Song Min resettled into his seat, but his heart remained somewhat unsettled. Su En's residence. I have a feeling she would like this style. He handed back the blueprint to Ji Mulan. Aren't you expecting other classmates? Didn't you say you have an old acquaintance in Jiangjing? The clan had reserved a study table for Ji Mulan, but Ji Mulan hadn't invited any classmates, only members of the Song family. Bai Lian, on the other hand, had invited 2 classmates. Ji Mulan took the blueprints back. No. She turned and returned to the study. Behind her, Suen looked at Ji Mulan's retreating figure, quite surprised. Having moved out to live with Ji Mulan in a 3-story house, he had prepared rooms for Su Wenyao, Su Jiyue, and Bai Lian. They had made the rooms ready before their return to Xiangqing. Ji Mulan had designed each child's room according to their preferences. The room prepared for Bai Lian was originally cyberpunk style, but after returning from Xiangqing, it was clear Bai Lian had a preference for Chinese-style items. Suen couldn't quite picture Bai Lian dressed in horseface skirts, standing at a cyberpunk bar. So Ji Mulan changed the design. However, Suen felt the design for Bai Lian's room was really cool. He thought for a moment, and then went upstairs to the room prepared for Bai Lian, and turned on the light. A huge blue ring light hung from the ceiling, with 7 irregularly shaped concentric rings from inside to outside, taking up a large area. At the intersection of the outermost ring nearest to the door, it bulged outward all the way to the edge of the door. Alongside transparent glass cube segments, lit one after another from top to bottom, they illuminated all the way down to the bar. Chapter 350. Life-saving help from a desperate situation. When Yao Su brings food to Alien_3, the Rubik's Cube edges hung from a metal rod that extended down to the floor, beside which was an irregularly shaped white single-seater sofa. Beside the sofa stood a white robot. Although it was not the first time he had seen it, Suan was still amazed by the design. The Ji family was born for art. It was strange, though, how Ji Xiaojun, who drew so well, had no fame, whereas Ji Mulan's planning and design for Xiangqing were mentioned as a part of key projects. Yet amongst designers, she hardly made a splash. He opened his phone to take a picture and sent it to Bai Lian. This is what it looks like now, compared to the recent new Chinese style. Which do you prefer? Right after sending it, a call came through, from Su family's residence. Ming will come tomorrow. You and Wenyao should both come back to the old house for a meal, said Madame Zu's voice, leaving no room for refusal. Su En replied directly. I have a lunch planned with Uncle Ji and the others tomorrow. If Xuyan wants, she can join us here. Ji Hung had caught a lot of fish, and they planned to prepare a fish head hot pot for tomorrow's lunch. Su En. Madame Su sounded somewhat angry. If you wish, you can come as well. Su En was no longer willing to compromise with her. Madame Su hung up the phone. Su En didn't care. He hung up the phone and Bai Lian replied, keep this one. She wanted Su En to keep the cyberpunk style, which was unexpected yet understandable. The next day, Xinqing and Ji Xiaojun crossed 2 districts early in the morning to deliver fish soup to Bai Lian. Ning Xiao Tang Ming. Xinqing looked at their dark circles, hesitated to speak, then moved beside Bai Lian, lowering her voice to ask, what's with them? Bai Lian sat in her seat, with her cotton-padded jacket set aside. She wore only a white cashmere sweater, the cuffs and collar embroidered with pale yellow, her hair gathered back with a wooden hairpin. Her face was enveloped by the mist from the soup, looking ethereal but sharp. They haven't slept all night, might be a bit of yin deficiency. Despite the lack of rest, she was still lively and spirited. I see. Xinqing looked at the 2 men's complexions, considering picking up some velvet antler to stew into a soup on her way back. You're really not coming for the fish head hot pot at noon? Xinqing asked again. After finishing her soup, Bai Lian placed her chopsticks neatly before answering. I have to give an academic report tomorrow, no time. The deadline was too tight, and she and Wang Su had yet to finish the report. Then we'll bring you some medicine at noon. Xinqing bit her tongue, quickly withdrawing her gaze from Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. We'll bring you fish heads at noon. Fish heads weren't much to give. Xinqing intended to bring some tonic soup for the 2 men. The 3 of them saw off Xinqing and Ji Xiaojun. Tang Ming touched his head as he watched them board the bus. Why do I feel like Auntie's gaze towards me was very weird? Ning Xiao was also in contemplation. Bai Lian spoke calmly. Let's head to the classroom and hustle on the problems. Noon. Yinxiao District. Su family. Su Wenyao parked the car and after getting out, gentlemanly opened the door for the woman in a black coat to step down. This was Qi Shuyan. Slim waist, long legs, sunglasses pushed up to just catch the loose bangs. She exuded a strong presence. The 2 were here to find Suan. At the entrance of Su family, Qi Shuyan took a call. Right at the doorstep, they bumped into Xinqing and Ji Xiaojun. As the 3 were well acquainted, and upon learning that Su Wenyao was returning to Jiangjing University, Xinqing suddenly remembered. Jiangjing University is also in Chang'an District, right? Could you bring this to Alien and the others? Xinqing gestured towards the black bag in her hand. Inside was an insulated food container with fish heads, and the soup for those 2 men. Su Wenyao hadn't known where Bai Lian was. He always assumed she was out playing with classmates. Hearing she was also in Chang'an District, he quickly asked, of course, where is she? Chapter 351. 135 Face Slap. Second work by Bai Lian, second update. _1 Xinqing opened her mouth, but before she had a chance to answer, Qi Shuyan, who had just finished her phone call nearby, came over. When Yao, my dad said, Ma Institute. She glanced at Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun. Shenqing was wearing a cotton-padded jacket and a somewhat irregular velvet hat, a terrible aesthetic. Qi Shuyan hooked her arm with Su Wenyao's. And these two are. Su Wenyao paused slightly but remained as gentle as ever on his face as he introduced Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun to Qi Shuyan. Upon hearing that the two were relatives of Ji Mulan, Qi Shuyan dismissively withdrew her gaze. You give me the lunch box and alien's address, then I can drop it off at her school on my way back, said Su Wenyao to the two. Hearing that Su Wenyao would deliver the meal to Ji Mulan's daughter, Qi Shuyan glanced at them slightly, her tone still gentle. But Wenyao, my dad is waiting for us at the university, and you really wanted to attend Academician Ma's lecture, didn't you? It won't delay us. Su Wenyao tried to control his tone, reaching out to take the lunch box from Shenqing's hand. He was stopped by Ji Xiaojun. It's all right, Wenyao. Ji Xiaojun patted his shoulder, unbothered and smiling. You take care of your business, we were just planning to go shopping anyway. Whenever you're free, take us to Jiangjing University for a visit. Su Wenyao watched Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun leave. How much time do you have? Qi Shuyan turned to Su Wenyao. You live in the library and don't even have time to date with me, but you still deliver food for her. Is she that precious? Can't she pick it up herself? Have you forgotten you also wanted to attend Academician Ma's lecture? Su Wenyao pressed his brow. The usually gentle expression on his face now showed signs of fatigue. It's different, she is studying too, and they are guests. If there's a next time, I hope you can respect my wishes. Studying? Can her studies be more important than yours? Qi Shuyan pressed the elevator button. Isn't Uncle Su still planning to buy her a spot at an international school? Coming from an educational background in the Qi family, and with Suan having sought their assistance in Xiangqing, Qi Shuyan naturally knew all about it. How audacious! To expect them to deliver meals? Qi Shuyan thought the Ji family was really audacious. Even her dad wouldn't dare to make her run errands for others. On the road, Ji Xiaojun also reminded Shenqing, you should keep some distance. Does Wenyao look like someone who should be delivering takeout to us? I didn't say anything, he was just on the way, Shenqing quietly said. Ji Xiaojun got along well with the Su family, and since Su Wenyao was respectful and polite, she felt just as comfortable with him as she did with her own family. Not only Su Wenyao, but she also frequently had Bai Lian run errands for her. Seeing that Su Wenyao was also going to Chang'an district, she mentioned it casually. If it were Xiaojiang, who knows how happy he would have been. Ji Xiaojun knew that Su En's attitude had clouded Shenqing's judgment, but Su En did not represent the entire Su family. Treat them like how you used to treat the Ren family, with just a third of that politeness, and don't be so informal. Shenqing brought plenty of soup. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming didn't finish drinking theirs, so they shared a bowl with each member of the group. Only Bai Lian didn't have any. After drinking the soup, the group members were energized as if injected with new vigor, and finished the academic report that afternoon. At 8 in the evening classroom, Bai Xiaoqi still brought snacks for everyone. Glanced casually at the people in the classroom. Bai Lian isn't here? She had something to do and went out. Song Min responded calmly. This reaction made Bai Xiaoqi feel odd. Song Min had surprisingly not commented about Bai Lian, and everyone else seemed to be getting along happily. You really are tolerant, Bai Xiaoqi remarked. She has already played her part, Song Min said indifferently, having no issue with Bai Lian after she brought the model yesterday. Writing the report doesn't require her, so it's okay if she's not there for what comes after. Bai Xiaoqi wanted to say something more, but just then, Wang Su sent the full report to the group. This is the report written by Bai sister and me, everyone take a look. Bai Xiaoqi inwardly smiled at the words. It was probably time to drop the Bai sister, since she wasn't even there. Beside her, Song Min nonchalantly opened the file, and started reading from the title downwards. He hadn't written a thesis before, but he had written lab reports. He had no great expectations for the academic report, thinking that, aside from experimental data, the most interesting part would probably be the mathematical model. Until he read through the introduction. What had been a largely indifferent expression turned serious, and he sat up straighter as he continued to read. The academic report was filled with professional jargon from the introduction onwards. and even Song-min occasionally had to stop to look up the meaning of the terms used. Chapter 352, 135 Face Slap, second work by Lien, second update. _2 The other people present weren't much different from him. After reading a section, they had to look up the professional vocabulary. The report was over a dozen pages long with many charts included, and it took these people half an hour, and they were still not done. Bai Xiaoqi cast a curious glance. She couldn't understand it. She stood up, told Song-min before leaving Buyuan base, since everyone else was busy poring over the report. Another half an hour later, Pei Qin and Ning Xiao were the first to finish reading the report. Pei Qin looked at Wang Su in shock. How did you manage this? Bai Lian wasn't there that evening, and everyone knew she typed slowly, so they all assumed it was Wang Zu's own work. It's really simple, Wang Su said, looking at Pei Qin and shrugging. Yu Tangming was also shocked. Versailles. No, Wang Su smiled. Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. Don't you know how to do that? Ctrl+C? Ctrl+V? Copy and paste? Song-min frowned. This is clearly our data. Where did you copy and paste from? Wasn't I working on a paper with Sister Bai? Wang Su looked at the computer screen. Sister Bai had the content all sorted out, but the formatting was a complete mess. Although the content I worked with was barely presentable, at least my formatting was correct, so I pasted her content into my format. So all of this, Pei Qin and Song-min were even more astonished, was written by her? How could she know so much? On site, probably only Ning Xiao remained composed. If the group knew what Bai Lian had been looking at every day, they wouldn't be so surprised. Having started viewing summaries every day since her senior year of high school, professional terms were second nature to her, and the overarching direction of her research was similar to the summaries she read. How could someone with such a big picture outlook not write well? The next day, academic report. Held in the lecture hall. Academic reports by high school students, in the past, wouldn't attract many professors, but today a row of them sat in the back along with experts. As the students entered the classroom, they were engulfed by the solemn atmosphere. None dared to look back. Academician Ma, Wang Su, grabbing Tang Ming's arm in excitement, said, "Did you see Academician Ma sitting in the center? He actually came to listen to our presentation." Members of other groups were also abuzz. He must have come for Dr. Gao. At 7:50, Gao Jiechen arrived. He first approached Academician Ma and respectfully greeted him. "Academician Ma, thank you for coming." Academician Ma looked up and nodded slightly. Next to him, other big shots from the physics department also greeted Gao Jiechen. Bright future ahead. 8 o'clock. The first group went up to present, and it was Liang Wei's group, with Liang Wuyu as the presenter. Everyone, including the row of professors at the back, listened attentively. This is Liang Wuyu, indeed someone who has been in the lab. In a few years she could compete with Hewen. The professors nodded in agreement, and the professor sitting on the edge, who had lectured by Lien and the others on the first day, scribbled a high score, 90. This was an affirmation of Liang Wuyu. After this group finished, it was Ling Ziyou's group's turn, and overall they were much worse than Liang Wei's group, resulting in the people at the back losing interest. Gao Jiechen, as their training teacher, gave a score of 81. Subsequent presentations were worse than the one before. Director Huang, the professor sitting on the edge, whispered to the middle-aged man next to him, "Do you think your teacher really came for Gao Jiechen?" They hadn't found anything particularly noteworthy in this academic report after so long. Only Liang Wei's group had been somewhat impressive. The middle-aged man paused before glancing at the director sitting in the center. Well, maybe the teacher just wanted to see the new generation in action. It's the last group now. Let's listen first. He straightened up. Someone handed out the last group's paper report to each professor. Although Director Huang spoke of listening to the presentation, he hadn't actually flipped through the report, and neither had the other professors. Truthfully, they hadn't bothered to look at the papers after the first group. Accustomed to Jiangjing's group of graduate and doctoral students' papers, and having seen countless SCI papers, the reports by these high school seniors were riddled with too many flaws, with nothing worthwhile to explore. The more they read, The more they felt the need to cleanse their eyes, and it was troubling. Director Huang's colleague casually tossed the report aside, and then looked up to see a girl stepping onto the stage. The classroom was well heated, and the girl wore a somewhat thick white cross-collared shirt with dark bamboo leaves embroidered on it, paired with a black and gold brocade horseface skirt that rippled with gold as she moved. Chapter 353, 135 Face Slap, Second Work by Lien. Second update. _3A black wooden hairpin was at the back of her head, and her hair was all tied up, revealing a long, slender neck. She went up with a USB drive, and bent over to open their group's PowerPoint presentation. The speaker was Lien, because only she was familiar with these professional terms. Wang Su had created the PowerPoint, and Lien had already gone over it several times before. In the middle, Ling Xiao glanced at Wang Su, looking at Lien and the others with a sarcastic gaze. Wang Su glared back coldly at Ling Xiao. Song Min was somewhat distrustful, an expression of skepticism that he had harbored towards Lien all his life. Letting her present, are you sure there won't be any mistakes? With that said, those who didn't know Lien, such as Wang Su, also quietly asked Tang Ming. Right, I just heard Liang Wei's voice shaking. Can she handle it? This, Pei Qin had felt uncertain the night before, but now he was also worried. If I had known there would be so many people today, I would have let Ning Xiao or Song Min present. They obviously didn't know that the Ma Institute fellows and many professors would be coming. Such pressure was not something ordinarily bearable. While these people were worried, Tang Ming just smiled. If she can't handle it, then no one else here can. His tone was somewhat proud. Song Min looked at Tang Ming in surprise. On the podium, after the PowerPoint appeared, Lien bowed to the professors and students before starting today's presentation. We adjust parameter space using Berry phase and Berry curvature to achieve lossless quantum bit transitions between different energy levels. She hardly glanced at the PowerPoint behind her. Standing slightly to the side at the podium, she held the USB drive in one hand, casually pointing at the PowerPoint behind her. Each time the USB drive landed, it corresponded with the line of text or the chart she was discussing. The winter sun had already risen, and the golden light streamed through the glass, passing through the air filled with drifting dust and shining upon her. Holding the USB drive, the girl spoke with ease, as if what lay beneath her fingertips was not the PowerPoint nor her own paper, but a vast expanse of territory. Clad in white top and black skirt, with a casual look in her eyes and the vigor of youth in her gesture. While everyone was still captivated by her poise, Director Huang finally reacted, hurriedly flipping through the paper in his hands, comparing the textual description on it. Then he looked up in astonishment. Wait, this model? Could it really be the work of high school students? Next to Director Huang, the professor was listening very attentively, but Gao Jiechen, who was sitting on the other side, frowned when Lien got to the model part of her presentation, squinting at Lien. 20 minutes. Lien finished her presentation, her right hand behind her back, and she bent forward slightly. Thank you, teachers and fellow students. Down in the audience, Wang Su gave her a thumbs up, but Ling Xiao was filled with disbelief. Bowing their heads, Liang Wuyu and Su Jiuyue also looked up at the PowerPoint, with Su Jiuyue not taking her eyes off Lien. Teacher, I think their group did really well, said Director Huang, who hadn't commented before, to the Ma Institute fellow. He seemed to understand why his teacher was there. What do you think? The Ma Institute fellow hummed in response, giving his brief critique. The others were still quietly discussing. Hearing the Ma Institute fellows hum, it was like setting off an explosion. Lien straightened up, just about to return to her seat. Wait, from the crowd, Gao Jiechen stood up and looked at Lien with a sharp gaze. I should have mentioned before that the model requires hands-on involvement. Are you sure you participated in the model you presented? As soon as he said this, the bustling classroom suddenly fell silent. In the back row, Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief and said to the professor beside him, I knew it, where would students be so skilled? Fortunately, it wasn't these students' work. The professor nodded. Regardless, the use of terms in this paper is impressive indeed. It shows that they've researched the reviews and the papers. In the middle seats, Wang Su looked up dumbfounded, asking Tang Ming, "Is that a rule?" Before this, Gao Jiechen had not mentioned any such regulation, which is why they collaborated with Ling Xiao. Pei Qin saw it very clearly and narrowed his eyes calmly. Whether there is or isn't, now that Dr. Gao has said so, it means there is. What should we do? Wang Zu's excitement fell. Behind them, Ling Xiao spoke up a bit too loudly. To think they got the model from someone else, teacher, that shouldn't count towards the final score, right? Director Huang and the others were also stunned, looking at each other with puzzled expressions. They had originally planned to give Bai Lian a high score. Dr. Gao, as long as someone from our group participated in the model, that would be acceptable, right? Bai Lian leaned on the podium with one hand, her eyes slightly squinted. Gao Jiechen glanced at her and said in a grave voice, "Indeed, but you're not going to tell me you were involved, are you?" "Correct." Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. As Director Huang was just about to drink water, he choked on it again. Looking up in shock, he thought, could you really be that exceptional? You think a new paper wouldn't quickly come to someone's attention? That no one would notice. This model, it was included in a paper published by Hewen at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Gao Jiechen had always considered Hewen a rival. He didn't understand why Hewen could go places he couldn't. So he always kept an eye on his every move, studying whatever Hewen studied. Once Hewen published a paper, Gao Jiechen was among the first to know. "You're not going to tell me that you wrote that paper, are you?" he asked Bai Lian, almost scoffing. Students are so blatant with their dishonesty these days. The entire classroom fell silent. In the back row, all the professors grew serious, their expressions stern. Not having made the model oneself is understandable, but claiming to have done so would mean a problem with one's character. It raises serious concerns about academic integrity. "Of course I didn't write it," Bai Lian shook her head. Just as Ling Xiao was about to laugh, she spoke again unhurriedly. "However, I did indeed participate in the modeling process. If you look at the authors listed after the title, you should see my name. My name is Bai Lian." According to Hewen, she and another student were both listed as second authors. As a second author, her name would naturally appear on the paper. Chapter 354, 136 Top Gaokao Scorers Betting Market _1 Hewen? For Wang Su, a resident of Xiqing, this name was like something out of a legend. Just think about it, Hewen had been unbeatable at Jiangjing University, and even the affiliated high school of Jiangjing wanted to display his name prominently. What kind of glory must he have had in Xiqing? In the middle row of seats in the classroom, Wang Su, Pei Qin, and Song Min, among others, were all staring blankly at Bai Lian, who was lazily leaning against the lecture podium. Bai Lian knew Hewen? And they had worked on a mathematical modeling project together? In front of Wang Su, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and smiled, his eyes on Bai Lian, who was standing at the podium. "Just the other day, we were discussing Senior Hewen. And now you're saying you've worked on a math model with Senior Hewen. Even in Jiangjing, there are only a few who could see Senior Hewen now, and you claim you're the second author. I might as well say I've been doing experiments with Senior Hewen in the lab." The name Hewen was not only well known among students, but also among a group of doctoral supervisors. Not only because of his own talent but also because of the experiences he underwent. Being suppressed and enslaved by his mentor, having his papers blocked, and then by some stroke of fate he leaped into the Jiang family's laboratory. The academic circle was much deeper than the business and political circles. It wasn't so easy for someone with a humble background to rise to prominence. And yet, by some twist of fate, Hewen had caught the eye of the Jiang family. Many doctoral supervisors envied his luck. He owed his fame today to talent, effort, and luck. Not one could be lacking. It was well known that those who entered the Jiang family's lab were almost cut off from the world, appearing in public only for important occasions. Right now, only the people in Director Huang's row had learned from Gao Jiechen that this modeling was part of Hewen's paper. So it's his work. Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief, which was understandable. Considering the people under Jiang Fulai's command, it wouldn't be impossible for Director Huang to believe they could achieve controlled nuclear fusion research the next day. However, when Bai Lian said she had also participated in Hewen's model, It was almost akin to a kindergarten student participating in a university competition. If someone else had claimed this, Director Huang would have simply laughed it off, thinking that the person who said it was somewhat hysterical. But the one who said this was Bai Lian, and Director Huang glanced at Academician Ma. Academician Ma merely raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed, without even a flicker in his eyes, and as his most senior disciple, Director Huang quickly stood up. Gao Jiechen. Director Huang approached Gao Jiechen's place. Pull up Hewen's paper. Apart from Liang Wuyu, Gao Jiechen really didn't care about anyone else in the class, and naturally he hadn't paid attention to Bai Lian's name. Of course, even if he knew Bai Lian's name, he wouldn't care about who was the second or third author in Hewen's paper. Gao Jiechen rarely looked at papers on his phone, so he was a bit clumsy in doing so and took some time to search. He remembered the title of Hewen's paper and typed in a few keywords. Soon, a newly published paper appeared. Gao Jiechen clicked on it directly. Director Huang, how could you believe what a high school senior? While reading, Gao Jiechen spoke with Director Huang, but before he could finish his sentence, his eyes fell on the names under the title. When he Li Hongxing, Lian by the first author was listed up front, followed by the second author. All formal journal submissions used English, and Gao Jiechen's eyes were fixed on the last name. Although he didn't remember Bai Lian's name before, he had remembered the pronunciation of Bai Lian when she introduced herself just now. He rapidly scrolled backward, all the way to Hewen's acknowledgments, which were quite lengthy. In the laboratory, Xing Lihong taught me how to use the experimental equipment, helped me record data, and luckily there was the model variable thinking provided by Bai Lian, which allowed me to. Gao Jiechen read each word carefully as he moved down the page. Bai Lian's name was not only listed as the second author, but the content in the acknowledgments also matched what Bai Lian had claimed. Director Huang had had some guesses even before seeing this paper, and now with his suspicions confirmed, he let out a long breath. Damn it, this model really did involve a high schooler's work. Dr. Gao. Bai Lian looked at Gao Jiechen's reaction and guessed he had seen the paper. She stood up properly and politely said, if you think it might be a case of the same name, you can contact Hewen at any time to verify it. Director Huang took out his phone, just in time to receive a WeChat message from President Ma. It's her ultimately, the speculation was confirmed, and Director Huang gazed intently at Bai Lian before saying, I have already confirmed with Hewen, and this is not a case of the same name. With that, he nodded to the professors at the back row. Please score accordingly. Chapter 355, 136 College Entrance Exam Top Score Betting Pool _2. The model was created by herself. The whole report is professional in terminology, logical, 99 points. Amidst the endless reversals, a somewhat numbed professor awarded a high score. The reason for not giving a full score was because everyone still has room for improvement. Thank you, Professor. Bai Lian bowed in thanks. With that, the last group of students finished their presentation. The professors stood up one by one and started to leave the room. The back door was open, but all the professors exited through the front door, nodding and greeting Bai Lian with kindness as they passed her. This was a student who was able to participate in particle wave modeling as early as high school. She might very well be the next Hewen. Once outside, the professors began to discuss quietly among themselves. Who is she? Why have we never heard of her before? That shouldn't be the case. When Hewen was in high school, he was so exceptional that Jiangjing's affiliate high school even poached him. But Bai Lian truly emerged out of nowhere. Academician Ma. Gao Jiechen finally snapped back to reality. He put away his phone and followed Academician Ma out. All the professors had left. The classroom was still very quiet. No one made a sound, including Ling Xiao. Bai Lian hadn't brought anything with her today. She went to her seat, picked up the down jacket on the chair, and slowly put it on. Seeing that Wang Su and the others still did not react, she gave Ning Xiao a look and then left first. Once she had left, Wang Su finally came back to his senses. He glanced at Pei Qin on his left, then at Tang Ming on his right. Pei Qin, Tang Ming, did you hear anything just now? Wang Su was grasping Tang Ming's wrist. Pei Qin, who usually had a strong mental fortitude, couldn't help but entertain the same incredulous thoughts as Wang Su at this moment. It felt akin to a friend with whom you eat at street stalls suddenly telling you casually one day that she just talked about a partnership with Bill Gates. Bai Lian, she worked with your idol on a mathematical model. The one we're using is the very model they collaborated on. On the main roadway of Buyuan Base, Gao Jiechen followed Academician Ma out. Academician Ma, are you leaving already? Seeing that it was him, the professor next to Academician Ma smiled and made room for Gao Jiechen. Do you have something to discuss? Academician Ma stopped. The majority assumed that Academician Ma had come for Gao Jiechen himself included. He blurted out subconsciously, "Weren't you here specially for the academic presentation today?" "Of course not." Academician Ma slightly furrowed his brows. "I was here to inspect Buyuan Base." Upon these words, the gaze that the PhD students next to him cast on Gao Jiechen turned peculiar. There had been rumors at Jiangjing University before about Academician Ma visiting Buyuan Base twice for Gao Jiechen's sake. Gao Jiechen's face stiffened, and he gave an awkward smile as he stepped aside. "Professor," Director Huang followed behind Academician Ma, "before coming here today, I really thought you had the intention of letting Gao Jiechen enter the lab." Academician Ma commented indifferently, "Too superficial." Director Huang had to suppress a laugh upon hearing this. In the past 2 years, Gao Jiechen had been quite prominent, and after returning from studying abroad this year, he had won 3 awards. His research projects and papers were on 2 different topics. Academician Ma came alone to the PR office, waiting for Bai Lian. He didn't wait long. Bai Lian arrived within 10 minutes. "This is a ticket for tomorrow's lecture." Academician Ma handed a ticket to Bai Lian. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Okay." Bai Lian received it with her hand. The door of the PR office was open. She stood against the sunlight, her attitude calm and casual. The academic circle is not friendly to women. Before Bai Lian could command everyone's respect with her abilities as he once had, Academician Ma would not thrust her into the limelight, nor did he wish all her subsequent research to be questioned as having the Academician Ma label. It's just that there are too many impetuous people in the circle now. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Lian, a high school senior, seemed to carry an air of lofty disdain mixed with calm composure. He had visited Buyuan twice, and the rumors about his coming to see Gao Jiechen were rampant in Jiangjing University. But not a single piece of information had leaked about the person he was truly observing. She could stand strong on her own without leaning on anyone else's momentum. "Have you visited Jiangjing University yet?" Academician Ma, showing a rare warmth, looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked up, arching an eyebrow. "Not yet." "How come you haven't gone?" "There are many places worth seeing inside." Academician Ma was surprised. "Can't you get in? I can get you a temporary pass." "I don't." Bai Lian raised her hand in refusal. "I want to get in on my own by passing the exam." Chapter 356, 136 Top Gaokao Scorers Betting Market _3 Academician Ma was very friendly with Bai Lian online, and after meeting her in person, apart from thinking she was exceptionally attractive, perhaps too much so for someone serious about research, he only had one impression of her. This girl looked very demure. The Academician Ma, who just discovered Bai Lian might have a rebellious streak, said, "Fine." He was a bit silent. Now wearing a down jacket, Bai Lian only revealed the snow-white collar of her shirt underneath. Academician Ma looked at her for a while and said, "You remind me of someone, but she's from a completely different era." "Who?" Bai Lian asked, stuffing the event ticket into her large pocket. "The head senior," Academician Ma said nonchalantly. "When you get into Jiangjing University next year, you'll meet her. Each year when exams roll around, a bunch of people go to her for last-minute luck. All right, you should head back now." He waved her off. It would be hard to explain if someone saw her here later. Bai Lian had no idea who the head senior he mentioned was and, after bidding farewell to Academician Ma, left the place. Behind her, Academician Ma watched Bai Lian's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "There are 167 days left until the college entrance exam, and over 240 days until the start of school. I wonder when Jiangjing University will start this coming year. It will be lively when she comes to Jiangjing. Some time after she left, Director Huang returned. He had just gone to check Bai Lian's records. Many professors had already looked up Bai Lian's information on the spot. Her math is truly impressive, Director Huang exclaimed. No wonder he once sought her out for modeling. If only her science comprehensive was a bit stronger, then I'd know about her. But it's okay, we have the Wenchong plan. Liang Wuyu and he would excel in all areas. If Bai Lian's science scores were better, she might compare with Liang Wuyu and Su Jiyue. Academician Ma stood by without saying a word, not revealing to Director Huang that a certain someone insisted on getting in on her own merit. But with this year's bets surrounding the college entrance exam top scorer, many people might be up for a rude awakening. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out his phone and forwarded a video sent to him by the Boyuan base's person in charge to Jiang Fulai. On the other side, with his phone, Jiang Fulai received Academician Ma's message just as his assistant brought over 10 event tickets. Although Academician Ma's lecture was abrupt, it still caused quite a stir, sweeping up grad students, PhDs, and even professors. Some even rushed back from abroad. Event tickets were limited, and Jiang Fulai received 10 tickets sent over by Academician Ma. He looked down at his phone. Student by. Image student by. Academician Ma just gave this to me, him. Going back, he opened the video from Academician Ma. The video was a full-screen recording by Boyuan Base, from the first to the last group, lasting 2 hours. Jiang Fulai cut out all other segments, except for the final group's presentation before saving it. Next to him, Jiang He, who observed his actions very clearly, said nothing. Jiang He slowly withdrew his gaze, his fingers leisurely undoing and redoing the button knot in the middle of his clothes. It was a sign of his anxiety. Another half-hour passed before Jiang Fulai finally glanced down at him with an indifferent tone. She needs to study. Jiang He was sitting cross-legged on the couch, back to him, poking at his watch. Jiang Fulai continued reading his documents. He was also busy at the end of the year, especially since he needed to carve out a day to visit the Su family, making his schedule even tighter. His phone lit up again. Student by. My grandpa said if you're busy just bring Jiang He over to his place, Teacher Jiang. And me? You have withdrawn a message, Teacher Jiang. Oh, student by. You focus on your work, Teacher Jiang. Was he not quick enough with his fingers? Noon, Su family cafeteria. Taking advantage of the free morning, Su-en brought Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Shenqing for a tour of the entire Su family building, letting everyone in Su family know that he was Su-en's future father-in-law. Ji Mulan's face was filled with evident joy. Su-en had planned to take them out for lunch, but Ji Heng didn't let him. He said the company cafeteria was just fine. The group walked toward them, running into Director Wang and his party. Director Wang caught a glimpse of Ji Heng holding a smoking pipe, smiled slightly, and knew who they were. President Su, congratulations in advance on your wedding. It's a shame I have to fly abroad tomorrow. He sighed. By Su-en's side, Ji Mulan understood the subtext of Director Wang's words. If it were someone else, if Su Wenyao were marrying Qi Shuyan, Director Wang would make the effort to clear a day to attend the wedding, even if he were busy. Ji Mulan cared too much about others' opinions, and could hardly stand any negative ones. Her expression faded, and when she saw that Shenqing wasn't wearing the elegant hat she had given her, but still that terribly unfashionable velvet cap, Ji Mulan's smile began to freeze. She anticipated that 80% of Su family's upper echelons wouldn't show up for the wedding. Zhang. The uplifting surge of the guzheng sounded. The tense atmosphere was broken. By Su-en's side, Ji Heng switched the hand holding his smoking pipe, digging out an elderly cell phone from his pocket. Xiaojiang, are you there? Chapter 357. 137 Meeting Yama in White, Part 2, _1 Xiaojiang? Su-en remembered that this was the same person who went fishing with Ji Heng and the others last time. Uncle, do you have an acquaintance here? Where are they? I'll have my assistant go down to receive them. No need, you're busy, Ji Xiaojun waved his hand. I'm going down to bring Xiaohe up, I know the way. Shenqing followed him, I'll go with you. The two left the cafeteria. Director Wang looked at Ji Hung with surprise. The Ji family had acquaintances in Jiangjing? However, since today Suan brought Ji Hung and the others to visit the Su family, inviting an acquaintance over at this time was not unexpected. People like Director Wang who navigated the business world often thought more deeply. Then, Mr. Su, your family is busy, so I will head back to hand over my work. Director Wang said goodbye politely. As for the Ji family people, acquaintances, Director Wang didn't care. After everyone had left, Suan turned to look at Ji Hung. Uncle Ji, Wenyao will send you this afternoon. The museum that Wenyao had booked for Ji Hung and the others was this afternoon. Suan was letting Wenyao take them. No need. Ji Hung waved his hand. We can go by ourselves. Suan frowned slightly. Why did he feel that the Ji family people were somewhat polite to Su Wenyao all day today? He let Ji Hung walk ahead while he fell 2 steps behind, and took out his phone to send a message to Su Wenyao, asking about the matter. Jiangjing University. Su Wenyao, who had just taken his car keys and stepped out of the dorm building, received the message from Suan, and his expression became serious. I'll come back right away. Please help me explain to Mr. Ji and the others. Having said that, he found his car and drove to the Su family. On the way, he received a call from Qi Shuyan. Wenyao. Qi Shuyan's voice held a hint of coquettishness. Come to my house to pick me up, okay? My dad asked me to give you the tickets for Academician Mas event. The tickets for Academician Mas lecture were scarce among undergraduates. They were mostly given to postgraduates and above. Su Wenyao had also participated in the university's sign-up, but he hadn't managed to get one. However, it wasn't surprising for the Qi family to get tickets. Wenyao just patiently explained to Qi Shuyan. Shuyan, I told you yesterday that I am taking them to the museum today. Are you serious? Qi Shuyan's tone changed instantly as she sat up. Last time you were running errands for them, this time you're playing the tour guide. You have more patience with them than with me. Shuyan, they've come all the way to Jiangjing. It just means you don't care about me enough. Qi Shuyan was the only girl in 3 generations of the Qi family, spoiled and pampered from a young age. Su Wenyao pulled the car over to the side of the road, massaging his forehead. Listen to me, my dad previously in Xiangqing. I don't care, Qi Shuyan cut in. If you don't come pick me up, I'll tear up the tickets. Su Wenyao was silent for a long time. Qi Shuyan, do you really think I'm after your tickets? Perhaps it was because he had never used such a serious tone before. Even when she brought up breaking up, he had managed to speak to her nicely. It was the first time that Wenyao, who had always indulged her, had such an attitude. You know that's not what I mean. Qi Shuyan frowned. I'm driving. Su Wenyao restarted the car. Let's hang up for now. You do have time. Su Shujia, wearing suit trousers and holding documents, stepped out of the car and gave Su Wenyao a once-over. You're actually accompanying them to the museum. Su Wenyao nodded slightly, his eyes soft but shadowed by faint clouds today. Would you like to join us? No, thank you, Su Shujia refused outright. But Shuyan went to see your grandmother. Be careful, your grandmother will definitely want to talk to you tonight. I got it. Su Wenyao hadn't expected that Su Shujia would be informed of this so quickly after driving to the Su family. Su Shujia trusted Su Wenyao to handle things responsibly and didn't say more. Yu Guang saw Su En escorting Ji Hung and the others down from the building. Ji Hung, Ji Xiaojun, Shin Qing, and next to them was a 7 or 8-year-old boy. He wore a red cotton jacket, the large pockets on both sides embroidered with cabbage designs that didn't match the jacket, long eyelashes, delicate features, but with a somewhat blank expression. Like a child from a New Year painting. Who is that? Su Shujia asked in surprise. Su Wenyao thought for a moment. A friend of aliens. Su Shujia nodded and asked no more. Uncle, Wenyao just happens to have time. Su En said with a smile to Ji Hung. Let the kid take you there, he can show you the way. Now that Su Wenyao was there, Ji Hung found it hard to say no this time. The wedding is in 2 days, and you're still at the company. After the car left, Su Shujia finally turned to look at Su En. But they have one friend after another, one acquaintance after another. How many relatives are they planning to bring this time? Chapter 358. 137 Meeting Yama in White, Part 2_2, just one table. Su-en glanced at her. Just one table? So few people? Su Shujie was a bit surprised. Ji Hung and the others were visiting the private museum of the Chen family, with a scheduled entry time of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Wenyao parked the car in a nearby parking lot before leading the group to the museum. The museum is located on the very western edge of Xinjiang district, bordering Sherman district. The entire museum is designed in a garden style, with a wide gatehouse at the entrance. They limit the number of daily visitors, and there weren't many people queuing for the reserved slots at that time. The private museum of the Chen family is quite large, and it's widely known that it houses mostly items belonging to the Bai family. It's open to the public for free, yet it only admits just over 1,000 visitors each day. Su Wenyao and the others queued up and entered the spacious museum grounds. Walking along the corridor, they soon saw the first exhibition hall in the center. Right there in the center, within a glass cabinet, lay the preserved armor. You could hear the voice of the museum's tour guide drifting through the microphone. Everyone, look, this is General Baile's armor, weighing 112 jin. Imagine carrying such heavy armor while lunging at the enemy with a spear to strike at their heads. Past the iron armor, everyday utensils were displayed in glass cabinets on both sides, with stairs leading to the upper floors. The museum had 2 more floors above. The 3rd floor holds letters from members of the Bai family. Su Wenyao, no stranger to this place, explained to Ji Hung and the others. Let's visit the 2nd floor first. Go to the backyard first. Ji Hung shook his head, striding with his pipe straight through the 1st floor and down a concrete path to the backyard. Su Wenyao was taken aback, but he followed Ji Hung. The entire backyard was a 1-hectare garden. The concrete path was narrow, flanked by ancient trees with a long history. There were not many pedestrians and no other attractions on the path. After walking 400 meters, they finally reached a tomb. Incense and candles were placed on both sides of the tomb. Jiang He, very familiar with the routine, picked up a stick of incense from the left side. However, due to his short stature, no one noticed him at that moment, their gazes fixed on the stone tomb in front of them. The tomb had 9 steps leading up to it, atop which sat a nearly dilapidated stele. Even Su Wenyao was aware of this part of history. He looked up at the stele. Even though it wasn't his first visit, Su Wenyao was still subdued by the inscription on the stele, the unrestrained and bloody aura enveloping him. Before the last battle, the tomb's owner had engraved their own epitaph, believing they would not return. The epitaph comprised only 10 characters. By Yi Sheng Jian Jin Yan Fan Luo Gue Life in Defiance, in white, facing Yama. This was the epitaph by Xiangjuan left for herself. It was only after Chun Yi later returned to Jiangjing that it was brought back. Su Wenyao couldn't quite imagine what those people were like back then, to have left behind such words. Just looking at the stele, he could envision the figure in white, standing against the wind with a spear in hand, inscribing the characters with gallant determination. Many offerings had been laid on the stele and the steps. Lollipops, candied haws, pretty butterfly hair clips, one after another of fresh flowers, and stacks upon stacks of photos from around the world. Covered with these tributes, the tomb keepers would clear them away, only for a new batch to accumulate soon after. At such times, Shenqing didn't speak either. She watched as Jiang He took some incense sticks and followed suit, handing a few to Ji Xiaojun and the others. The group ignited the incense in the nearby flame, and then bowed respectfully. This wasn't Su Wenyao's first time engaging in this ritual either. Before his college entrance exams, he had specifically gone to pay respects to the first row of bronze statues at Jiangjing University. After the ritual, Su Wenyao finally understood why Ji Hung had wanted to come here. Ji Hung and his companions were from Xiangqing. However, Su Wenyao looked at Ji Hung with surprise. Was this not his first visit? Otherwise, how would he have known that behind the museum was a mausoleum? Most people visiting for the first time wouldn't know that behind it lay the tomb of Bai Xiangjuan. After their worship, Ji Hung and the others finished touring the 2nd and 3rd floors before leaving the museum. The parking lot was a bit far from there. Su Wenyao told Ji Hung and the others to wait there while he went to get the car. On his way, he received a call from Grandma Su. "Wenyao," said Grandma Su sternly, "how have you upset Shiyun again?" Su Wenyao opened the car door very gently. Grandma, please don't interfere with this if you will. What sort of nonsense have the Ji family fed you? Grandma Zu's voice grew colder. Wenyao, do you realize Xian has tickets to the Ma Institute's event? Come back immediately and apologize to her. She said she'll let bygones be bygones as long as you apologize. Su Wenyao settled in his seat, always very polite. Grandma, I don't have time to come back. I still have things to take care of here. If you don't have anything else, I am going to hang up. Wenyao. Grandma Su sounded anxious. You don't want the tickets anymore? Grandma, I'll call you back later. Su Wenyao hung up the phone, sat in the driver's seat, elbow resting lightly on the window, gaze fixed on the buildings outside. He pressed his brow for a long while before driving the car to the museum. On the roadside, Jiang He held a sugar-coated ha on a stick, slowly nibbling at it with his head down. Su Wenyao rolled down the window. Then he heard Xinqing muttering to Ji Xiaojun while opening the door. I told you he's had too much sugar today, and you still bought him candied ha? I was just having a chat with my dad. Did you have to buy it and bring it back? Do you think I can't afford to buy it for him? Ji Xiaojun didn't say a word. Another sugar-coated ha in hand, silently leading Jiang He into the car. Su Wenyao felt like laughing. The Su family always had many rules and never such lively scenes. Sitting comfortably in the passenger seat, Ji Heng said to Su Wenyao, Wenyao, just take us to Alien's place. It's perfect since Xiaojun has brought her candied ha. All right. Su Wenyao was also curious about which library Bai Lian was at. He had heard she was in Chang'an district but had never actually seen her. Please give me the address. The area around Bai Lian's place was complex, with many roads and several forks. Ji Heng forwarded the address Bai Lian had previously sent him to Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao steered the car onto the main road, casually tapped open the message on the phone mounted on the support, switched to the map following the address Ji Heng had given, and glanced at the address. Buyuan Base. He activated the navigation, and just as the car moved a meter, screech. Suddenly, an abrupt stop, and the car parked at the side of the road. Buyuan Base? Su Wenyao slightly turned his head. She's at Buyuan Base now? Behind him, Xinqing stabilized Jiang He. With his usual gentle demeanor, Su Wenyao had startled her with his sudden braking. Yes, can't she be there? Chapter 359. 138 Found Sisterland's True Score. Director Chen returns _1 Buyuan Base was established by the renowned mathematician Jiu Buyuan, who has significant international influence in Jiangjing. Programs like Buyuan Base and the Wenchong Plan are only known to a part of the top students. Naturally, Xinqing and the arts-focused Ji Xiaojun have no idea about them. When Xinqing asked the question fearfully, Su Wenyao also became somewhat confused. Was Xinqing so nervous because she believed Buyuan to be an unlawful place? If Buyuan Base found out, they would likely feel quite helpless. No, Su Wenyao turned around, explaining to Xinqing as gently as possible. Buyuan Base is the most famous summer camp in Jiangjing. Generally only top students can get in. Top students? As Su Wenyao mentioned these three words, Xinqing was also perplexed. She remembered Bai Lian's persona in Beicheng, a woman of no academic or artistic merit, similar in character to Ji Mulan. When Bai Lian first came to Xiangqing, Xinqing disdained her. Only later did she find out that Bai Lian was different from Ji Mulan. But what does top student have to do with Bai Lian? Noticing Xinqing's confusion, Su Wenyao calmed down, started the car again and followed the navigation onto the main road. So Alien studies there? The Ji family always said that Bai Lian was studying hard. Su Wenyao and Su En both thought she was at the library since the Jiangjing library is well stocked. Su Wenyao even considered advising Bai Lian to study there. But was she at Buyuan Base? She studies at Buyuan Base. Ji Heng lowered the car window slightly, letting the cold wind blow in, and also doubted in his mind. Is that really a place only for top students? Their family never brought up grades in front of Bai Lian. Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun always thought that Bai Xiaoke and Bai Xiaoqi had impacted Bai Lian too much. She even switched to science for them, so they tried to avoid mentioning such sad topics. And as for Bai Lian, the more she learned about modern knowledge, the more she realized how superficial her own understanding was. They didn't ask, and she never told her scores, only Jiang Fulai would ask her. Yes, Su Wenyao nodded. He looked at the rearview mirror quietly, feeling for the first time that even his usually steady family could be unreliable. Asking them wouldn't yield any information. But Su Wenyao suddenly remembered the message Su Jiyue sent him last time, mentioning a very attractive girl at the special training class. At the time, Su Wenyao didn't care about that message. But now recalling it. The museum was on the edge of Sherman District, some distance from Chang'an District, but luckily there was still time before traffic jams, so it took nearly 40 minutes to reach Boyuan Base. As soon as Su Wenyao parked the car by the roadside, he saw Bai Lian coming out of Boyuan Base. It wasn't just Su Wenyao. Ji Heng and the other three were also quite silent, except for Jiang He, who was watching Bai Lian with shining eyes. Ji Xiaojun handed back the candied ha to Jiang He, then silently offered it to Bai Lian. Jiang He had eaten 3 haws off the stick, revealing its pointed end. When they got on the car, Ji Xiaojun had taken away the candied ha. Bai Lian looked down at the candied ha, pausing for a moment, not taking it immediately. Not eating? Ji Xiaojun asked. It was during the memorial service when he saw them laid out, and upon coming out he saw Jiang He wanting to eat them, so he had bought some for the kids as well. Regaining her senses, Bai Lian took the candied ha, looked up, and gave Ji Xiaojun a rare warm smile. "I'll eat." It had been a long time since an elder bought her one. Ji Xiaojun pondered to himself. Alien. Xinqing could never keep her thoughts to herself. Wenyao said that this place is only for top students, is that right? Yes, Ji Xiaojun added from the side. Wenyao said that to be admitted here, students must be exceptionally talented, with most even having the potential to compete for the national top exam scores. Su Wenyao nodded. No, Bai Lian was well aware of her current abilities. She was still far behind in biology and chemistry. I can't compare to them. She unhurriedly unwrapped the candy ha stick. A very honest answer. Next to her, Jiang He stopped munching on his candied ha and looked up at Bai Lian in disbelief. I knew it, Xinqing nodded, then seemed a bit regretful. You just shifted from arts to science. How could you suddenly become a top student? But that's okay, alien, we take things one step at a time. Their emotions were like riding a roller coaster. The three of them didn't understand, but Su Wenyao knew very well about Boyuan's system. Although the hardest part to get into Boyuan is the recommendation, one still needs to reach a certain score to enter, applying 2 months in advance. I hadn't reached the standard. My comprehensive science wasn't passing at that time, Bai Lian said nonchalantly. But I've always had perfect scores in math, so Boyuan made an exception and let me in. Su Wenyao was extremely shocked. Math perfect score? Exceptional admission? Bai Lian looked at Su Wenyao with surprise, not really understanding his expression. Yeah. There were many students at Boyuan Base more rounded than her. And the tests she took were only C-level, not a big deal, right? Su Wenyao. No, to be admitted by Boyuan as an exception, one must have the caliber to at least get into Jiangjing University. Hadn't the Ji family always stated that Bai Lian's grades were poor? Especially Ji Mulan, worried that Bai Lian couldn't get into university, was even planning to send her to an international high school and arrange for her to study abroad. You're suggesting someone who could get a direct admission to Jiangjing University attend a private international high school? Su Wenyao felt that Ji Mulan was being ridiculous. If you can get into Boyuan Base, you should know about the Wenchong plan. Were you offered a direct admission to Jiangjing University? Su Wenyao couldn't help asking. This was what shocked him. Mentioning Boyuan Base, the three from the Ji family were able to restrain themselves. But as soon as Jiangjing University was brought up, Xinqing couldn't hold back any longer. Jiangjing University? She could get a direct admission to Jiangjing University? This was a school Xinqing didn't even dare to dream of. When Bai Xiaoke was admitted to Jiangjing University, the Bai family had the media release news for 2 months straight. And now, Su Wenyao was saying Bai Lian could get a direct admission to Jiangjing University? Oh that. Bai Lian understood the point of Su Wenyao's shock and calmly explained. I didn't join. I planned to take the college entrance examination. What? Su Wenyao frowned. Didn't your school tell you about the Wenchong plan? They did. Bai Lian bit into her candied haw and explained leisurely. But I don't like the major they offered. Su Wenyao, who heard someone being picky about Jiangjing University for the first time. He involuntarily shifted his gaze to the other three members of the Ji family. Alien, are you really going to take the college entrance exam? Ji Heng positioned himself behind Shen and the other one, in a good mood. He lit a cigarette and took a puff with squinted eyes. Bai Lian twirled the candied haw stick in her hand. Yes. When Bai Lian switched her major from arts to sciences, neither Ji Heng nor Ji Xiaojun had ultimately stopped her. Now she chose not to join the Wenchong plan, and the two still did not interfere with Bai Lian's choice. As for Shen Qing, she thought even Bai Lian skating on the street was a good thing, so what could anyone expect from her? Su Wenyao drove back to the Su family in a disheveled state. Ji Heng and the other two, along with Jiang He and Bai Lian, toured the Buyuan base, and then went to the base's cafeteria for dinner before taking the bus back to the hotel. Bai Lian saw the group out the gate before she returned to the classroom. On the way, she connected her Bluetooth headset and launched her vocabulary app to start memorizing technical terms. A message from Chief Chen popped up on the home screen of her phone. Chief Chen. Miss Bai, I have just returned to Jiangjing. He took the time to return 2 days before Su En's wedding. Chief Chen. Tomorrow we'll go ice fishing with Uncle Ji. Would you like to join us? Tomorrow morning she has classes, and in the afternoon, there is a lecture by an academician from the Ma Institute. Bai Lian listened to vocabulary words while slowly responding. No time. You guys have fun. Chief Chen was a bit disappointed. All right then. Bai Lian's study group. Wang Su finally couldn't help but ask Tang Ming, where did Sister Bai go? After the academic report ended at noon, Bai Lian hadn't returned. Normally, everyone didn't care what Bai Lian did, but today, everyone was too agitated to settle down for studies since Bai Lian and Hewen had worked on a mathematical model together, especially Wang Su. While focusing on a research paper, Tang Ming answered without lifting his head. She was practicing the piano in the dormitory in the afternoon. She should be coming over soon. Whenever Bai Lian had an inspiration, she quickly noted it down. Practicing the piano and reading reviews were her ways to relax between solving problems. Practicing the piano? Wang Su couldn't associate the activity with Bai Lian. Why is she practicing the piano? Not just the others, but even Song Min found it outrageous. Not to mention that students at Buyuan Base wouldn't usually spend time practicing the piano. Song Min also remembered something Bai Qiming once said. The incident of Bai Lian sleeping through her zither lesson and driving her teacher away had become a joke among the Bai family members. As they were talking, the door was gently pushed open. The study group members gathered around a couple of tables, all snapped their heads up and stared intently at the classroom door. Bai Lian, memorizing vocabulary with lowered eyes, casually closed the classroom door with her phone. Seeing Bai Lian's return, Wang Su was the first to grow restless. Sister Bai, how come you and Senior Hewen worked on a mathematical model together? Do you two actually know each other? How come you never mentioned it before? With his question, everyone's gaze was fixated on Bai Lian, especially Song Min, who quietly watched her. He had always doubted her ability to get into Buyuan. Until today, Hewen was someone he looked up to with great admiration. In front of Hewen, even Bai Xiaoka, the pride of the Bai family, was just an ordinary person. He never imagined that Bai Lian would actually know Hewen. Bai Lian took a seat between Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Not really acquainted, just online friends. He had a model but couldn't find a collaborator, so he asked me. I see. Wang Su nodded, somewhat understanding. After all, that was Hewen, someone you couldn't just meet if you wanted to. Why would he look for you? Song Min gazed deeply at Bai Lian as he asked. Bai Lian ignored Song Min beside her. Tang Ming, with his legs crossed and his right hand resting on the table, glanced at Song Min. Sister Bai always gets full marks in math. Why do you think he would look for her? Chapter 360, 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao, second update, _1. She scored full marks in mathematics? Songmin's mind exploded instantaneously. He finally found an explanation for the oddity he had always felt. No wonder Bai Lian said she didn't care about the spot back then in Xiangqing. No wonder he had seen her at the Buyuan base. The full score in mathematics that had been looming over him since the midterms, almost becoming his shadow. Was it Bai Lian? He knew both Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were from Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Finally catching on to something, he pressed his hand against the table and stood up. So, the one who scored 150 in mathematics in the last joint exam was her? What about this time's mathematics and the science comprehensive? At the base, he had also interacted with Ning Xiao, who was good at both math and physics, especially physics. Therefore, Songmin had always thought that Ning Xiao was the one who scored 150. Yes, Tang Ming didn't understand why Songmin was reacting so strongly and jumped in shock. He hesitantly began. Of course the math was Sister Lian, but the first place in science comprehensive was Ning Xiao. Learning that Bai Lian wasn't first in science comprehensive, Songmin let out a huge sigh of relief. However, the next second, he felt the pressure come crashing in like a tide from all directions. 150 points. Her mathematics was that good? He looked up, staring blankly in Bai Lian's direction. Su family. Director Wang had someone deliver the New Year's gifts to the old lady before saying goodbye. Old Madam, President Su Miss Chi, I have to go abroad tomorrow, and am paying an early New Year visit now. The day after tomorrow was Su En's wedding, and he was leaving the country tomorrow. Old Madam Su had no objections to Director Wang's actions. In fact, she even seemed to encourage it, saying with a smile, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Su En nodded at Director Wang without a word. After delivering the gifts, Director Wang left the Su family residence. As he was walking out, he happened to see Su Wenyo's car. Xiaoqin, go to the company tomorrow to check on things, said Director Wang as he got into his car, not even lifting his head to the driver. Find out what's going on with the ZUS, and the proposals are revised again and still the same, showing no progress at all. The driver Xiaoqin was honest and simple, not daring to speak up against Director Wang's criticism. He was an employee of the company, not a driver, but today, even on his day off, he had been called in by Director Wang to act as his driver. With a car loan and a mortgage to pay, a son in high school, a wife undergoing chemotherapy, and both sets of parents to support, he dared not speak out against his boss' abuse and didn't dare to quit his job. Inside the house, old Madam Su looked at Su En. I told you to bring Bai Lian here before the wedding. Why have there been no developments? The old lady still hadn't given up. She doesn't have time, Su En replied calmly, though he actually hadn't mentioned it to Bai Lian at all. No time, old Madam Su scoffed. She didn't believe it for a second. Bai Lian didn't have time? But at that moment, she had other things to think about, glancing at Su En. When Wenyao gets here, you speak to him properly. He's not replying to Shuyan's messages, and you've seen how upset Shuyan is getting. As she spoke, she also reached out to pat Qi Shuyan's hand, saying very kindly, Shuyan dear, don't worry, Grandma will handle it for you. Qi Shuyan sat next to old Madam Su, her eyes were a bit red. Su En, however, remained silent. Almost as soon as old Madam Su finished speaking, Su Wenyao returned home. Wenyao. Old Madam Su stood up upon seeing that Su En wasn't saying anything. Now that Shuyan is here, you should apologize to her quickly. What's with all this conflict between young lovers? She laughed, playing the mediator. Qi Shuyan turned her head away, refusing to look at Su Wenyao. Every time they argued, Su Wenyao was the first to give in, whether it was a big matter like today's conflict or a small one. Like the tone of his WeChat replies. The Su family and the Qi family originally had something akin to a business marriage. The Su family was wealthy, while the Qi family was influential in the educational sector. Su Wenyao had never had a girlfriend before Qi Shuyan, who was both his first and only one. Usually, he tried his best to do whatever Qi Shuyan asked, but now he was tired. I don't think I'm wrong in this matter, he said frankly. Setting aside the fact that the Ji family had helped Su En in Xiangqing before, now that Ji Mulan was to marry Su En, and the Ji family was coming to Jiangjing for the first time, they had to show the proper courtesy. Qi Shuyan, standing beside old Madam Su, suddenly stood up. Then, without looking back, she ran out of the Su family's main gate. Shuyan! Shuyan! Old Madame Su, holding her cane, tried to follow her out, but ultimately couldn't catch up. Su Wenyao, what on earth are you thinking? Old Madame Su beat her cane forcefully against the floor. Do you know Shuyan came to give you event tickets? Wouldn't she have given them to you if you had said one soft word? What's wrong with a boy sweet-talking a girl a bit? Su Wenyao didn't want to talk. He headed straight upstairs, towards the last room on the hall, and knocked on the door. The door opened a crack, and a short-haired girl peeked out stealthily, asking Su Wenyao in a low voice, "Have all the guests downstairs left?" Chapter 361. 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao. Second update. _2 I'm leaving. That's good. Jiyue breathed a sigh of relief, opening the door casually to let Wenyao in. Brother, help me close the door. She slouched back into her chair nonchalantly. With a bag of potato chips, she watched Perfect Day. Grandma told me not to come back the day after tomorrow. Buyuan base was far from the Su family, and Jiyue had been called back by old lady Su today, who specifically instructed her not to attend the wedding, saying that studying is more important. Wenyao picked up the books from the floor and arranged them properly. So, are you going or not? Of course I'm going, Jiyue replied bluntly. I haven't met the sister I've never seen before. Mulan was kind to both her and Wenyao, so Jiyue was not averse to this sister. Wenyao paused. Maybe you've already met each other. Jiyue turned around. What was the name of that girl from Buyuan base you mentioned last time? Alien. Jiyue remembered her name. Wenyao said, Your unseen sister is also called Alien. Jiyue. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang He had not yet woken up when Xinqing abruptly pulled off his covers. We're going ice fishing today. He rubbed his eyes and got up. Jiheng went to wash up and ran into Xiaojun. He suddenly stopped. Alien, she was exceptionally admitted by Buyuan, right? Xiaojun had talked with Xinqing all night the previous evening, and the two had complained about how Jiheng and Jiang He were both as dull, showing little reaction. Yes. Xiaojun gave Jiheng a strange look. Jiheng grunted and continued to calmly head to the bathroom. Finally, Xiaojun noticed. Jiheng was very composed. Due to the issue between Wenyao and Shuyan, Su En and Mulan came early this morning to bring breakfast for Jiheng and the others. After setting the breakfast, he received a call from Su Shujia. What's wrong with him? Xinqing came out with Jiang He, noticing Su En's furrowed brows. She squeezed toothpaste for Jiang He and gestured for him to go brush his teeth in the bathroom. Mulan knew a little about Wenyo's situation, which seemed related to the Ji family, and she also felt a bit agitated. Wenyo's academic issues, it's no use you asking so much about it. Jiheng looked up. It's related to us? Not exactly. Mulan didn't dare to be perfunctory with Jiheng. He's having a conflict with that girl from the Qi family. Now it seems to be an issue with a lecture ticket, and the Qi family isn't planning to give one to Wenyao anymore. A lecture ticket that important? Xiaojun asked in surprise. The bathroom door was open. Jiang He stood on a stool, slowly watching himself brushing his teeth in the mirror, listening to the adults talk. After breakfast, Jiheng and the others went downstairs to prepare for ice fishing. Su En and Mulan saw them off. At the hotel entrance, Su Shujia hurried over, pausing slightly at the sight of Jiheng and the others holding fishing rods and gear. Xinqing didn't know how to greet Su Shujia and sheepishly said, Are you coming ice fishing with us? Su Shujia stopped mid-sentence, no need. She watched the group leave, and then turned to Su En with a frown. What exactly is going on with Wenyao? At Buyuan base. Today's lecture was given by Director Huang, a student of academician Ma, well known at Jiangjing University, and the most authoritative of all the professors who came to lecture these days. His main research was in physics. Today's lecture was also related to physics. During the break, Tang Ming saw Jiyue sneaking glances at him again. When he looked back at her, she immediately pretended to be reading a book. Tang Ming was somewhat silent as he discreetly spoke to Alien. Alien, why do I feel like that girl is always sneakily looking at you? There were only 2 girls in the class, Alien and Jiyue. It's quite normal. Wang Su, sitting next to Tang Ming, lowered his voice. That Liang Wuyu has looked over several times, not to mention others. While the other students were obediently listening to the lecture, Alien was already capable of collaborating with Heewon for modeling. Alien was wearing her light blue shirt from before, holding a black pen, her head bowed in earnest scribbling, her eyelashes long and black, slightly drooping, the very image of a diligent student. Her phone lit up. It was Jiang He. She picked it up and glanced at it, then sat up straight, her pale fingers tapping on the screen. After a moment of thought, "Where are you?" "Jiang teacher." "At home." "Alien student." "Are there any tickets left for the event?" She was asking about Academician Ma's event tickets. Academician Ma was a leading figure in the quantum field, holding cutting-edge technology in this area. Attending his lectures could optimize one's knowledge structure, enhance one's level of awareness, and broaden horizons. Chapter 362, 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao. Second update. _3 Of course, they would also get to know more experts and scholars. Teacher Jiang. How many do you need? That meant there were still some left. Bai Lian had originally thought that his 10 tickets wouldn't be enough to go around, so she hadn't asked him for any. But hearing him say this, she was no longer polite. Bai Lian. 3. Bai Lian. Where are you? I will come to pick them up later. She asked for 1 each on behalf of Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Su Wenyao. To understand his lecture, one would need a certain academic foundation. Tang Ming might not understand it, but it would be good for him to broaden his horizons. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow and only replied with 2 words. Wait. Today there was a lecture by Academician Ma, and Director Huang ended today's class at 11 o'clock. As soon as he left, the students in the class also got up, ready to leave. Do you know why Professor Huang left so early? In the front, Ling Ziao and his group were talking. I heard there's a very important lecture today. Ling Ziao glanced over at Wang Su and Bai Lian, failing to detect any emotion on their faces. He left the room sullenly. Su Jiyue, who had been sitting in his place looking repeatedly towards Bai Lian, wanted to approach her, but, seeing so many people around her, he didn't dare to come forward. In the end, Bai Lian disappeared at the door. Su Jiyue. It was a bit early, but Ning Xiao and the others were still ready to go for a meal first. You guys go eat, Bai Lian said lazily, holding her backpack and gripping her phone. I'm going out for a bit. Jiang Fulai had arrived. The others were used to Bai Lian's mysterious comings and goings. Ever since that model came out, not just Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, even Pei Qin started calling her sis. Song Min lagged behind, unusually silent these past few days. After watching Bai Lian walk towards the gate, he held his phone and paused in place, but eventually he still followed her. Bai Lian always walked slowly, so it didn't take long for Song Min to catch up to her. Bai Lian, he called out to her, a few steps behind. If this was the Bai Lian of the past, upon hearing his voice, she would have stopped. But now Bai Lian didn't even break stride. The sense of disparity was profound. Song Min pursed his lips slightly and quickened his pace, walking in front of Bai Lian to block her path. Classmate Bai Lian. Bai Lian took a step back. Her down jacket had been taken by Xinqing for cleaning, and what she wore over her green shirt today was a white, double-layered, embroidered cashmere vest with straight collars and lapels embroidered with plum blossoms and falling petals. A belt in the same color scheme was loosely tied around her waist. Stopped by someone, she simply looked up indifferently, her ink-black eyes sweeping over Song Min. The golden sunlight accentuated her beautiful face, with a look of annoyance. Are you sick? Is it illegal to beat someone up at the Buyuan base? Classmate Bai Lian. Song Min snapped out of it, feeling cold as it was his first time stopping someone. He looked at the Bai Lian who was completely different from his memory. Your mathematics. Jiang Fulai had just entered the school gates when he saw this irritating scene. The girl stood there coldly, her lazy face covered with a layer of irritation, like a cat basking in the sun but disturbed by someone. Excuse me, move aside. Jiang Fulai said indifferently. Song Min hadn't finished speaking when he felt a cold breeze behind him, followed by an icy voice that mixed with a scrutiny that was hard to ignore. Despite the path being 2 meters wide, Song Min instinctively stepped to the left to make way. Only then did he see the person who had just spoken. A man dressed in a severe black coat with a casual beige fluffy scarf around his neck. Despite the lack of expression on his face, when his gaze swept over, Song Min felt like an invisible hand had grabbed his insides tightly. It took his breath away. He turned noticeably pale. Ran into a fool. Bai Lian's impatience disappeared as she looked at Jiang Fulai with irritation. Jiang Fulai glanced at Song Min from the corner of his eye and walked away with Bai Lian. Who is that? Bai Lian unconsciously replied. Song Min. Song Min. Jiang Fulai had a good memory. After learning she had a fiancé, he had deliberately inquired about it. And what a coincidence, the fiancé had that name. Song Min. Jiang Fulai held the car keys, his tone mockingly elongated. Ex-fiancé, huh? His voice stretched out long. Bai Lian. A bit of a miscalculation. Seeing Bai Lian's expression, Jiang Fulai knew this man was indeed her ex-fiancé. He opened the passenger door. Bai Lian, please get in. Bai Lian silently got into the car. Jiang Fulai took his seat in the driver's seat, leisurely buckling his seatbelt and starting the car. Then, turning his head, he politely asked, Bai Lian, are we heading to Jiangjing University's intersection? Yes. Bai Lian connected to Bluetooth and started to loudly play an English reading. Oh, Bai Lian. Jiangjing University. Su Shujia found Su Wenyao. Everyone from the Qi family is waiting for your response. Calm down and come with me to the Qi family, okay? Su Shujia, dressed in a suit and draped in a coat, pressed her brow. If you don't go this time, how many opportunities will you miss out on? Can you really be content with that? She already knew the whole story. Qi Shuyan was too willful. This time, Su Wenyao was also stubborn, refusing to apologize or reconcile. There were so many industry bigwigs at Academician Ma's lecture. Chances were, among them could be Su Wenyao's opportunity. Maybe this was never meant to be mine. Su Wenyao lowered his eyes, falling silent for a while before picking up a book and walking to the cafeteria. Auntie, no more talk, I want go. His phone chimed. He glanced down casually and saw it was from Bai Lian. Location. Bai Lian. Do you have time to meet up? Su Wenyao saw the location, the intersection of Zier Avenue and Cloud Avenue, just 200 meters from the entrance of Jiangjing University. She came to Jiangjing University. Had she finally come around, wanting to take a look around the campus? Su Wenyao. Wait for me 10 minutes. Su Wenyao didn't have time to think further. He looked around and saw a shuttle bus coming towards him. Jiangjing University was vast, with dedicated campus buses making rounds. Where are you going? Su Shujia hadn't finished speaking when she saw Su Wenyao boarding the shuttle. Alien is waiting for me outside. I'll show her around the school, Su Wenyao said, and as the bus doors automatically closed, it sped away, leaving behind a bewildered Su Shujia. What in the world was the Ji family doing? One group was out fishing, and now someone wanted to tour Jiangjing University? She was in a mess. Academician Ma's lecture was this afternoon, and instead of joining her to visit the Qi family, Su Wenyao was now planning to take Bai Lian for a campus tour outside Jiangjing University. Upon coming out, Su Wenyao jogged towards the location Bai Lian had sent him. Strangely, although this intersection was very close to Jiangjing University, Bai Lian had not come over but was waiting there instead. 3 minutes later, he saw Bai Lian leaning lazily against a leafless ginkgo tree, dressed in a white quilted jacket, her head down memorizing words, attracting countless gazes. There were even girls with Jiangjing University culture and creative canvas bags secretly taking photos. Su Wenyao slowed his pace, wondering if tonight he would see a thread on Bai Lian on the Jiangjing University forum. Alien, he approached, handing her a cup of hot milk tea he bought on the road at the school gate, and started gently. Why didn't you go to the school entrance? Bai Lian looked up, not turning off the Bluetooth earphone, and spoke up. Just drop something off and go. Drop something off? Was it Ji Heng who asked her to do this? Su Wenyao was taken aback, because Suan wouldn't let Bai Lian run errands, and only the Ji family tended to be different from others. Ji Heng always had large pockets made for Bai Lian's clothes. The jacket had 2 pockets as well, and she fished out a ticket from inside, the same one Academician Ma had given her before. Bai Lian handed the event ticket to Su Wenyao, speaking lazily, "Take this." Chapter 363. 140 Su Wenyao's Opportunity. Bai Lian invites President U_1 what? Su Wenyao took the item Bai Lian passed to him in surprise. Due to the conflict, Qi Shuyan hadn't given Su Wenyao a ticket to the event. He had never seen an event ticket before. Su Wenyao looked down curiously. The ticket was 5 centimeters wide, more than 10 centimeters long, overall in a light blue color, with an image of the Jiangjing Science and Technology Museum on the front. He flipped it over. Several lines were written on the back. Quantum and Information Era Lecturer, Ma Tongfeng date. January 17th in the afternoon at 2 location. Lecture Hall, basement level 2 of Jiangjing Science and Technology Museum. Quantum and Information Era. Ma Tongfeng. As Su Wenyao read on, he suddenly realized what this was, and a barely visible tremble went through his hand holding the light blue ticket, his fingertips turning a little pale. A lecture by Academician Ma. To say that tickets were hard to come by was an understatement. Any random person at the scene would be a big shot in the industry. Su En and Su Shujia had also put some effort into it, but the tickets couldn't be obtained by simply spending money. Otherwise, Su Shujia and the old lady Su wouldn't take turns persuading Su Wenyao to apologize. And now, Bai Lian just gave him one like that? Where did you get this? He raised his head to look at Bai Lian, astounded. Even for someone as calm as him, his mind was in a daze. He was too flustered to know where to start. Someone gave it to me. Bai Lian was still wearing a Bluetooth earpiece. The wind was a bit strong outside. She put her hands in her pockets and said languidly, "Jiang Xiaoniao said you wanted to attend Academician Ma's lecture." Su Wenyao replied subconsciously, "Jiang Xiaoniao?" "Ah." Bai Lian said too fast and misspoke. She tilted her head. "I mean Jiang He, the one you've met." Su Wenyao knew Jiang He. They had gone to the museum together that day. It's just, looking at the unconcerned face of Bai Lian, so beautiful, Su Wenyao really couldn't fathom how she would nickname someone and call them so earnestly by that nickname. "I should go now." Bai Lian nodded slightly to Su Wenyao. There was no parking here, and Jiang Fulai was still waiting for her at that temporary parking spot. She couldn't afford to go back too late. Su Wenyao opened his mouth, and Bai Lian looked at him with raised eyebrows, somewhat puzzled, as if asking if there was anything else. "No," Su Wenyao paused. "Just asking, since you're at the school gate, why not go in and take a look?" "We'll see." Bai Lian bid him an unhurried farewell and turned to find Jiang Fulai. Behind her, Su Wenyao stood still on the spot. The event ticket in his hand felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Having grown up in the Su family, Su Wenyao always knew that the relationship between the Su family and everyone else was based on the value of interests. The old lady Su valued the Qi family's connections in the education sector. And how could the Qi family overlook the Su family's money? Qi Shuyan was capricious, but the Qi family was also using the event ticket to test his limit. Living in such an environment, for the first time someone directly told him, "If you want to go, I'll give it to you." She was the kind of person who was so relaxed, so easy to spark a liking for. Su Wenyao thought, if she were a general, many people would be willing to follow her into battle. Zier Avenue is a main road with many students, and vehicles can't stop here. Jiang Fulai circled around for a while before parking the car on the side of Cloud Avenue. There are many schools here, and despite it being close to the new year, many Jiangjing students still hadn't gone home. Passing students were all looking at Jiang Fulai's car. But seeing the tightly closed windows, no one dared to approach. Bai Lian opened the passenger door and sat down, buckling her seatbelt unhurriedly. Bai Lian interrupted him. "I gave Su Wenyao the ticket to Academician Ma's lecture." Jiang Fulai, who could change subjects elegantly, with his eyebrows carrying a cool pride and cool white fingers tapping on the steering wheel, spoke seriously. "We'll go eat Jiangjing cuisine for lunch." "Okay." The situation was temporarily back to normal. Bai Lian turned the Bluetooth speaker volume down. After lunch, they would still go to the Science and Technology Museum. The museum was located between Chang'an and Xinjiang districts, and Jiang Fulai didn't drive too far, stopping at a private restaurant on the edge of Chang'an district. It was within a small alley, in an ancient building with few people around. Jiang Fulai had ordered the dishes before coming. In a second-floor private room by the window, a small square table next to the window, with a bamboo curtain half rolled up behind it was a transparent glass pane, offering a view of the river below through the glass. Occasionally a small boat would drift by. Bai Lian settled in her seat, pulled up the curtain, and while talking to Jiang Fulai said, "I also saved one for Tang Ming." Jiang Fulai poured her a glass of water with elegance and casually said, "He could benefit from the learning atmosphere." Bai Lian, lounging back, supported her chin and watched the view outside. "That's what I thought too." Chapter 364. 140 Su Wenyo's Opportunity. Bai Lian invites President U_2. Meanwhile, on the way back to the classroom after eating, Tang Ming couldn't help sneezing, to which he explained to Ning Xiao, "My mom must be thinking of me." Ning Xiao usually wouldn't respond to that kind of remark. Excuse me. Just as they had reached the stairs, Su Zhiyue, wearing thick glasses and with her forehead hanging low, spoke softly to the two of them. "Do you know where Bai Lian is?" She twisted her fingers together nervously. Her voice was so soft that Tang Ming hadn't heard clearly, but he understood that she was inquiring about Bai Lian. Tang Ming glanced at her. "She's out on some business. If you need anything, I can pass on the message." "It's nothing, thank you." Su Zhiyue bowed again, and hurriedly left with her head down. Tang Ming was puzzled. He still wanted to say something. His phone beeped, and at the same time, Ning Xiao's lit up. It was a message from Jiang Fulai, containing only the location of a science and technology museum. The two of them exchanged a glance, and then turned to leave. Jiang Fulai was signaling them to hurry over. The Science and Technology Museum covered a vast area. The entire building was shaped like a concave streamline, and from high above, the Science and Technology Museum resembled a semicircular blue crystal, glistening brilliantly. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai had arrived first, and they decided to look around the exhibition before heading to the lecture hall when it was time. The first floor showcased the evolution of science and technology from the modern era to the present, featuring 3D projections and displays about intelligence and co-creation. The second floor was dedicated to the evolution of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. The third floor focused on the universe and aerospace, where Bai Lian even saw a small satellite. The second basement level. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. Most of them were from Jiangjing University. Due to security reasons, the number of tickets was limited, and many without tickets could only gather at the entrance to watch. They might even encounter a luminary from a certain field. The museum had anticipated such a scenario and had deployed over a dozen security guards to maintain order on the second basement level. The lecture was set to begin at 2 o'clock. Su Wenyao arrived early with tickets to secure a good spot. He handed his ticket to the security check, and the staff member gave him a glance after seeing the blue ticket. It was only 1 o'clock, and there were only a few scattered seats left in the lecture hall. Su Wenyao, carrying a stack of books, found a corner seat, sat down, and began to go through problems with his head bowed. "Preparing for the graduate school entrance exam?" A voice came from above. Su Wenyao looked up and saw a somewhat bald middle-aged man. He was taken aback. Dean Huang. He recognized him as the dean of the physics college, and also the director of Jiangjing University. There was even an introduction to him hanging in the corridor on the first floor of the physics teaching building at Jiangjing University. "Yes," Director Huang glanced at the ticket beside Su Wenyao. "There are few students who can get a ticket." "This?" Su Wenyao looked down at his ticket, his voice softening. "It was given to me by my sister." Director Huang seemed thoughtful. "What's your name?" Su Wenyao. Director Huang narrowed his eyes slightly and recited a string of numbers. "This is my mobile number. If you encounter any problems in your research, you can ask me." I'm also planning to take on a student this year, so work hard, and I hope to see your name on the list. He patted Su Wenyao on the shoulder. Su Wenyao was dizzy with surprise, as if luck had literally fallen on his head. Thank you, Dean Huang. He memorized the number. At the Qi family, Madame Su was speaking with Lady Qi. Is Xuyan still angry, refusing to come downstairs? As Su Wenyao hadn't shown up, Madame Su had to make a personal visit. Lady Qi sighed. Xuyan has been pampered by us, she lacks manners, please forgive her, old madam. This matter isn't Xuyan's fault. Wenyao has trouble prioritizing. Madame Su had a very poor impression of the Ji family. This Ji Mulan hadn't even married into the Su family, and already she had disrupted their feng shui. She put her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. I hope Xuyan can forgive Wenyao. Lady Qi gave a slight smile. Upstairs, Mr. Qi sat in his study, speaking very calmly to Qi Xuyan. Don't worry, Su Wenyao will come. He knew how much the Su family needed this opportunity to integrate into the academic circle. Lectures by academician Ma attracted many people from abroad to fly to Jiangjing specifically. The Su family had been rising rapidly over the last 6 months, directly cooperating with the railway and cultural tourism officials. The Qi family wanted to use this opportunity to sound a warning bell for Su Wenyao, to show that one doesn't just enter this circle by wishing to. Without the Qi family, the Su family really would be helpless. I know, Qi Xuyan said indifferently, sitting aside and sipping her tea. Both were quite composed at the start. As time edged closer to 2 o'clock, Qi Xuyan was becoming visibly restless. Dad. Mr. Qi also frowned. Although he knew of Ji Mulan, he had never considered the Ji family a threat, as they were nothing compared to the Qi family. Chapter 365, 140 Su Wenyao's Opportunity, by Lian invites President U_3. He felt that the Su family would know who was truly important to them, and that Su Wenyao would eventually compromise for the sake of the ticket. Just wait a bit longer. Qi father was always able to remain calm. Qi Xuyan had no choice but to sit down again. Ding! The clock in the study struck 2 o'clock exactly, and Su Wenyao still had not arrived. Not even a phone call. Dad. Qi Xuyan stood up. Qi father's face also darkened. This ticket was supposed to be an opportunity to get closer to the Su family. Unexpectedly, Su Wenyao was really that stubborn. Downstairs. The time had already passed. The old lady's complexion also grew gloomy. For the sake of that woman, Su En moved out of the Su family's old house, and now Su Wenyao was also missing out on the ticket because of the Ji family. She stood up, looked towards Mrs. Qi, and said solemnly, Don't worry, I'll give an explanation to Xuyan about this matter. Old madam, I know you have Xuyan's best interests at heart, Mrs. Qi said with narrowed eyes. We want to attend the wedding the day after tomorrow. I hope you can understand. Su En's second marriage, and the partner is an unknown person. Though the wedding was grand, some people would go out of respect for Su En, while others couldn't be bothered to pay homage. The Qi family looked down on these social circles, but Mrs. Qi and Qi Xuyan were still planning to go. After all, after Qi Xuyan married into the Su family, Ji Mulan would be her mother-in-law, at least partially. Mrs. Qi also planned to accompany Qi Xuyan to give the Su family some face, and to put some pressure on Ji Mulan. However, Mrs. Qi was now very dissatisfied with Su Wenyao's attitude. She decided not to attend the wedding, and would not let Qi Xuyan go either. Science and Technology Museum. The lecture by academician Ma was about to conclude. The last part was the question and answer session. Bai Lian arrived late and had no seat, so she stood in the corner with Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Jiang Fulai had left after accompanying Bai Lian to the exhibit, as he had put aside a pile of work to find Bai Lian. Accompanying her to dinner was manageable, but attending academician Ma's lecture was unnecessary. There were people in the back rows, and Bai Lian, holding her phone, put on her Bluetooth headset when the Q&A started. Her phone lit up, and she casually swiped to check it. It was Jian Zhongyao. Dean Jian. Screenshot. The screenshot showed a conversation with Pu Xiaohan, who said she was in Jiangjing. Dean Jian. A simple question mark, inquiring why she didn't visit him while she was in Jiangjing. Bai Jian. Dean Jian. Location, Dinjian. There's a small student performance the day after tomorrow. Want to come see it? Classical music ensemble. He sent the location of Jiangjing Music Academy. He also sent Bai Lian a photo, a group shot of classical instruments at the venue, with over a dozen gushings, and besides these, there were gyukins, flutes, pipas. These instruments, played by students who had practiced for a long time, along with arrangements and direction by the tutors. Just imagining it told you how good it would sound. Jian Zhongye was arranging music for Yan Lu, and Bai Lian wanted to find an opportunity to thank him. But the day after tomorrow was really not possible, coinciding with Su En's wedding, so she honestly replied that she didn't have time. Ding Jian was speechless. Ding Jian. Today? He was asking her out to meet today. With no classes in the evening, Bai Lian thought for a moment and didn't refuse. The lecture hall was very quiet. After messaging Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, she quietly slipped away from the back. Sitting in the front row, Academician Ma, who was listening to other teachers answer questions, watched Bai Lian sneak out early, and he could only sit there, powerless. Academician Ma. Jiangjing Music Academy. Upon receiving Bai Lian's address, Jian Zhongye quickly stood up from his seat, holding his phone as he walked out, excitement faintly visible on his face. People he encountered along the way would nod and smile at him. His mood was obviously very good. When he met two girls in gowns on the road, Jian Zhongye nodded to them and asked, "Are you participating in the performance the day after tomorrow?" The two girls, not expecting Ding Jian to greet them first, bowed and said, "Yes, Ding Jian." Ding Jian recognized one of them who played the White Robe Journey. He himself was famous for playing that piece, and the Bai Lian he was about to meet could play it too. He then smiled at her. "Good luck." And with hands clasped behind his back, he hummed an unknown tune as he walked out. After he left, the girl in the purple gown excitedly turned to her companion. She had noticed that the last comment from Ding Jian was directed at Bai Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, do you know Ding Jian? He actually greeted you. Has he been paying attention to you for long? Does he want to take you on as his last disciple?" At the entrance, Mrs. Song, wearing a coat, walked inside, hearing the girl's last remark. "Look at this, what's going on? A last disciple?" Chapter 366. 141 went to Jiayu Lake to pick up Ji Heng. Afraid to become the most explosive news, second update, _1. Bai Qiming had already returned to Beicheng, as Song Min was still at the Buyuan base. Madame Song had not yet gone back. She took the opportunity to celebrate the new year in Jiangjing. Upon learning that Bai Xiaoqi was selected for the school's gala performance, Madame Song would find time to watch her. Today, with Song Min visiting the Yin family for dinner, Madame Song specially came to pick up Bai Xiaoqi. Those who could study at the Jiangjing Music Academy all came from impressive family backgrounds. Bai Xiaoqi's background was relatively modest among these people, and her fellow students were not particularly warm to her. This was the first time Madame Song saw a student actively clinging to Bai Xiaoqi's arm. Bai Xiaoqi, stunned, heard this and looked towards Madame Song, steadying herself. "I just happened to run into Ding Jian." "I saw as well." Madame Song sighed. She had seen Ding Jian leaving as she came in, but could not find an opportunity to get to know him. The girl in the purple dress smiled as she exchanged contact information with Bai Xiaoqi. "When you become Ding Jian's student, don't forget about me, okay?" Having said this, she waved her phone at Bai Xiaoqi and left. "You, Ding Jian's student?" Madame Song's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Bai Xiaoqi in astonishment. She had assumed they were discussing Ding Jian's disciples because, after all, Bai Xiaoqi had failed to secure her previous academic ambitions. "Just now, Ding Jian took the initiative to greet me." Bai Xiaoqi spoke up, her unsettled heart in these past days now beginning to calm down. Madame Song exhaled, pondering silently. She was to pick up Song Min from the Boyuan base and bring him back to the Yin family. Song Min had been very silent on the way, but since he was always aloof, neither Bai Xiaoqi nor Madame Song suspected anything. At the Yin family's home, hearing the news about Ding Jian, Mr. Yin also made a special trip back. "Xiaoqi, that's very impressive," he praised with a smile. Bai Xiaoqi went upstairs to change clothes. I will go watch Xiaoqi's performance the day after tomorrow. Madame Song had been struggling with the Su family and Bai Xiaoqi. After all, the Su family had now reached heights that the Song family could not. However, important as the Su family was, it did not outweigh Bai Xiaoqi's position in Madame Song's heart at the moment. Fortunately, she had calmed down and broken off the engagement with Bai Lian at that time. Mom, Song Min, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Bai Lian is also at the Buyuan base. Oh, Madame Song, as usual, responded indifferently to the mention of Bai Lian's name. After saying this, she realized what Song Min meant. She's at the Buyuan base? How did she get in there? Through the Su family. Madame Song was well aware of Bai Lian's past cheating incident in the humanities class. As I mentioned last time, the person who got full marks in math, that's her, Song Min said, looking out the window. Full marks in math. Madame Song thought it was unbelievable. Bai Lian's notorious reputation for lack of study in Beijing was well known. When Bai Lian left the Bai family, Madame Song decisively chose Bai Xiaoqi as a swift solution to the messy situation. Now, with Song Min saying that Bai Lian scored full marks in math, Madame Song's first instinct was that it was impossible. But, Buyuan base? What kind of place is it? If Song Min wasn't certain that Bai Lian had scored full marks, he would never have brought it up to her. Full marks, that means she scored even higher than you? Madame Song asked, still stunned. Song Min's expression remained cool as he added, but she didn't do as well as I did in the comprehensive science section. He was second in comprehensive science, with Ning Xiao in the first place, so Bai Lian definitely wouldn't have scored higher than him. Well, that's a relief. Madame Song felt a slight ease like Song Min before. With just over 100 days left until the college entrance examination, I mean, work hard and don't be careless next time. Before today, Madame Song might have felt a tinge of regret hearing Bai Lian's score. But now, with Bai Xiaoqi personally greeted by Dean Jian, Madame Song felt that, in comparison, Bai Xiaoqi was a more worthy investment. A disciple of Dean Jian. Her future in the art world would be like looking down from a mountain peak. She could then be compared to Bai Xiaoqi, but Madame Song also felt a bit of regret. Full marks in math. Thankfully her comprehensive science was less than perfect, otherwise, she would have felt anguished. And she wondered if Bai Qiming knew about this. The Jiangjing Music Academy was not far from the Science and Technology Museum. Knowing she was at the Science and Technology Museum, Dean Jian sent her an address. It was an old restaurant, also in Chang'an district. Bai Lian started searching for directions on the map. Before she found the route, Assistant Su called. His voice was very respectful. Miss Bai, do you have time tonight? No, Bai Lian explained. I have an appointment with someone. Assistant Su heard the sound of the museum's loudspeakers. Are you at the Science and Technology Museum? I happen to be nearby. It's just a few minutes' drive. Where do you need to go? I can take you there. Bai Lian looked at the bus, which would take at least an hour to ride. Chapter 367. 141 went to Jiayu Lake to pick up Ji Heng. Afraid to become the most explosive news, second update. _2 She was afraid to keep Dean Jian waiting for long, so she didn't refuse. On the other end of the phone in the car, Su Shujie, who was sitting in the back seat, was already quite irritable, and now looked at Zu's assistant in shock. You're taking her? Su En's wedding is the day after tomorrow. Su Shujie's usual car had been sent for cleaning and maintenance. Tonight, Su En had gathered the whole family for dinner. And Su Shujie was going too, so she just hitched a ride with Zu's assistant. She hadn't expected that Zu's assistant would actually go out of his way to drop off Bai Lian. Yes, if you have something to do, you can get off. I'll have someone else pick you up, Zu's assistant politely replied. Su Shujie had never met Bai Lian, though Su En had told her about her many times. She didn't have any impression of Bai Lian, but she knew Zu's assistant. He was Su En's close confidant and rarely showed such politeness to other people. Even towards her, his attitude was always proper. Now he was being so polite to Ji Mulan's daughter? Su Shujie found it inconceivable. She lifted her hand subtly saying, No need, I'll go too. At that moment, She finally became a bit curious about Bai Lian and wanted to know why Zu's assistant was so polite to her. Within a few minutes, the car arrived at the edge of the Technology Museum. The Technology Museum was a famous spot for checking in Jiangjing, and Su Shujia figured Bai Lian was probably there to check in. Her gaze swept around, and she immediately saw a girl standing by the road, wearing a snow-white layered woolen vest. Her jet-black hair was loosely tied up with a hairpin, with a few strands swaying in the wind by her ear. She also wore a Bluetooth headset on her ear. Her eyes were cast down, her left hand holding a phone, her right hand casually swiping across the screen. Was she playing a game? The car stopped, and the girl, facing away from the sun, lazily looked up. Her entire face was revealed, and the Technology Museum behind her, shining like a sapphire, instantly became mere background to her presence. Su Shujia had long heard from old Madame Su about Bai Lian. Suan had previously wanted Bai Lian to retake her studies in Jiangjing, and her grades weren't good. Ji Mulan had also spoken briefly about Bai Lian, which led Su Shujia to have a very average impression of her. But seeing her now, she thought that indeed, very few people could resist beauty, and her impression of Bai Lian improved. Zu's assistant quickly got out of the car and very obsequiously opened the passenger door for Bai Lian as she raised her hand. "Miss Bai, please watch your head." His voice was respectful, but he didn't introduce Su Shujia to Bai Lian. After all, even Suan didn't dare to be too presumptuous with Bai Lian, and it wasn't certain yet whether Bai Lian would acknowledge the connection with the Su family, so Zu's assistant didn't dare to introduce her rashly. Su Shujia, who was waiting for an introduction to say a few words to Bai Lian, was speechless. Zu's assistant then returned to the driver's seat. "Miss Bai, where would you like to go?" Bai Lian fastened her seat belt, without removing her Bluetooth headset, leaned back in her seat, tapped on the address sent by Dean Jian and said casually, "Qingxin Building." There was only one Qingxin building in Jiangjing, exclusive to members. Zu's assistant had been there. Suan sometimes met distinguished guests there, so he wasn't surprised by Bai Lian heading there. But Su Shujia, sitting in the back seat, took another look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian, sitting in the passenger seat, was still focused on listening to specialist English terminology, occasionally recalling key points explained by academician Ma. She knew someone in the back seat was watching her, but having been the subject of so much attention, Bai Lian didn't care, and just leisurely swiped on her phone screen. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up outside Qingxin Building. Bai Lian unbuckled her seat belt, got out of the car, and slightly bowed to thank Zu's assistant. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Zu's assistant said something that would make Director Chen want to hit him. "If you need a ride back later, just call me." "Okay." Bai Lian closed the passenger door and walked into Qingxin Building. Qingxin Building was essentially a private club. It was well heated inside. The front desk receptionist, clad in a delicate cheongsam, saw Bai Lian, came forward with a smile, and greeted her with a bow. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Bai Lian, holding her phone, reported the private room number, Winter 08. Winter 08 was a private room reserved for VIP guests. The receptionist's demeanor became even more respectful. "Are you Miss Bai?" Bai Lian nodded. "Miss Bai, this way please." The front desk led her to the elevator, gently reminding, "Watch your step." Outside, after Bai Lian got out of the car, Su Shujia squinted at her retreating figure, pondering with a hint of speculation. Why isn't she eating the reunion dinner tonight? What's she doing here? Who has she arranged to meet with here? Does the Ji family still have acquaintances in Jiangjing? I don't know. Zu's assistant didn't want to divulge too much about Bai Lian, just as his phone rang. It was Suan calling, his voice laced with a smile. "Could you pick up Uncle Ji and the others? After dinner tonight, have Uncle Ji run through the rehearsal. There was a reunion dinner tonight." "Okay." Zu's assistant hung up the phone, then dialed Ji Xiaojun, glancing at the rearview mirror. "I have to pick up the old Mr. Ji and the others. It might be a bit far." Su Shujia knew that Ji Xiaojun and his party were going fishing. Fishing spots in Jiangjing were basically in the suburbs. It would be a 1 or 2 hour drive. Having her patience exhausted accompanying Zu's assistant to the Qingxin building, Su Shujie opened the car door and stepped out. Okay, you go ahead. I'll have someone come to pick me up. Zu's assistant looked at Su Shujie with an apologetic glance. Then he continued to call Ji Xiaojun. Su Shujie. So why was Zu's assistant so respectful towards the Ji family? Su Shujie stood there, deep in thought. Su En and Su Wenyao could be said to be polite. But Zu's assistant was a slick operator, an old hand at playing to the crowd. In the car, Ji Xiaojun sent Zu's assistant the address. Zu's assistant opened it, intending to set up navigation. But at the sight of the address, he suddenly felt dazed, rubbed his eyes believing he must have read it wrong. Looking at it again, the map still displayed those 5 characters. Jiayu Lake back in trance. The area was indicated as Xinjiang District. Zu's assistant calmly started the car. When he drove onto Zier Avenue, then onto a smaller road, and finally stopped at the back entrance of Jiayu Lake, Zu's assistant looked up at the gate, stunned. So it really was this place. The front half was a popular tourist attraction open to the public, the back half a private spot. Born and raised in Jiangjing, Zu's assistant felt for the first time that he was unsophisticated. Could one actually ice fish here? Zu's assistant got out of the car to message Ji Xiaojun, saying he had arrived. Then he waited quietly at the back entrance for the Ji family to come out. In less than 10 minutes, a lively group emerged from inside. Chief Chen carried a big fish, handing it to Ji Xiaojun with regret. I have to deliver this fish to the old master. I don't have time today, otherwise I'd definitely drink a few more with you. Ji Heng blew out a smoke ring, the other hand holding a fishing basket, his eyes squinted. Well, drink the day after tomorrow. Today he seemed to be in a very good mood. Right. Chief Chen's eyes brightened. He remembered Su En's wedding the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is a joyous occasion. I'll drink my fill with you. At the gate, Zu's assistant's mind was wiped clean in an instant, leaving only 2 thoughts. 1. Chief Chen actually returned to Jiangjing. 2. Chief Chen, he's going to attend Su En's wedding the day after tomorrow. Members of the Chen family were rarely seen across these several districts. The wedding the day after tomorrow. That should be the biggest news in Mingfeng district this year, right? Zu's assistant stood there stunned. Chapter 368. The 142 Vanishing Pickup God. Honored guest _1 Director Chen was chatting with Ji Heng when Ji Xiaojun thanked Zu's assistant. Assistant Su, thank you for making the trip. Suen had wanted to properly entertain the Ji family this time. However, he had not found the right opportunity. As their departure was drawing near, it was only Su Wenyao who had taken them to visit a museum once. And today they had specifically asked Assistant Su to pick them up. Assistant Su said earnestly, please don't say that. Uncle, the day after tomorrow we'll find someone to drink a few more glasses with you. Director Chen lifted a big fish out of the fishing basket and placed it beside Ji Heng. You can make a fish head hot pot when you get back. Their catch this afternoon hadn't been plentiful. Most of Director Chen's catch were small fish, which he had released. The 2 big fish were distributed, one for Ji Heng and one to take back to the Chen family. During the New Year period, Director Chen dared not drink too much. He thought to himself that he must find someone to accompany Ji Heng and drink a few extra glasses. After sending Ji Heng off in the car, Director Chen stood on the spot, waving towards the direction of the car, standing tall and straight. Assistant Su, glancing in the rearview mirror, felt very stiff, being seen off by Director Chen for the first time. This sense of oppression was stronger than Su En pouring him tea. Of course, he had no desire for Su En to pour him tea. Only when Director Chen was no longer visible in the rearview mirror did Assistant Su let out a sigh of relief. At the entrance of Jiayu Lake, having seen off Ji Heng, Director Chen pulled out his phone and browsed through his contacts, searching for someone. Ming Dongheng could drink, but he was not around. Chen Jingyu could also hold his alcohol, but he was not up to it, and Chen Beixian could drink as well, but who dared to invite her? He scrolled through a list of people. Some could drink but had no connection, so it would be awkward to ask them. Director Chen opened Ji Shan's WeChat. Where is Su En from? Truth be told, Director Chen had not really heard about the Su family in Jiangjing. In the rush to return to Jiangjing, he hadn't bothered with the affairs of the Su family. After all, he couldn't even find the time to meet Miss Bai. Ji Xiaojun replied quickly. Mingfeng District? That was a bit remote. Director Chen truly didn't know many people from Mingfeng District. After much thought, an idea finally struck him. This is good, he can drink. Director Chen scrolled to a name. He had some dealings with this person. Before his assignment to Xiangqing, this person had worked under him for 2 years. Thinking this, he sent a message, inviting him to a wedding banquet the day after tomorrow. Conveniently, this person was also from Mingfeng District. Qingxin Building. The Winter 08 private room was very traditional. On the right side was a low table with tea sets. A barely scentable incense was lit, sending up ethereal curls of smoke. On the left stood an 8-panel screen. Would you like to listen to some music first? The waiter served the snacks and tea, and then handed the menu of musical pieces to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, glanced briefly, and tapped a slender finger on one of the pieces. The waiter looked down. Ambush from 10 sides? There was nothing wrong with this piece. Others had requested it too. It was just that the waiter was somewhat surprised. For such a beautiful and gentle young lady to choose such an intense piece. Still, the well-trained waiter left to make arrangements. Bai Lian took off her cloak and lazily sat cross-legged at the low table. She lowered her head, used a teaspoon to put tea leaves into the teapot, while the water nearby was already boiling. Her articulate fingers rested on the handle, pouring the boiling water into the pot. The tea leaves rose and fell 3 times before slowly settling to the bottom. The woman carrying the pipa entered the Winter 08 room, and even paused at the entrance. She looked at the girl inside brewing tea, and felt as if she had stepped into the boudoir of nobility from another era. Bai Lian slightly turned her head and smiled at the woman, gesturing with one hand in an inviting please motion. The clear sound of the pipa began to play from behind the screen. After brewing the tea, Bai Lian poured a cup for herself and one for Principal Jian who hadn't arrived yet, then took out her phone to snap a photo. By student. Image, Teacher Jiang. Question mark. Bai Lian sent the photo and then ignored him. All the way, Principal Jian wondered what to say when he met Bai Lian. He knew she was a high school student. They hadn't talked much online, and there was a decades-wide generation gap between them. It wasn't until the waiter opened the door that he saw, through a thin veil of smoke, the girl sitting cross-legged at the low table. Principal Jian. Bai Lian stood up to greet him. The zither music was very zen-like for Principal Jian, and although the technique in Bai Lian's previous video wasn't extraordinary, Principal Jian was someone who had studied the white-robed journey to the core. He could hear the sorrowful resonance in it. Making friends through the zither, this sense of musical resonance was something others could not comprehend. Did you brew this tea? Principal Jian sat opposite Bai Lian, looking at the color of the brew with surprise. Bai Lian listened to the pipa indifferently. Yep. It was their first meeting, yet they felt like old friends. Chapter 369. The 142 Vanishing Picker God. Valued guest _2. What are you doing in Jiangjing? Dean Jian asked her. Bai Lian sipped her tea. Advanced studies for the college entrance exam next year. Dean Jian gave her another look. You're planning to take the entrance exam for Jiangjing University, and your teacher isn't saying anything about it? Dean Jian knew she must have a highly skilled teacher, which is why he never considered taking her as a student. He only hoped she would take over the position of the Guzheng sect leader, and with it, the title of chief. Him. Bai Lian thought for a moment, knowing he must be referring to Mr. Qinjiu. He doesn't have the time. Because he had to perform at the imperial palace every day, cursing and swearing. Sometimes the consorts of Emperor Jiangwen would insist that he compose a special piece just for them. As a result, Mr. Qinjiu had grown so irritable with the Guzheng that when Bai Lian now read about the modest gentleman that teacher Qinjiu was portrayed as in history books, it felt very dissonant. Besides, he might look at a Guzheng now and just want to curse. Dean Jian. So you're just as rebellious as your teacher, huh? He took a sip of tea and said mercilessly as the pipa music ended. Anyway, you want past the Jiangjing University entrance exam. After he spoke, he sneezed. Dean Jian then instructed someone to turn up the heating inside. Bai Lian had her own understanding of the guzheng, having been taught by the historically famous Qin Jiu. Most of her understanding of the instrument was imparted by Qin Jiu, whose insight into the guzheng was unrecorded by history. The more they talked, the more Dean Jian felt he had to get her to the music academy. You're from Xiangqing, right? Bai Lian nodded. After some thought, Dean Jian remembered he had recently come across videos of various tourist attractions in Xiangqing. It was winter break, and many college students were passing through to shoot puppet theaters, which had become a cultural phenomenon during the Lunar New Year period. Even Dean Jian had seen the videos. After his meeting with Bai Lian, Dean Jian was ready to send her back. Once in the car, the driver respectfully asked Bai Lian where she wanted to go. Buyuan Base, Bai Lian said, opening an English reader. Before the chauffeur could respond, it was Dean Jian who was caught off guard. Where? Buyuan Base, Bai Lian replied politely. Dean Jian, who clearly knew what Buyuan Base was at a loss for words. After Bai Lian got out of the car at Buyuan Base, only then did the driver look at her figure in surprise. Dean Jian, is she really the next chief you picked? I'd like to think so, but she's not willing, Dean Jian replied as he took out his cell phone and instructed other people in the institution not to schedule anything for him in the coming months. He was going on vacation. Startled by Dean Jian's words, the driver gasped. Dean Jian was a seasoned official of the National Arts Department and a figurehead of classical music in the country. He had been involved in arranging music for state reception-level events. His skill level was high, but his cultural image was even higher. He represented domestic classical culture, comparable in some ways to the president of Jiangjing University. How many in the music academy were vying to become the favored disciples of Dean Jian? And yet there were those who weren't interested? Yinxiao Hotel. Ji Heng delivered the fish to the hotel staff to make a fish head dish, and then went on to walk through the handover process for the day after tomorrow with Su En. Ji Mulan's first wedding was an event Ji Heng had not attended. Ji Xian's wedding hadn't been such a grand affair, and Ji Heng had sat quietly during Ji Shairong's wedding. The process was quite simple. Su Shujie sat at the table next to them with a laptop, waiting for the food to arrive while working. Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing sat beside Ji Mulan, with Shen Qing peeling sunflower seeds and pocketing 2 pieces of fruit, earning a sideway glance from Ji Mulan. Zu's assistant was discussing details with the host. When Su Wenyao arrived, just as the dishes were served, after greeting Ji Xiaojun and the others, he sat down next to Su Shujie. Su Shujie, who had been buried in work, finally lifted her head. She wanted to mention something about the Qi family, but considering the presence of the Ji family members, she held back. After Ji Heng and the others finished the process, they came over to eat. Su En stood up and raised his glass to Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun, speaking earnestly. Mulan is in my care now, you two can rest assured. The group didn't drink much that evening, just a few light toasts. Su Shujie tried a piece of the fish head and was surprised. This fish is actually quite good. The just-finished assistant beside her. How could it not be? It's from Jieyu Lake, caught by Director Qin. After dinner, when Ji Heng and the others were sent back to their rooms, Su Shujie finally turned to Su Wenyao. Your grandmother threw a tantrum at home because you didn't go to the Qi family this afternoon. I didn't go. Su Wenyao got up, ready to head back to his room to rest. Novel Kuli 0. WP. com/Wuxia World. Site/chapter 370. The 142 Vanishing Pickup God. Honored guest _3 the day after tomorrow. He also has to receive guests, so he hasn't gone home and has booked a room at the hotel. Brother, you should also manage him, Su Shujie sighed. Shuyan is a bit willful, but don't because of Ji incur a great loss over a small matter. Do you not know how important that ticket is to him? Su Shujie really didn't understand. If it were for some other important affair to have a falling out with the Qi family, that would be one thing. But it was precisely because of the Ji family's affair. In her opinion, 100 Ji families could not compare to the Qi family. Ji Mulan merely stood to the side, unaware of any ticket's significance. But she was also aware that this was a field beyond her reach, and upon hearing Su Shujie's meaningful words, paused for a moment, somewhat understanding why recently the old Mrs. Su had repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the wedding. Suan pulled out a cigarette. This is not incurring a great loss over a small matter. This isn't considered? Su Shujie frowned. Auntie, Su Wenyao interjected, stopping her. He looked at Su Shujie. I went to the lecture this afternoon. What? Su Wenyao drew a carefully preserved blue ticket, gave her a glance at it. Academician Ma's lecture, I attended it. Suan was also startled by this ticket. Where did you get this? The academic lecture in the science and research community was not one could just decide to attend. Alien gave it to me, Su Wenyao said softly. Su Shujie realized who this person was, extremely shocked. Her? How did she get hold of the ticket? When Suan heard it was by Lian, he was stunned for a while, then nodded and calmed down. No wonder. Bai Lian always knew many odd and unexpected people. If it were her, then Suan wouldn't find it strange. After all, that was the person even Director Chen would call Miss Bai. Let alone getting hold of tickets, Suan thought. Now that Bai Lian knew that academician Ma, he wouldn't find it strange either. Su Shujie felt in the afternoon that Zu's assistant had a very strange attitude towards the Ji family, and now seeing Suan's reaction, she was even more astonished. What on earth are the people from the Ji family? After she went back, she had someone show her Ji Mulan's information again. Graduated from Beijing University, from Xiangqing. She turned it over and over, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Suan's wedding day. It was the last day of courses at Buyuan Base, and Bai Lian and her two companions were earnestly listening to a lecture. The day after tomorrow is the Lunar New Year, and Buyuan Base would be on holiday too. The wedding ceremony was at 11:18, and Bai Lian and her group just needed to arrive before 11. During the lecture break, the professor sat above. Tang Ming went to the restroom with Wang Su, and the girl seated in the middle turned back to see the left side of Bai Lian was empty, then slowly approached. Bai Lian, with her chin propped up, was lazily flipping through a review, and upon hearing some noise, she slightly raised her eyes. She raised an eyebrow at Su Jiyue, both her eyes and brows tinged with indolence. Hello, I'm Su Jiyue. My brother is Su Wenyao. Su Jiyue introduced herself in a soft voice. She held up her phone, wanting to add Bai Lian on WeChat. Su Jiyue? Bai Lian had known this name for a long time, but only now did she learn that she was actually Su Wenyao's sister. Bai Lian had a rather good impression of Su Jiyue, who was quiet and unassuming. The other time, she had even wanted to give Bai Lian the math modeling Liang Wuyu and others had done. Bai Lian took out her phone, scrolled to the QR code, and let Su Jiyue add her. Su Jiyue left, excited. Another person was added on her phone. Bai Lian didn't pay much attention until she put down her phone to continue reading the review. Jiyue. Aha. Jiyue. Sister, you're awesome. Jiyue. You can actually do math modeling with senior He1. Jiyue. #@ %**. Bai Lian stared at the message for several seconds before slowly, and with some hesitation, tapping on the person's avatar. The latest moment in their circle of friends was from the day before yesterday. Wild boar shocked. JPG, Su Wenyao commented. 6 Bai Lian went back, finally confirming that the person who typed such noisy text was indeed the seemingly quiet Su Jiyue. Jiyue. Sis, aren't you attending the wedding today? Bai Lian. I'm attending. Jiyue. My car is here, let's go together. Bai Lian. I'll go later. Jiyue. Okay then. Lian sis, what's wrong with you? Tang Ming, who was talking to Wang Su about something, came back and saw Bai Lian looking at her phone. Her usually calm expression seemed a bit off, so he couldn't help asking. Song Min couldn't help but look over upon hearing Tang Ming's question. Nothing. Bai Lian put down her phone and continued to read her review paper. Tang Ming sat down next to Bai Lian, and Wang Su took a seat next to Tang Ming. He talked to Tang Ming. The math physics god hasn't made any moves for a while now. That stuff's killing a bunch of people. Don't worry, she must be busy. Tang Ming spoke up. Right, she's probably like Senior He-won, spending every day in the lab, Wang Su sighed. Tang Ming. It's also possible she was off brushing up on biology and chemistry, then practicing piano when free. By the way, what's your username on the app? Wang Su took out his phone, opened the app. Let's all follow each other. Everyone mostly used their real names. Wang Su searched for and followed Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Then, after thinking for a bit, he searched for Bai Lian, but found nothing. Not there? Wang Su found it odd. In the Buyuan base publicity office. Jiang Fulai lounged on the sofa, wearing loose-knit clothing and looking completely at ease. In his hand was a black pen, and his lightly draped legs supported several documents. Jiang He was sitting on the side, fiddling with a new Rubik's Cube. Director Chen sat across from Jiang Fulai, extremely uneasy. With Bai Lian not around, he couldn't ignore the pressure emanating from Jiang Fulai. Who in Xinjiang district would believe it? That young Master Jiang was waiting here for someone after class. 10 minutes later, Director Chen could no longer sit still. He got up with some trepidation. Jiang, young Master Jiang. Jiang Fulai stretched out a hand and tossed the document he had finished reading onto the coffee table. Speak. I was thinking of helping Uncle Ji with something. Director Chen stood there. Without thinking, he dragged Ji Hung into it. They're getting married today. Surely they must be swamped. If I go, I can help out with the preparations. He had dropped off Jiang He in the morning to find Jiang Fulai, and then came together to find Bai Lian. He thought Bai Lian would be there as soon as he arrived. Director Chen had no idea that scam prevention had gotten so serious. Bai Lian was still in class, and they had to wait for about an hour. Jiang He, out of all consideration. Who dares to face Jiang Fulai alone for an hour? Go ahead. Jiang Fulai lifted his head momentarily. Director Chen hurriedly left the room. After departing the publicity office, Director Chen took a breath of relief, finally feeling refreshed as he sat in his car and fastened his seatbelt. Before driving off, he made a phone call. Shin Min, have you set off yet? Chapter 371, 143 Wedding Banquet, Unexpected Guest, Part 2. _1 on the other side of the phone. The voice was very respectful. Mr. Chen, I was just about to leave. Fine, I've sent you the address, Director Chen said and then hung up the phone. It's just that he had no spare invitations. Director Chen didn't contact Su-en. He only sent a message to Bai Lian to inquire about the invitation. Bai Lian was in class at the moment, and he didn't dare to call her. 1 minute later. Miss Bai. 1. Only after getting a reply did Director Chen start the car and leave. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's group of 3 didn't leave until nearly 10 o'clock. Where are you going? Wang Su was unaware that they intended to leave early. Today is the last day. Something came up. Tang Ming spoke for the other 2, patting Wang Su on the shoulder. We're going to a wedding. Remember to send us the recording. Sure. Wang Su nodded vigorously, patting his chest. Today's lecture is on physics. Pei-chin's specialty. I'll make sure he prepares it well for you guys. Thanks. Tang Ming punched his arm. Yu Guang saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao walking away, and immediately grabbed his backpack to catch up. Chanan District was separated from the Yunxiao Hotel by Xinjiang District, and if traffic was bad, it could take more than an hour to get there. By the time they went downstairs, Jiang Fulai and Jiang He were already waiting in the car. Professor Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao instinctively straightened their backs. Jiang Fulai responded indifferently, then his gaze shifted to Bai Lian. Are you really going back tonight? Yes. Bai Lian had already packed her things, leaning lazily against the chair back, speaking to Jiang Fulai. I have to rush back before the new year. It's a bit hurried. Flying from Jiangjing to Beijing took half a day, and a train from Beijing to Xiangqing also took 12 hours. Initially, Su-en thought about having the Ji family stay in Jiangjing for the new year. But Ji Hung and Ji Xiaojun disagreed. Not to mention them, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming also need to hurry back for the new year, as they had no relatives in Jiangjing. Today, because there were many people, Jiang Fulai had a stretch executive car brought out. Bai Lian sat in one row with him while behind them was a booth seat where Jiang He and Ning Xiao sat, eating fruit. When Bai Lian mentioned going back, Jiang He, who was being fed grapes by Tang Ming, immediately crawled over and leaned behind Jiang Fulai's seat, staring at Bai Lian. He was pushed away by a finger from Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai's fingertips rested on a folder, though he hadn't flipped through a single page, only calmly calculating the time. There's no need to rush. But there's not enough time. Boyuan base also finished today. They had a flight at 9 o'clock tonight to Beicheng, and from there they would have to catch an early morning train to Xiangqing the following day, arriving only in the evening. Jiang Fulai tapped the folder intermittently, his expression cool, his voice clear and distinct. Leave at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I just happen to be going back to the lab for a bit. Bai Lian. That really is just right. She leisurely took out her phone to call Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao took a minute to answer the phone. Hello alien, it's a bit noisy and I didn't hear. Are you there yet? Not yet, Bai Lian said unhurriedly. I have one guest here without an invitation. Could you help me check on it when the time comes? Without an invitation, what's his name? Su Wenyao inquired. Surname Shen, called Shen Min. Su Wenyao wrote down the name on a sticky note. Okay, I got it. Yinxiao Hotel, wedding venue. Ji Mulan was getting married from the hotel, taking a round to Su En's new house, and then returning to the hotel's wedding venue at this time. The guests were arriving one by one, with Su En and Su Wenyao both outside greeting the guests. Su En had invited all his staff in Jiangjing to the event, plus some friends from the industry, classmates and relatives, totaling several hundreds of people. Even if the greetings started at 9 o'clock, and he met 3 or 4 people a minute, it would still take 3 hours. The hotel was clearly well versed in handling such a large event, assigning 20 hosts and dozens of servers, making it seem not too busy. Madame Su arrived not too late either. She arrived at the wedding venue at 10 o'clock, assisted by the Su family butler, sitting majestically in the main seat at the table set up under the stage for the wedding. Ji Mulan was getting her makeup done in the back. She heard that Madame Su had arrived. She went forward to greet her, and surprisingly, she too was nervous. Madame Su, why have you come? She had thought that Madame Su wouldn't come today. The wrinkles on Madame Zu's face were deep, exuding an intimidating presence that made people reluctant to look directly at her. She didn't respond to Ji Mulan, scanning the room instead. Haven't seen the person yet? She had come so early just to wait for Bai Lian. With the day so lively and the setting so grand, Madame Su felt that Bai Lian and her company would arrive very early, which is why she had come in advance. Butler Su swept a glance at Ji Mulan and respectfully bowed. She hasn't come. Ji Mulan had known all along about Madame Zu's attitude and didn't mind. If Madame Su had easily accepted her, she would have suspected something fishy. Madam. People from the Su clan walked around to greet Madame Su, then looked towards Ji Mulan. Congratulations. Madame Su looked at the other party and spoke indifferently. Uncle, please sit here. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a chat. The Su family uncle glanced at the main table and hesitated. This? Madame Su looked down and noticed the groom's and bride's parents' table sign in the middle of the table. She raised her eyes, signaling Butler Su with a glance. Butler Su immediately removed the 2 signs. They were replaced with groom's table. And under this table, the sign for bride's table was set up. Sit, Madame Su said, looking towards the uncle, who now sat down at the groom's table without hesitation and with a smile. There was nothing to hesitate about. If this had been the Qi family, the Su family members would have been cautious. But now it was the Ji family. Madame Su and the others all knew what kind of person Ji Mulan was. For Ji Mulan's father to want to sit at a table with Madame Su would indeed be a step down. Ji Mulan pressed her lips together, standing aside. Just then, Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun among others had just arrived at the wedding site. It was said that this was the bride's relative, and Ji Heng was the bride's father. The etiquette lady led Ji Heng to Madame Zu's table, while Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing sat at the table behind. Ji Heng held a smoking pipe. Today he was wearing a black robe with the character for fortune, looking festive, and his presence was not overshadowed by the Su family members dressed in their fine suits. Madame Su was lowering her head, turning a string of Buddha beads in her right hand, her expression cold and indifferent, not lifting her eyelids. "Excuse me," Butler Sue said with a smile while turning over the sign on the table towards Ji Hung and the etiquette lady. "This is the groom's table. The bride's table is in the back." He indicated the table where Ji Xiaojun sat, speaking politely. But Ji Mulan had not opted for a traditional Chinese wedding. Her hair was only half done, and her complexion was somewhat dark. She wanted to say something to Butler Sue. She was stopped by Ji Hung. "It's fine." Ji Hung turned and sat down next to Ji Xiaojun, lifting his chin towards Ji Mulan. "Go on with what you're doing, don't mention it to Suen." Ji Xiaojun reminded Ji Hung. "Dad, your phone is ringing." The scene was noisy, so Ji Hung could not hear the ringtone, but Ji Xiaojun saw the light from his phone in his pocket. Ji Hung took out the old man's phone. It was Director Chen. "Hello, Xiaochen." "Uncle Ji." Director Chen was still driving. "They'll be there soon. I didn't come with Miss Bai." "All right." Ji Hung lit his smoking pipe, squinting as he took a puff. "We're all here." Ji Mulan looked at Ji Hung sitting at the second table, and then at Madame Zu's attitude. She felt very congested in her heart. "Go back." Shinqing glanced at Ji Mulan cautiously, knowing full well his own standing. The seating arrangement made by the Ren family for him previously had been even more outrageous than today's. Outside the door, Suen was still greeting guests, and Su Shujie was looking at the guest list beside him. When she flipped to the Qi family, her expression changed slightly, and she whispered into Suen's ear. "Not a single person from the Qi family has come. I haven't seen Shuyun or Madame Qi." Everyone had seen the hints between Qi Shuyun and Su Wenyao. People thought Qi Shuyun would marry into the Su family. This time, Mr. Qi indeed wouldn't come for Suen's remarriage, but both Shuyun and Madame Qi had said they would be present. After all, it was a big event for Suen. Upon hearing this, Suen greeted the other guests with a calm appearance, while speaking to Su Shujie. "It's probably because of Wenyao. Should we have Wenyao call Shuyun?" Su Shujie was somewhat worried. "It doesn't matter if Madame Qi doesn't come, but Shuyun's absence. No need," Suen was firm. "If they don't want to come, then let it be." Seeing Suen so resolute, Su Shujie took out her phone and sent a message to Shuyun. "Shuyun, the wedding is about to start." The other party didn't reply immediately. Su Shujie sighed. Just as she was about to say something, she looked up to see a man in his 40s lingering at the welcome area. She quickly went up to him. "District Chief Shin? How did you come here?" "Hello." District Chief Shin didn't know Su Shujie but had seen Suan and was very polite. "Mr. Su, I didn't realize this is your wedding. Congratulations." Su Shujie looked at Su-en in shock. Wait, Su-en had even invited the district chief from Mingfeng district? Had the Su family become stronger behind her back? Su-en was also startled by District Chief Shin. He put aside what he was doing. "District Chief Shin, are you here on official business?" His family had no connection to the political world, nor the channels for it. Su-en was puzzled too. Right at that moment, Su Wenyao approached, carrying a sticky note for Su Shujie and Su-en. "Dad, Alien says there's a guest with the surname Shin called Shin Min, a gentleman. I haven't seen him here. You and Auntie keep an eye out." Su Shujie and Su-en hadn't had time to process it yet. "That would be me." Shin Min looked up, giving a slight nod towards Mr. Su. "I don't have official business today. I am here to attend the wedding banquet. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, and for disturbing you, Mr. Su." Chapter 372. 144 Chenju Gao Guangliang Field _1. Your visit amidst your busy schedule brightens our wedding banquet for Mulan and me. District Chief Shin, please come in. Su-en, who had weathered many events, regained his composure in just a second. He stepped aside and personally escorted Shin Min inside. "I've always wanted to come and see, and today I finally found the opportunity, also to have a drink with the old man." Shin Min was also discreetly sizing up Su-en as he spoke. Su-en was a major taxpayer in Mingfeng district and knew how to handle situations. Shin Min recognized him naturally. A few months back, during the municipal bidding, he had let slip that Mr. Chen would be visiting Xiangqing. At the time, several individual entrepreneurs from Mingfeng district were present. Later, Shinmin didn't follow up, as he was busy with governmental affairs, and the affairs of Xiangqing didn't concern him. It was not until Suan returned to Jiangjing and had someone send a generous gift to him that he knew Suan had been to Xiangqing. However, Shinmin just laughed it off and didn't inquire further. Today he saw, this Suan was truly a talent, a trip to Xiangqing, and he could win over Mr. Chen. Thinking this, the smile on his face grew even warmer as he struck up a brotherly conversation with Suan. During the public holiday, calling me district chief is too formal. I'm a few years older than you, so you can take advantage by calling me big brother if you like. As the two exchanged words, Suan understood why District Chief Shin had come here. The word drink made his heart tighten. It was the appearance of Shen Min at this event was top priority news for the Su family, and someone immediately reported it to old Madame Su. In the banquet hall, old Madame Su sat at the main table with her eyes closed, her fingers moving over her rosewood Buddha beads bead by bead. The butler, looking tense, bent down and whispered in her ear, "District Chief Shin has arrived?" Old Madame Zu's eyes snapped open, and the movement of her Buddha beads halted. By her side, Uncle Su, upon hearing the name, had yet to react. "District Chief Shin? Which District Chief Shin?" Madame Su extended her right hand, and the butler quickly placed her walking stick in her grip. Supporting herself with the cane, she stood up and walked out to greet the guests, saying, "It's Shen Min, District Chief Shin." She was also quite shocked. Since Shen Min took office, he had had little to do with the Su family. Although the Su family had sent gifts a few times, out of 10 attempts, only one was accepted. The rest were all returned. What stroke of fortune today had brought Shen Min here? She maintained her dignified demeanor but moved briskly, clearly in a very good mood. Halfway there, she saw Su In leading Shen Min in. Madame Su was wearing a black wool coat that day, with no buttons, and had a trim of fox fur sewn by hand all around, from collar to hem. Her eyes were deeply sunken, and they shone with a cold glint. District Chief Shin's face appeared on the local news from time to time. Those who didn't pay attention to such things might not recognize him, but nearly every upper-level member of the Su family had reviewed some lists to prevent offending anyone. District Chief Shin. Upon seeing him, both Madame Su and Uncle Su were taken aback, yet their manners were impeccable. An honored guest's arrival is indeed an honor. Shen Min, not knowing Madame Su, gave her a polite nod. Without much conversation, Su En led Shen Min to take a seat. "Let's sit inside for a while first." Madame Su took the opportunity to fall one step behind, and looked toward Su Shujia, who had followed. She brought her hands together, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. "Your brother managed to invite Shen Min over?" She naturally did not think it had anything to do with the Ji family. Su Shujia felt a momentary blank in her mind, finally catching on. She looked at Madame Su with some hesitation. "It's not brother. District Chief Shen, he seems to be a guest of the Ji family." The old lady thought she had misheard and tapped her walking stick. What? A guest of the Ji family? How could the Ji family know Shen Min? At that moment, the focus wasn't on that. The butler, supporting Madame Zu's other arm, looked alarmed. "Old Madame, the seating." "Quick, follow them." Madame Zu's gaze lifted to see Su En leading Shen Min to the first table, and she hurried forward. Su Shujia also followed, frowning. "Seating? What about the seating?" The banquet hall of Yinxiao Hotel spanned 3 middle floors, 36 to 38, with all 3 levels open and a dedicated banquet elevator leading up. A white crystal aisle for the ceremony stretched down the center, about 50 meters long, with 16 tables on either side. The second and third floors almost mirrored this setup. On the left side, close to the aisle, there were 8 tables. Su En led Shen Min forward, coming to the 2 front tables. The seating had been arranged by the Su side, and also been reviewed by Suan. The main table was being occupied by Ji Heng, and a few others from old Madame Zu's group. He had intentionally placed Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun at the adjacent second table. Now approaching, he found both the main and next table occupied, turned into a table for the groom's party and a table for the bride's party. Chapter 373. 144 Chenju Gao Guangliang Field _2 and Ji Heng was seated at the second table? Seeing Su-en speaking and then suddenly falling silent, Shinmin glanced at the table and realized the problem. Table for the groom's guests, table for the bride's guests. Shinmin had attended many weddings, big and small, but this was the first time he had seen such a ludicrous seating arrangement. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not getting involved in their family affairs. Why have you just come in now? Ji Xiaojun saw Su-en and stood up to greet him with a smile. Have all the guests been received? Do you need any help from me? No, you just stay with them, Su-en replied, struggling to contain his anger, then turned back to his uncle who had hurried over. How did you arrange these seats? The uncle was taken aback as well. Madame Su, leaning on her cane, came forward and scolded Su-en. You're so busy with the wedding you're not being sensible, not putting the right people in charge. Look at this seating arrangement. What does it look like? See who's responsible for today's affair. Get rid of such people from the Su family. She then turned to Shinmin with a smile. District Chief Shin, please take your seat first. Raising her hand, she directed Shinmin to the first table, then gestured to the uncle to switch the seating arrangement, and finally, she said in a gentle tone to Ji Hung. Old Mr. Ji, how could you sit here? Hurry up and help the old gentleman to the main table. The last sentence was addressed to the Su butler. The Su butler quickly stepped forward, while Ji Hung wrapped his pipe and looked up at Su-en before waving his hand. No need, I'm quite happy sitting here. You go on with your business, no need to entertain us. He slowly blew out a ring of smoke. He could leave, but to make him go back, that was impossible. Shinmin glanced at the pipe in Ji Hung's hand, putting it together with the various tobaccos that Superintendent Chen had been asking him to find. He realized in almost an instant. He too gave a laugh, took a seat next to Ji Hung, leaving one spot open, and said to Su-en, I'm also a guest of the bride's side. I'll just sit at this table. You go ahead with your tasks. I will chat with the others for a bit. He wondered who exactly Alien was. The table for the bride's guests, label on the table was very conspicuous. Madame Su looked stiffly at Shinmin, struggling to find a word to say to him because, with that table for the bride's guests, she had no excuse to sit at the same table. She ended up taking a seat at the foremost table, feeling as uncomfortable as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Without any mood to fiddle with her Buddha beads, the uncle initially had the leisure to consider seating, but now, standing next to Madame Su, he didn't dare to sit down. Madam, what should we do now? His eyes were on the table where the Ji family sat, bewildered. What kind of people were the Ji family? These are Alien's guests. Su-en bent down and softly introduced Shinmin to Ji Hung. Su-en took a deep breath. Ji Hung obviously didn't take the matter to heart, and from the seat Shinmin left open, he probably knew who would be coming. Are they all fools? Su-en muttered to himself as he walked out, addressing Su Shujia and the guest reception manager. Not to mention that District Chief Shin would be arriving today, but even if he wasn't, to turn a main table into a table for the groom's guests, is that proper? A table for the groom's guests indeed made a mockery of the situation. Su-en's expression was terribly gloomy. Su Shujia had no idea why Madame Su would suddenly set up a table for the groom's guests. She quickly followed behind Su-en, lamenting that old age indeed made it difficult to understand. How would I know about that? Go and watch over her for me, Su-en instructed Su Shujia as he sent her inside. There's no need for you outside with the welcoming. At Ji Hing's table, he himself wasn't very talkative, but Ji Xiaojun and Shin Qing had more to say. Shinmin managed to coax most of the story out of Shin Qing with just a few words. Ji Hing took out his phone and called Bai Lian. Grandpa, we will leave tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. A voice from the phone end. Bai Lian rested her phone on her ear, her knee bearing a review paper. Sunlight streamed through a crack in the car window onto her documents. She leaned back casually in her seat. We should arrive in Damping City at around 9 o'clock. Damping City was right next to Xiangqing, an hour's drive away. They would be home before 12 o'clock. Ji Hung was surprised. Damping City has an airport now? It might. Bai Lian turned her head to look at Jiang Fulai, who was beside her. There was a silence. In the end, no one spoke. Ji Hung didn't ask further. He disconnected the call and continued smoking his cigar. He was a man of few words. and Shinmin couldn't quite figure out his temper, so he kept talking to Ji Xiaojun. Around 10 o'clock, many guests had arrived, including some high-level executives from the Su family. Hearing that District Chief Shin was here, quite a few people made it a point to greet them at this table before going back to their own. As for Mrs. Zu's main table, no one approached it at all. Shin Qing, who sat beside Ji Xiaojun, learned from the conversations that Shin Min was a district chief and whispered in shock to Ji Xiaojun. So Shin Min is a district chief. Another group of people arrived, led by a woman in her 40s who shook hands with Shin Min and said with a smile, "District Chief Shin, I'm from the Ma family. We met at the last bidding. I didn't expect to see you here." This time, the Ma family couldn't be bothered to send someone, so they sent her, and she unexpectedly reaped the benefits. With that, the woman's smile broadened. She continued to greet everyone else at the table. "Elder Ji, congratulations. You've traveled from afar, so today you must eat and drink well, and don't let President Su be thrifty on your account." Even Shin Qing was not missed out on. Not everyone at the table had arrived yet, but it was already very lively. It was at this moment that some noise suddenly came from the entrance. The woman at Ji Hung's table couldn't help but look toward the entrance. Su En walked in with a middle-aged man. When Su En saw the place left for Director Chin, he knew Chin would come, and sure enough, within less than 10 minutes, Director Chin arrived, letting Su En finally relax. "When did you return? Alien didn't tell me you would be coming." Su En had gone fishing with Director Chin a couple of times, and the two were fairly familiar with each other. "I came back on a whim." Director Chin scanned the room and strode towards Ji Hung's side. "Don't mind me. I'm here to have a drink with Uncle Ji." He said not to mind him, but Su En dared not take that literally. Walking further inside, the attention from many people shifted toward them. The man beside Su En had a tan complexion, his eyebrows were like ink, and he was not given to laughter or excessive talking, nor did he often appear in public, so most people at the scene did not recognize him. However, there were some who did, like the middle-aged woman still standing by Ji Heng's table, and Mrs. Su at the table behind, who had just settled in for a few minutes before standing up again using a cane, tilted her head to look at Uncle Su beside her. That is, compared to Shin Min, the person now seemed even more incredible to her. Su Shujia also stood up, squinting at the man beside Su En. She was momentarily hesitant to speak. Not many people had seen Director Chin, so Su Shujia dared not be sure. Su En approached with Director Chin. At Ji Heng's table, Shin Min finally set down his teacup. He stood up with no more the relaxed look on his face. His body tensed up as he nodded slightly to Director Chin. "Director Chin." His voice was deep, not loud, but most could hear it clearly. Su Shujia, the elder Mrs. Su, and their group all watched quietly as the man Shin Min addressed as Director Chin. The people who had been mingling around Ji Hung's table swiftly parted to the sides, creating a clear path. "Long time no see." Director Chin merely nodded slightly back at Shin Min in greeting, and then went over to the side of the table, looking at Ji Hung with a smile breaking over his taut face. "Uncle Ji, sorry to keep you waiting." As he spoke, he pulled out the empty seat beside Ji Hung and sat down. Ji Hung put down his pipe, turned his head to look at Director Chin, and showed a smile as well. "Xiao Chun, you've come quite early. Alien and the others aren't even here yet." "I didn't want to keep you waiting, so I came ahead," said Director Chin, making no mention of the fact that he did not dare wait with Jiang Fulai for Bai Lian. He then greeted Ji Xiaojun, Shin Qing, and the others. Following Ji Hung's lead, the table fell silent, not to mention Mrs. Su and others who wanted to greet them. Shin Min was also taken aback by Ji Hung's casual use of Xiao Chen. For a while, apart from their table, no one else dared to speak. Chapter 374, 145. The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update. _1 Director Chin said a few words to Ji Hung, and noticed that everyone else was looking in their direction. So he told Su En to go about his business. "Miss Bai and the others haven't arrived yet. You don't need to worry about me." Director Chin waved his hand, then turned to chat with Ji Hung. "All right. Compared to others, Suan was much more composed. Given that Bai Lian was in Jiangjing, it seemed somewhat understandable that Director Chun, despite being very busy, hurried back. Su-en left the room again. If Shinmin's attendance at Su-en's second wedding stirred up a commotion, then Director Chen's arrival turned that commotion into a huge wave. Just a moment ago, Mrs. Su could still manage to sit down. But now, seeing Director Chen sitting with his back to her, she simply couldn't remain seated. She could only stand in her original spot, supported by Su Shujia. With the banquet hall crowded today, the heating not set high, Mrs. Su had already taken off her fox fur coat, leaving just a thin layer of clothing. Yet she felt her back was soaked through. Su Shujia, her withered hand resting on Su Shujia's wrist. Is that man really Director Chen? Could it really be that Chun? Su Shujia also found it unbelievable. But seeing Shenmin's behavior towards Director Chen now, who else could this Director Chen be? But why wasn't there a single piece of information in the materials? However, she seemed to be making connections with all the previous irregularities now. Why the assistant Su was so considerate of the Ji family? Around 10 o'clock, the traffic wasn't as congested as it had been around 8 or 9, but being close to the new year, the roads were still busy. Bai Lian and her group arrived at Yunxiao Hotel at 11. At this time, Su Wenyao and Suan were still greeting guests. By now, actually, all the guests had long since arrived, except for Bai Lian. It was clear that Su Wenyao was not so composed about Director Chen's arrival, as the two chatted sporadically by the door. The elevator facing the reception area on the 36th floor dinged and opened. Inside the elevator, Bai Lian stood in front with Jiang Fulai. The hotel was warm, and Bai Lian, who normally didn't mind the cold, had taken off her coat, wearing only a white cross-collar long dress. The collar was a greenish color, embroidered with tiny clusters of gold and white flowers, with a belt of the same color loosely tied at her waist. In her right hand, she held an unread summary, talking to Jiang Fulai while occasionally glancing at the document. Jiang Fulai, half a step behind her, could still see the plain hairpin in her hair. He hadn't taken off his coat, but he carried a dark blue lady's coat in his hand. Today, Bai Lian had brought his computer for him. Before they got into the car, he was still looking at the computer, and he hadn't taken off his glasses either. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he and Bai Lian stepped out together. Jiang Fulai looked up slightly at Su-en and Su Wenyao, who were welcoming guests. Even through his glasses, one couldn't hide the piercing coldness in his eyes. Alien, you've arrived. Su-en, having never met Jiang Fulai, was reluctant to make eye contact with him, and instead spoke to Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai stood beside Bai Lian, his slender, pale fingers removing his glasses and casually placing them in his coat pocket. His demeanor could also be described as relaxed, with a touch of nonchalance. But Su-en inexplicably felt enormous pressure. Yes, is it about to start? Bai Lian checked the time and was relieved she wasn't late. This is my classmate. She introduced Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, but she didn't introduce Jiang Fulai to Su-en. Su-en didn't dare to ask. He then led Bai Lian and the others inside. The banquet hall, packed with several hundred people, was bustling. Even with the heating turned low, it was enough to make everyone's faces red with warmth. The refreshments on the tables had already been refreshed once, and Bai Lian's arrival drew considerable attention. Not to mention anything else, the mere appearance of Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai was enough to attract onlookers. However, as soon as their gaze met Jiang Fulai's pale, indifferent eyes, they would hastily look away, only to covertly watch them from behind once they had passed by. The second and third floors were still okay. The bustling noise on the first floor gradually quieted down. The noisy children hiccuped, and then fell silent, and the servers holding trays of drinks slowly moved to the side, waiting for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai to walk to an emptier area. Su-en immediately saw Mrs. Zu's table, which had not been fully occupied, as well as the surrounding tables where many guests were mingling and greeting each other. From the first time he brought Shinmin in, and saw the seating arrangements that infuriated him, until now, Su-en had calmed down, thinking to himself that it was fine to sit at the less prestigious table, conveniently making enough room for Bai Lian and her group. Alien is here. He straightened his boutonniere, and looked up smilingly to greet the people at Ji Hung's table. Ji Hung was seated in the center. To his right was Director Qin, to his left, Ji Xiaojun, while Shen Min sat beside Director Qin. As he looked up and saw Bai Lian following behind Su En and Jiang Fulai, Shen Min thought he was seeing things. He blinked and looked again. Jiang Fulai was pulling out chairs for Jiang He and Bai Lian, and he casually glanced over toward Shen Min. Chapter 375. 145. The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update. _2 This face, how could he possibly mistake it? Shen Min's hand, holding the teacup, twitched, and the tea sloshed onto the lace tablecloth. He stood up abruptly. You, how did you come here? Chief Qin, who was originally talking to Ji Hung, also stood up. Jiang He sat down beside Shen Qing. Bai Lian sat next to Jiang He, and Jiang Fulai took the seat next to Bai Lian with ease. He lazily pulled out a chair, greeted Ji Hung with a nod, and then glanced over at the two men. Sit. He tapped the table with his hand. Only then did Chief Qin and Shen Min cautiously sit down, with Chief Qin still managing all right, but Shen Min dared not even drink his tea anymore. Jiang Fulai never appeared in public, and his identity was also kept in absolute secrecy. Indeed, not many people recognized him, but Shen Min had seen him when he visited the Qin family. Su En, observing the demeanor of Chief Qin and Shen Min, speculated that Jiang Fulai's identity was no simple matter, but it did not match any of the people he knew. He composed himself and said to Ji Hung, "The ceremony is about to begin." Ji Hung put down his smoking pipe, straightened his clothes and followed Su En backstage. Soon he would be sending Ji Mulan into Su En's hands. As soon as Ji Hung left, both Chief Qin and Shen Min didn't dare to speak. Tang Ming didn't dare to sit next to Jiang Fulai and let Ning Xiao sit down, while he himself sat next to Shen Min. It was only then that Shen Qing took out 2 fruits from his pocket, handing one to Bai Lian and the other to Jiang He. What is this? Bai Lian looked at the small green fruit curiously. It seems to be called a mini kiwi. Shen Qing knew Bai Lian probably hadn't eaten it before. I asked the hotel staff and found out it's very sweet. Jiang He bit into it without looking up. He said nothing. Bai Lian had heard of kiwis, yet she had never tried a mini one. She placed the report on the table, and as she ate, she described the taste of the mini kiwi to Shen Qing. Seeing that Bai Lian liked it too, Shen Qing finally smiled. On the opposite side, Chief Qin finally found an opportunity to speak with Bai Lian. I heard from Mr. Mao that Yin Lu has been confirmed as the image spokesperson. Will the follow-up sales be able to keep up once the promotion starts? He was talking about the spokesperson for the solid element paste. The solid element paste was originally circulated only within Bacter Street, with its effects quite powerful. The batch produced in cooperation with the Chen family was of normal efficacy. Launched into everyday life, it was too potent for the average person. Bai Lian and Xiaoqi had readjusted the formula and price for the market release. Bacter Street didn't need advertising, but facing the masses, establishing a solid brand image wouldn't be easy. Choosing Yen Lu as the spokesperson was Xiaoqi's idea, and although Bai Lian felt that the solid element paste didn't quite match Yen Lu's image, Yen Lu agreed to sign directly with Xiaoqi once he heard it was her product. A bargain price, yet introducing an unfamiliar medicine to the general public for acceptance was no easy task. Xiaoqi started with the farmers cultivating medicinal herbs to promote the solid element paste. Yen Lu did not have much fame now, but he still brought in some income. Right, Bai Lian finished the mini kiwi and took the tissue Jiang Fulai handed her, casually wiping her hands and addressed Chief Qin. Don't worry, there won't be any issues with Yen Lu. I've been to the farmland myself. The soil there is very suitable for growing traditional Chinese herbs. At this moment, Chief Qin realized that Bai Lian had actually surveyed the land for growing medicinal herbs. Of course, he did not know that not only had she done that, but Bai Lian had also taken out $1 million from the funds provided by the Bai family to give to the farmers as the first batch of capital. He was merely curious, not quite understanding how Bai Lian had won over Mr. Mao and his group. He had a slight indication about Yen Lu, but Mr. Mao's group was not so easily influenced. Chief Chun himself also led people, managing dozens under him. And sometimes he was so exhausted from handling them. Whereas Bai Lian seemed hardly to manage at all. Yet it seemed everyone was very convincing toward her. And at this moment, Chief Chun had forgotten that he was also one who trusted her. Beside him, Shin Min did not dare utter a word. Hearing Chief Chun address Bai Lian as Miss Bai, and seeing Jiang Fulai passing her a tissue, he no longer dared to lift his head, always fearing he might be ambushed. The host's voice rang out. Welcome the guests and introduce the bride and groom. Accompanied by the music, Ji Hung led Ji Mulan forward. The banquet hall's lights had been turned off, leaving only the dazzling lights of the main stage. Bai Lian, with one hand on the report, slightly turned her body to watch Ji Hung leading Ji Mulan forward. Today, Ji Mulan was dressed in a trailing wedding gown tailored to fit her figure, with a white veil extending to the hem of her dress, her brow bones and nose dusted with gold leaf, reflecting dreamy light under the main stage's bright lamps. Ji Mulan never oppressed herself, and the years had barely left any traces on her face. Chapter 376. 145 The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update. _3 That face made many people in the audience exclaim in surprise. Ji Hung silently placed Ji Mulan's hand into Su En's, who was dressed in a black suit. The scene seemed somewhat touching. Bai Lian looked at Ji Mulan's face for quite a while before finally turning her head away lazily. Fine. Although that face resembled her mother's, she really did not feel like she was watching her own mother get married. When her mother got married, she wore a phoenix crown and a robe adorned with auspicious clouds, and her wedding procession extended for miles. She had heard that back then, her grandfather had excitedly grabbed her father's hand, thanking him for finally bringing the bride home. The wedding ceremony was lengthy and lively. The sound system was turned up loud, so Bai Lian closed the summary and started talking with Jiang Fulai. The waiters also began to serve the dishes one by one. When Ji Hung returned, Director Chun and Shin Min started drinking with him. All three men were heavy drinkers, and they kept on without a break. After the ceremony was over, Su En had to thank the guests along with Ji Mulan. Mrs. Su, who had been anxiously sitting at the main table, finally found an opportunity. Holding a wine glass, she stood up, her face beaming with a smile as she said to Ji Mulan, "Mulan, welcome to the Su family. Later, come with us back to the old house for a visit." Ji Mulan had been doing her makeup in the back all this time, and didn't quite understand what stance the old lady was taking, which left her a bit confused. "Let's go." Mrs. Su didn't continue to talk to her. Instead, she looked towards the next table and urged Su En to hurry. "Go and say thanks to Elder Chun and the others." "I'll go too," Su Jiu said softly to Su Wenyao as she came over from the relatives' table. She was holding a cup of beverage. Su Wenyao glanced at her. Yet he was not surprised. Su En picked up a wine glass and another jug of wine, leading a group of people to Bai Lian's table. Only then did Ji Mulan notice Director Chin. She didn't talk nonsense at such an occasion, with Mrs. Su intently watching Director Chun and Shin Min. After Su En finished speaking, she finally found the chance to say her first words to Director Chun and Shin Min. "Today, I was unaware of the presence of such distinguished guests and may have been neglectful. As an apology, I shall drink 3 cups on my own." Old Mrs. Su filled her cup and bravely drank 3 cups in one go. Only then did her gaze shift towards Bai Lian, who was sitting in a corner. Bai Lian was looking down, fiddling with her phone, and from this angle, one couldn't see Bai Lian's face clearly. But at this moment, Mrs. Su didn't dare to suggest introducing her to the Yu family. Director Chun was shrewd. As soon as he had seen their seats, he chose not to speak. He wore a stern face, with a frosty expression that tightened Mrs. Zu's heart. After finishing the drinks, she didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The newlyweds, Su En and Ji Mulan, needed to toast to the guests at this table. Bai Lian didn't drink alcohol, but her cup was also empty of any beverage. Tang Ming reached down to pick up a bottle of juice. "Sis here." Before he could pass it to Bai Lian, Director Chin took the beverage from his hand, stood up, unscrewed the cap, and from across half the table poured the drink for Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, is this all right?" While unscrewing the cap, he asked her, and Tang Ming wore a WTF expression on his face. It's fine. Bai Lian pushed her cup onto the rotating glass turntable. Director Chen poured the beverage for Bai Lian, and then cautiously rotated the table a bit, stopping in front of her before sitting back down. The group normally drank their toast and could leave the event early. Now getting a little closer, Bai Lian finished her drink and looked towards Ji Heng. Grandfather, I'll see you tomorrow morning. She and Ning Xiao among others still had to return to Buyuan base for a seminar. You're leaving already? Suen felt somewhat regretful. Bai Lian nodded, studying. Suen consistently knew how hard she worked. Ji Mulan, standing on the side, just watched Bai Lian. Studying? What is there to study now? And behind Suen, upon seeing Director Chen carefully pouring a drink for Bai Lian, old Mrs. Zu's face suddenly became extremely stiff. She felt like she had been struck by lightning. A feeling of dizziness quickly overtook her, and her heart suddenly tightened in pain. Next to her, middle-aged women, holding tall glasses, lined up to toast. She looked at Director Chen, then at Bai Lian, and finally, her gaze fell on old Mrs. Su. This old woman, having spent days hunting eagles, she eventually got her eyes pecked by one. She clearly held a royal flush, but this old lady managed to play such a good hand into utter shambles. Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Ning Xiao and the others stood up, with Jiang Fulai's presence becoming notably evident as he got to his feet. He was aloof, and under the lights, his eyes were cold and captivating, prompting Director Chen to suddenly stand up as well. Su Jiyue watched Bai Lian stand up to leave and really wanted to speak with her, but she didn't dare to say anything. In her red toasting outfit, Ji Mulan couldn't speak up at such an event. Standing among the crowd, she tilted her head to ask Su Jiyue, her gaze soft. Jiyue, how did you dare to come over and toast today? Su Jiyue, shyly holding her transparent glass, said, Sister Bai, I dare not talk to her in class, and I wanted to ask her how she studies math. Chapter 377, 146 Chen Beixian. By Kaiming's phone number _1 Su Jiyue stood at the back of the crowd, speaking softly because she dared to speak to Ji Mulan due to their decent relationship. The noise of the crowd was loud, but Ji Mulan heard everything she needed to. Is she in your class? Ji Mulan had always thought Bai Lian had come to Jiangjing for tourism. She paused slightly. Do you still need her to teach you math? The incident with Bai Lian in her first year of high school was something Ji Mulan couldn't forget. Ji Mulan's voice was somewhat loud, not as gentle as usual. Su Jiyue cautiously glanced at her and said, Yes, she's at Buyuan base. Buyuan base? The middle-aged woman looked at Bai Lian in surprise. Her expression held a trace of astonishment. Although grades didn't mean everything, they did set the upper limit of a top streamer's capabilities. Everyone from Buyuan base had potential, and was no mediocrity. How could Mrs. Su push such a person out of the door? Ji Mulan didn't know about Buyuan base. But in front of so many people, she wouldn't show any signs of ignorance and simply smiled faintly. Jiyue, I didn't mean to be harsh on you. Ji Mulan patted Su Ziyu's back. Since she couldn't talk to anyone else, she turned to Shenqing, who was sitting, and said, This is Jiyue. She's in an affiliated high school, second in the country. As she introduced Su Jiyue, she spoke of her as polite, obedient, hardworking, and the second in the nation. For her own daughter, whom she was constantly dissatisfied with and found difficult to sit with, Ji Mulan spoke of Su Jiyue, to whom she had no blood relation, with pride and satisfaction in her eyes. She wished so much that this well-behaved, outstanding girl was her daughter. If Bai Lian had such a personality, Ji Mulan might kill her primary persona to make her into such an obedient, excellent doll as well. Being second in the nation was indeed something anyone could be proud of. Shenqing was also shocked, but Ji Mulan's words were even more stifling. She looked at Ji Mulan perfunctorily and said, yes, yes, yes. Miss Bai, let me see you out. Director Chen got up, putting down his glass. He went to send off Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Shenmin couldn't bring himself to speak and followed quietly behind Director Chen. His address of Miss Bai was heard by everyone. Jiang Fulai also followed Bai Lian. He was always a step or two behind her, and didn't move forward. His back was against the bright lights of the hall, the tall figure casting a cold, pale shadow. Because there were quite a few people, his usually cold and indifferent face took on a languid ferocity, arrogantly beautiful. His every feature was exquisite, and yet few dared to look him in the eye. The noisy crowd parted a meter around him as if by force. It was indeed very effective. Bai Lian was very pleased. Suan kept several paces away from Bai Lian, and only when he had seen Bai Lian and her companions into the elevator did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Wenyao trailed behind Suan. Looking at the closing doors of the elevator, Suan turned to glance at him and asked, "Do you know her?" "It's hard to say," Su Wenyao pondered. "But then again it seems unlikely." The two dropped the subject and walked inside. As soon as Bai Lian and her company left, Director Chen's expression returned to one of sternness. Sitting next to Shen Qing, still in the high chair and dressed as a little gentleman in a suit and bow tie, was Jiang He. He hadn't left with Jiang Fulai, swinging his legs. He had specifically gone home the previous night to pack his blanket and clothes to accompany Bai Lian to Xiangqing. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to Buyuan base. Meanwhile, Tang Ming took Ning Xiao to explore an old street in Sherman district. He scratched his head. "Aren't you going to buy some souvenirs for your family? You haven't really used the scholarship the school gave you. My family keeps asking me in the group chat to bring back specialties." Ning Xiao bought a bright red ornament as a souvenir. "That's it for you?" Tang Ming looked at Ning Xiao. "Aren't you going to buy anything else?" "Genius, we can't be this heartless." Tang Ming's family had many relatives, including younger sisters, cousins, and nephews. His phone was filled with a long list of items to buy. Ning Xiao was annoyed by his chatter and said indifferently, "My family is dead. Only my grandmother is left." "So one was enough." Tang Ming's voice stopped abruptly. He watched Ning Xiao leave the street corner, then stood there and slapped himself hard. It was the 28th of the year, and the street was bustling with activity. Just 2 blocks away was the Chen family's private museum. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming walked to the main road to wait for the bus. A black SUV approached from the end of the road. Behind the wheel was a woman wearing glasses and a military coat. She had her hair tied into a high ponytail, her lips a fierce red, irritably honking the horn trying to clear the pedestrians who were running the red light. The passenger side was adorned with a large bunch of sunflowers. There weren't many cars on this road, and with the ancient street opposite drawing a large crowd, only one traffic officer was left trying to direct traffic, but could hardly stop those in a rush to cross the street. Chapter 378. 146 Chen Beixian. By Kaiming's phone number _2 at last, the crowds had dispersed. The woman finally hit the accelerator and drove past. Her speed reduced slightly when she saw a few standouts among the people waiting at the bus stop. 2 young men who were heads and shoulders above the rest. The car behind carefully honked its horn. Only then did the SUV continue forward, eventually stopping at the Chen family private museum. Today was the museum's last day open to the public. Many people with reservations were queuing for entry. The woman pulled the key out, stepped down from the vehicle in her leather boots, put on her sunglasses, and walked straight inside through a side door. She arrived reeking of blood, causing people in the queue to keep silent. After she entered, the people started whispering among themselves. "What's going on? There are people who don't have to queue up? Yeah, everyone should be equal." Someone even pulled out their phone. The ticket checker lazily looked up. "Who needs to queue up to get into their own house?" The person sheepishly put away their phone. The graveyard in the back courtyard. Chen Beixian removed her sunglasses. Her face was exceptionally striking, her figure tall and elegant, and despite her appearance, it was hard to discern her age. She put the sunglasses back in her pocket and respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense. "Great ancestors, you first blessed me by helping me buy a cake, then with a passing grade in math, and later, you helped me get into military school." She began to murmur a litany of things, then reverently planted the 3 sticks of incense. I promise this is really the last time I'll ask you. It's been 11 years, could you please help me find that damned scumbag? I want to chop him up by myself." 1 minute later. Not saying anything means you agree, right? Okay, thank you great ancestors, thank you. Meanwhile, in the classroom at Buyuan Base, Bai Lian sneezed. Jiang Fulai sat beside her, scrolling through his computer with one hand while offering her coat with the other. Don't try to be cool. Bai Lian was still in that plain white dress, unblemished, and barely looked up. I'm fine. I'm not you. Do you need me to prescribe you something? Jiang Fulai, hearing her words, took back the coat. I haven't looked at the report submitted by He1 and the others yet. But Bai Lian reached out and grasped his left wrist, taking his pulse. Jiang Fulai's pulse felt strange. Bai Lian leaned on the table, pressing on his pulse with the tip of her finger, her brows slightly creased. Jiang Fulai, however, looked down at her pale fingertips, thinking slowly to himself that she really wasn't cold after all. No hope? Jiang Fulai asked, seeing her frown persist. Bai Lian. Why could she talk about herself like this? She let go, pulled a piece of paper from the side, and started pondering. Jiang Fulai silently retracted his hand and opened a document. It's been like this since I was 8. I wilt easily when it gets cold. He described himself like a wilting vegetable. Multitasking, he replied to a message. Plagiarism check. Okay teacher, won't it cause a security breach if I use their website for the plagiarism check? Jiang Fulai. With the garbage you've written, there's no need to worry. After replying, he sent over his suggestions for revisions. Then came a message from the headmaster of Ma Institute. Ma Institute's headmaster. Is her file sealed? Jiang Fulai. Principal Ma. That's good then. After asking, Principal Ma started to speak off topic. Do you have any thoughts about this year's betting pool? He was referring to the college entrance examination betting pool. This year it's just Su Jiyue and Liang Wuyu, with Liang Wuyu better in science, whereas Su Jiyue is better in Chinese and English. The final exam in Jiangjing this time had easy English, so Liang Wuyu had a big advantage. Every year during the college entrance exams, academic circles enjoy this all the more. Jiang Fulai didn't reply to Principal Ma. Principal Ma stared at the chat page for a long time before turning to throw his own money into the pool. Principal Ma. When is she leaving? Jiang Fulai. Smile. Principal Ma. Why are you suddenly so accommodating? Principal Ma stared at the smiley emoji. He always found it very friendly, but today, seeing Jiang Fulai send it, he somehow felt that the smile seemed a bit mocking and a bit cold. So Principal Ma sent to Bai Lian. Smile. Bai Jian. Smile. That was normal. Principal Ma asked Bai Lian. When are you leaving? For Bai Lian, the parting would be 160 days before the college entrance examinations, and perhaps 280 days before she might return to school. Principal Ma felt a sense of loss. Bai Lian. Tomorrow morning at 6. It might be early for others, but not for Principal Ma who liked shopping. Afternoon. The Jiangjing Music Academy's performance ended, and Bai Xiaoqi returned to the Yin family. She and Song Min were also packing up, getting ready to go back to Beicheng. At that moment, Bai Xiaoqi was video calling with Bai Qiming. Madame Song, draped in a shawl, sat gracefully beside Bai Xiaoqi and said to Bai Qiming on the screen with a smile. Xiaoqi is here with us, you can rest assured. On the other end of the phone, before Bai Qiming could speak, an uncle from the Bai family clan squeezed into the frame, beaming with joy. I heard the principal of Jian has a good impression of Xiaoqi. Is that true? Yes, Madame Song nodded, her eyes and brows smiling. I saw that too. Blessings of our ancestors, the blessings of our ancestors. The Bai uncle folded his hands in prayer. Xiaoqi can make it back in time, right? I'll prepare some extra offerings for the ancestral worship. You and your brother will be the main focus this time. Ancestral worship was a major event for the Bai family. Bai Qiming asked Bai Xiaoqi. You're on the 9 o'clock flight tonight, right? You'll just make it in time for tomorrow's ancestral worship. Madame Song glanced at Bai Qiming on the phone, pausing for a moment as she remembered Bai Lian. For the ancestral worship, maybe we should let Alien. Bai Lian was at the Buyuan base this time. I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow. Bai Qiming cut off Madame Song's words with a darkened face. Although Bai Qiming took Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaoke back home, he never remarried. However, he did not expect Ji Mulan to marry so quickly, and to someone from Jiangjing at that. At this moment, Bai Qiming had no desire to hear any news about Bai Lian. Next to them, the Bai family uncle did not speak up for Bai Lian. Instead, he reminded Madame Song with a smile, "You might not be aware, but Bai Lian has already been driven out of the clan by us." "Is that so?" Madame Song saw that Bai Xiaoqi seemed upset, so she smiled, stood up and said, "I want to disturb your family conversation." She walked downstairs. Just then she saw Yin family's head coming in from outside and Madame Song asked in surprise, "Big brother, how come you're back now?" The Yin family had hurried over to Madame Song without changing his shoes and asked, "How did it go? You went to the Su family banquet. Did you see anyone there? Did you get the phone number of someone from the Chun family?" Chapter 379, 147 Ji Hung has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. _1 Mrs. Song tightened her shawl. "What call?" she asked in surprise as she came down and poured a glass of water for President Yin. "Big brother, drink some water and take your time." President Yin held the cup but didn't drink, just stared at her. "A call from the Chun family." "You mean that Chun family?" Mrs. Song's heart missed a beat. Others might not know, but Mrs. Song did. Xinjiang district was small, and inside, all places were public or leased land. Only a few families could live there, and the Chun family was one of them. President Yin nodded. Clenching his teacup, his voice carried a tinge of jealousy. "It's about the Su family's wedding banquet. It's all the buzz in our circle. I found out only after asking around that the Chun family was present today. Didn't you also receive an invitation?" He remembered that Mrs. Song came to Jiangjing for the wedding as well. There are many who want to contact that person from the Chun family. President Yin looked at Mrs. Song full of hope. "What about you?" "The Chun family?" Mrs. Song's mind was as if in a haze. They truly managed to invite someone from the Chun family? Chun family? Does Ji Mulan really have such good fortune? "Are you?" Seeing her expression, President Yin had a bad feeling in his heart. Mrs. Song looked up blankly. "Big brother, the wedding clashes with Xiaoqi's performance. I discussed it with Amin the day before yesterday, and decided not to attend the Su family's wedding banquet, choosing instead to watch Xiaoqi perform." "What? You?" President Yin stood up, looking down at Mrs. Song, wanting to scold yet not knowing where to start. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how rare this opportunity is?" How could Mrs. Song not know how precious the opportunity was? She sat there, regretting so deeply it felt like her insides were knotted. If she hadn't received the invitation from the Su family, it would have been one thing, but to have it and miss the event was where Mrs. Song's deepest regrets and struggles lay. Even another 10 years might not yield an opportunity like today for the Yin family. The next day, just before 5 in the morning, Shin Qing got Jiang He out of bed and draped a coat over him. Jiang He, whose eyes were still not open, simply moved his hands following Shin Qing's actions. "You'll be given airplane meals on the flight later," Shin Qing told him. Her own anticipation for the airplane food evident. Ji Xiaojun was hurrying them from outside. The Su family was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Ji Hung, seeing that Jiang He's eyes were still closed, said to Ji Xiaojun, "You wait for them. I'll go down first." He couldn't keep the Su family waiting. Ji Hung took the elevator down. The hotel was quiet at this hour, with almost no waiting required for the lifts, and within minutes the elevator arrived. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Inside were two people, an old man with a white beard, and a middle-aged man by his side. The two were frowning and speaking to each other. Ji Hung hadn't made out who they were. When he saw there were people in the elevator, he stepped to the side to let them out first, holding a bag in his right hand and a smoking pipe in his left. The old man with the white beard stepped out. Ji Hung, passing by him to enter the elevator, noticed the old man suddenly stop, turning shakily to look back, his lips trembling as he pointed at the person inside the elevator. "You, Moo." Ji Hung continued walking without pausing, frowning at the white-bearded old man, and pressed the button for the first floor. Wait, wait. The old man reached out to stop the closing elevator doors, panting heavily. But the elevator doors still closed. Beside the white-bearded man, the middle-aged man supported him. Dad, what's wrong? He helped the old man to sit, and took a bottle of medicine from his pocket, feeding him a pill. Meanwhile, the display next to the elevator had already changed to L1. Downstairs. Suan was waiting just at the staircase entrance when the elevator doors opened. He came to take the parcel from Ji Hung's hands. Why didn't you wait for me to come get you upstairs? It's not much, Ji Hung replied, lighting up his big cigarette. He took a drag, his head bowed in silence. Suan looked at Ji Hung in surprise. Although Ji Hung had a taste for tobacco, he never smoked in public places, usually only in his hotel room with the window open. What was up with him today? Despite feeling it was strange, Suan didn't ask. All the Su family members were waiting in the hotel lobby. Hearing that the Ji family would be leaving at 5 in the morning, the old Madam Su insisted on sending them off, and had been waiting in the lobby since 4 o'clock. It's strange indeed. The Su family's butler supported her. I checked today's flight schedule. The plane leaves at 9:30 a.m. Even 8 would have been early enough. This family really knows how to trouble people. The butler frowned. The Su family had originally booked a flight for the Ji family the previous night, but they didn't leave, only mentioning they would depart early the following day. Chapter 380, 147 Ji Hung has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. _2. They can leave whenever they want to, Mrs. Su said, pressing her brow. Did you say that Bai Lian is really at Buyuan base? The butler nodded. Yes, I've heard she's very good at math. That's unexpected, Mrs. Su nodded. No wonder. Suan has always wanted to acknowledge her as part of the family. It would be good to acknowledge her, but, Mrs. Su glanced at the butler. Jiyue was raised by me since she was little. Even if Bai Lian comes back, her treatment can't be better than Ziyu's. She knew that Suan had kept a room for Bai Lian. Rest assured, the butler bowed his head. Who doesn't know that Miss Jiyue was nurtured by you? Although Bai Lian's grades are good, they aren't higher than Miss Ziyu's. The airport. Mr. Qi and Qi Shuyan were also waiting early at the entrance. Mrs. Su, Mr. Su, Mr. Qi said with a smile as he approached them. Wenyao, we finally got to see you, Mr. Ji. Hello. Mr. Qi was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and shook hands with Ji Hung, his gaze discreetly moving over Ji Hung, Ji Xiaojun, and Xin Qing. Xin Qing dared not meet his eyes and sheepishly retreated behind Ji Xiaojun. After the incident with the Chen family yesterday, the Qi family visited the Su family that very afternoon. In Jiangjing, who doesn't know how to judge the winds of change? The district mayor Shen, the Chen family, either of them was someone the Qi family couldn't afford to tread upon. After shaking hands with Ji Hung, Mr. Qi couldn't understand why. Even though Ji Hung looked stable, he didn't seem like someone from the Chen family's circle. What was the reason? Qi Shuyan was wearing a black coat and knee-high boots. Her sunglasses were clipped to her lapel. She glanced at Su Wenyao, then turned her head away. The Qi family regretted it in their hearts. The original ticket was a good opportunity to get closer to the Su family, but it ended up becoming a grudge between the two families. Shuyan, don't be temperamental, Mr. Qi thought, looking at Qi Shuyan with a warning glance. Qi Shuyan then looked up and greeted everyone from the Ji family. Bai Lian, along with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, waited for Ji Hung at the security checkpoint. Look, alien is over there. Suan spotted Bai Lian from afar. He introduced her to Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi was also seeing Bai Lian for the first time. Both he and Qi Shuyan involuntarily looked in her direction. Because she was going to Xiangqing, Bai Lian was wearing the golden silk horse-face dress she wore for the speech that day. Standing at the security checkpoint, her hair lazily entwined with a wooden hairpin, her eyes and brows holding a defiant pride, she truly embodied the vigor of youth. The white Bluetooth earpiece in her ear was a bit conspicuous, though. She's very pretty. Qi Shuyan glanced over. That's her, huh? Mr. Qi stood at the back of the crowd. With the pride of a scholar, he didn't interact much with the other members of the Ji family, but he could tell that the aura emanating from Bai Lian was indeed unique. He lowered his head and asked Mrs. Su, "Is this the Miss Bai they were talking about?" Mrs. Su nodded almost imperceptibly. "Just her alone?" Mr. Qi looked up again, scanning around Bai Lian, not seeing anyone like Director Qin. "Don't know, has he not arrived yet?" Mrs. Su was also surprised. She had expected Director Chen to come see Bai Lian off, but there was no sign of him here. Su-en, however, didn't think as much as the two. He quickened his pace to the front. "Alien, good morning, have you eaten yet?" In his hands, he carried Ji Heng's package and pushed Jiang He's big box of cabbage. "Well, eat later," Bai Lian said while reading. She looked up at Su-en. Her gaze swept past the line of people from the Su and Qi families, and in the end, she only nodded slightly to Su Wenyao. Bai Lian didn't mask her dislike for someone at all. Mrs. Su had never seen someone so brazen and reckless. Her smile was somewhat strained. "You two know where it is, take my grandfather and the others to rest first," Bai Lian said nonchalantly, turning her head to speak to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Both had flown in on young Master Jiang's plane before. Although they had only walked through the airport once and the routes were complicated, for Ning Xiao, who had the library memory method, it was no trouble. Tang Ming went to take the things from Shenqing and Su-en's hands. When he saw Jiang He's box, he paused for a moment, thinking that this box should probably be left to the cool guy Ning Xiao. The package from Ji Heng was taken by Tang Ming. Ning Xiao looked at the cabbage box Tang Ming left behind. Jiang He looked up blankly at Ning Xiao and blinked slowly. "Ning Xiao." He silently picked up the box and headed to security. Ji Xiaojun, who had intended to switch boxes with Ning Xiao, silently withdrew his hand. "Aren't you going?" Su-en watched them go through security, then turned to look at Bai Lian, who was still standing there. Bai Lian leisurely scrolled through her reading. When she encountered a new word, she would stop and tap to view the definition. "No, I'm waiting for someone. He's coming to see me off." Chapter 381, 147 Ji Heng has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. _3 Who? Madame Zu's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Qi beside her also looked toward Bai Lian. Bai Lian glanced at her. An old man who enjoys shopping and morning runs. Shopping old man. This obviously didn't match Director Qin, so Madame Su chuckled and fell silent. "You all go back first." Bai Lian crossed another word and looked up at Su-en, signaling them to leave first. Su Wenyao stood aside, having taken off his down jacket. He was only wearing a gray sweatshirt, and said to Su-en, "Dad, you go back first, it'll be fine here." On the second day of his marriage, Su-en still had a pile of things to take care of. Su-en didn't refuse. "All right then, alien, I'll head back first. After the new year, we'll come to Xiangqing to see you." Madame Su had thought she might see Director Qin, and since she wasn't there, she had no desire to stay. Su-en looked at Mr. Qi and asked, "Shall we go together?" "Let's go." Mr. Qi was also disappointed and then looked at Qi Shuyan. "Shuyan, you stay with Wenyao. Dad'll go with you." Qi Shuyan still remembered that Su Wenyao hadn't apologized to her. She put on her sunglasses. "I have a paper that I haven't finished yet." Mr. Qi smiled at Su-en. "You know I spoil my only daughter. She recently has been writing a paper for Dr. Zhua, and is helping with one of Dr. Zhua's projects. Now she has to hurry to his lab earlier." Su-en knew that when Qi family speaks, they do so with purpose. Dr. Zhua? That's Dean Huang's student. Mr. Qi glanced at Su Wenyao lightly, then smiled. Not many people know, but Dean Huang was mentored by academician Ma. His eyes swept over Su Wenyao and then rested on Bai Lian. Bai Lian was looking down, listening to the words. Her expression was as casual as ever, her eyelashes drooping low. She probably didn't hear or didn't recognize Dean Huang. However, seeing Su Wenyao's somewhat surprised look, Mr. Qi finally felt relieved. After the Chen family incident came out, he had been thinking about how to mend ties with the Su family. Now at last, there was a turn for the better. Even though he hadn't seen Mr. Chen, it was a relief. No wonder. Upon hearing Mr. Qi's words, Madame Su smiled and patted Qi Shuyan's hand. I knew Shuyan was capable. Wenyao, how about you accompany Shuyan to the lab to take a look? Right. Mr. Qi took the opportunity to look at Su Wenyao. You go with Shuyan. You're both young. Qi Shuyan also looked toward Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao was speaking to Bai Lian, only tilting his head slightly. His eyebrows and eyes were warm and his tone polite. It's Alien's first visit. We still have a lot of things to discuss. He tactfully declined. No one had ever seen him lose his temper. Suan put his hands in his overcoat pockets, unclear about Su Wenyao's thoughts towards Qi Shuyan. Shuyan, why don't you stay with Wenyao and wait for Alien? Bai Lian would leave at 6, and the person sending her off wouldn't be that late. Forget it. The lab waits for no one. Qi Shuyan pursed her lips. She gave Su Wenyao a glance, and then left with pursed lips. Mr. Qi didn't say anything else either. Since they couldn't wait for Mr. Chen, and even Madame Su was leaving, he didn't want Qi Shuyan to stay and entertain the guests. The entire party left. After everyone had gone. These are our organized notes. Su Wenyao talked with Bai Lian about the Buyuan base for a while, then brought out 3 notebooks. One of them is Liang Wei's, and belongs to Yeya. He didn't know how to say the word stolen, and mumbled it a bit. Take a good look when you go back. Su Wenyao handed the notebooks to Bai Lian, having heard from Su Jiyue that Bai Lian wasn't very good at comprehensive science. Bai Lian took the 3 notebooks, her nerves twitching severely. Especially seeing that one of them was a physics notebook. What if Jiang Fulai saw it? The person sending you off hasn't arrived yet? Su Wenyao looked down at the time, 5:40 now. Will you make it on time? Bai Lian looked toward the entrance. A tall, somewhat aloof figure approached, wearing a peak cap and walking at an unhurried pace. He was cold and noble, and the people around him instantly turned into faint shadows that accentuated his presence. Behind him followed an old man who seemed quite spry for shopping. Alarm bells went off in Bai Lian's mind. She stuffed the notebooks into Su Wenyao's hands. Hold on to these for a moment. Chapter 382, 148 Ma Institute Fellows Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now _1 Su Wenyao held the notebook that Bai Lian had returned to him. And amidst his surprise, the 2 people not far away had already approached. You arrived a bit late, Bai Lian said, resting her right hand on the handle of her suitcase, her white coat casually draped over her arm. Jiang Fulai had met Su Wenyao before, so it was not unexpected to see him here. Listening to Bai Lian's words, Jiang Fulai only glanced coldly at the academician from the Ma Institute beside him. Today, the academician found out his car plate was restricted just when he was about to leave, which led to Jiang family's driver taking a detour to pick him up. But he wasn't the least bit embarrassed and instead continued talking to Bai Lian. There are still 160 days left. You must not relax in your studies. I know. Bai Lian nodded in acknowledgement. The academician knew about Bai Lian's comprehension ability. He was just puzzled how someone with such a strong spatial sense hadn't been discovered earlier. Once you've finished the review, you can start looking at some high-quality masters and doctoral theses. Jiang Fulai, who had been waiting for the 2 to finish talking, sneered in response to this. He questioned the academician's use of high quality. Indeed, there were many subpar works nowadays, and the academician couldn't refute it. I'll make another list of books for you, to get familiar with the professional vocabulary and definitions first. As for top-tier journals, Bai Lian didn't yet have the qualifications to access them. She was to be nurtured from a smaller scope first. Some major academic families start fostering a scientific spirit in their children from childhood, and Bai Lian's enlightenment was not considered early. We need to catch our flight, Jiang Fulai reminded without disturbing their conversation, his hand pressing on the handle of Bai Lian's suitcase. He stood there languidly, only mentioning it when the time reached 5:50. Their requested airline slot was from 6 to 9 a.m. Finally, the academician looked at Bai Lian. I'll be waiting for you in Jiangjing. Once the 2 were done talking, Jiang Fulai tapped lightly on the handle, slightly turning his gaze, as aloof as ever. Where are you headed? He asked Su Wenyao. The university. Su Wenyao's gaze still lingered on the academician, not fully recovering his composure. That would be Jiangjing University. Jiang Fulai arranged for him. Can you take the academician with you? He's also heading to Jiangjing University. The academician turned to Su Wenyao, saying in a grave tone, Then he'll trouble you, student. Su Wenyao, well-mannered since childhood and stable by nature, was for the first time in so many years at a loss for words. Was Bai Lian waiting for the academician? Being able to enter the academician's laboratory? No, perhaps just to meet the academician in person. That was the dream of all physics students, for the academician was not only an enlightener, but also a leading figure in physics domestically. Due to health reasons, he had been deeply immersed in research on quantum physics and chips for the recent years, rarely making public appearances, the last one being a lecture a year ago. For Su Wenyao, this figure who appeared in textbooks was a mythic presence. The academician and his kind needed to be closely protected, avoiding too much public exposure even while they were still alive. Then we'll take our leave first. Bai Lian said goodbye to the academician and Su Wenyao. She reached for her suitcase and, beneath Jiang Fulai's somewhat gloomy gaze, tossed her jacket to him. And together they headed toward the gate. Su Wenyao stood in place until their figures were out of sight. Only then did he turn to the academician, his voice sounding a bit wooden. Shall we go now, academician? Sure. The academician, who wasn't lecturing or teaching, had no airs about him. He wore a dull gray cotton jacket, not any international brand. His face wore a gentle smile, and walking along the road, he looked indistinguishable from an average elderly person. Su Wenyao led him to his car, and once the academician was seated in the back seat, Wenyao caught sight of the old man through the rear-view mirror, and it finally sank in that this was truly the academician. The academician chuckled. Don't be nervous, are you also from the physics department? Yes, Su Wenyao clenched and then unclenched his fists before explaining. I had no idea Alien was waiting for you. There's nothing to talk about. The academician waved his hand dismissively. Aside from physics, I'm just an ordinary old man. When placed among the myriad of stars and celestial bodies, I'm merely a speck of dust, so there's no reason for you to be nervous. The more one studies physics, the more one realizes their own insignificance. Civilization is merely a transient visitor on Earth, and it takes a strong mind to withstand such profound feelings of insignificance. Bai Lian is a very talented individual. The academician thought of Bai Lian, her exceptional talent, and her strong inner character, rare among people. I truly hope she comes to the university sooner. Chapter 383. 148 Ma Institute Fellows Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now _2 Su Wenyao started the car, but was utterly shocked by academician Ma's lament. For a moment, all the inexplicable aspects suddenly connected. Why he was able to get academician Ma's ticket. And even, why President Huang would add him. It turned out that everything originated from Bai Lian herself. Could academician Ma value her so much? He had only seen Bai Lian waiting alone at the airport, looking quite solitary, so he decided to keep her company, never expecting to be waiting for academician Ma himself. It was a little past 9 in the morning. The plane landed in Damping City, where Shen Qing enjoyed meticulous care throughout the journey. Getting off the plane, she whispered to Ji Xiaojun. This plane ticket was well purchased, with few passengers. Next time we can buy this kind again. Look, Dad's back doesn't even hurt. Ji Xiaojun gave Shen Qing a look. With only a few of them, how could it not be few? Obviously, Shen Qing also had no concept of a private plane. Ming Dongheng had brought 2 cars early on to wait for them. Ji Heng, Jiang He, and Shen Qing took one car, while Bai Lian and the others took another. The black business car drove onto the new highway from Damping City to Xiangqing. Did they build a new road? Bai Lian, sitting by the window, noticed at a glance that this asphalt road was very new. She sat up straight and rolled down the window. A few months ago, this road was still quite worn out. The journey from Damping City to Xiangqing also took about an hour by car, covering 50 kilometers. The fact that it was now open to traffic within just a few months was quite shocking to Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai glanced at her. There she sat, gazing out of the window, bathed in the charming sunlight that outlined her serene profile. Lian, you don't watch videos, do you? Tang Ming scratched his head, sometimes truly doubting if Lian was a cave woman living atop a mountain. But then he thought about how she didn't use the internet, so it made sense. We've always been known as the infrastructure madmen. Before, we revamped a high-speed train station in 6 hours. Overnight, they replaced the pillars and the deck of an overpass bridge. As he spoke, Tang Ming lifted his chin proudly. As long as they wish, nothing is impossible. Except for some projects that tried to skim off the top, these critical infrastructure projects were not considered fast for these infrastructure madmen. Upon reaching Xiangqing, Jiang Fulai had to go to the lab first. Ji Heng and his group returned to Purist Street to pack up some things, before heading to Sinan Community. This year, Ji Xiaojun had just bought a house, and the family decided to have the New Year's Eve dinner at the new place before returning on the first day of the lunar year. Bai Lian first went to the school to see Auntie Zhang. With the new year coming up, Auntie Zhang's flower shop was also very busy. Teacher Lu, don't be polite with me. Auntie Zhang was wrapping flowers for Lu Lingxi. On the counter were 2 fresh white lilies with their yellow stamens still intact. Suddenly, Bai Lian remembered that tomorrow was also a Friday. The lilies were prepared for Yang Lin. You're back. Auntie Zhang looked up and saw Bai Lian, looking very surprised. Lu Lingxi, holding a large bouquet of flowers, then forcefully put the money in Auntie Zhang's hand, turned around and saw Bai Lian. She took a tulip from the bouquet and handed it to Bai Lian. How's Buyuan? She knew Bai Lian, and the others were at Buyuan base. It's okay. Bai Lian took the tulip. Aren't you really going to Beijing? Lu Lingxi smiled gently, remembering the matter again. I spoke to the principal about. I just came out of Beijing High School. Bai Lian secretly apologized to Beijing High School in her heart, and then looked at Lu Lingxi. They asked me to drop out. I don't want to go back. She had a pair of extremely dark eyes, which seemed to shimmer subtly. At the moment, she was staring intently at Lu Lingxi. Lu Lingxi instantly felt the anger of her being expelled and frowned. About the principal, I'll talk to him. Beijing High School certainly wouldn't easily give up on Bai Lian, a promising student capable of becoming Beijing's top scorer. Bai Lian blinked, sending Lu Lingxi off. Only then did she take the bus to the Calligraphy Association. At the end of the year, the Martial Arts School and Calligraphy Association had no students, but the street outside was very lively, as the roads had been renovated and stalls added. Today, everywhere one looked, there were vendors selling lanterns and New Year's goods, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Not too far away, a mall was nearing its closing sale, with a giant red banner promoting investment attraction. Senior brother, there are so many people here? Ren Wanxian, visiting for the first time, was amazed by the bustle. Although she had heard from Ren Qian about Xiangqing's development and very successful investment attraction, even a recent high-speed rail line had been allocated. She was still surprised by the level of development. By her side, Qiu Buqing was also shocked, his usually indifferent face watching the puppet play in front, where many young men and women were gathered. The tourism here has become popular, said Qiu's father in a deep voice. Let's go, I'll take you two inside. Especially you, Buqing. Don't resist when you see your grandfather. Even if you look down on Xiangqing's Calligraphy Association, don't let it show in front of him. Chapter 384. 148 Ma Institute Fellows Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now _3 Ever since Qiu Xuezhing joined the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, Qiu Buqing and Ren Wanxian had almost no contact with him. It was only at the end of the year that Qiu Buqing returned, marking the first time both of them visited the Calligraphy Association. Qiu's father knocked on the half-open door. It wasn't until a voice came from inside that the three of them entered. Upon entering, Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing caught sight of Jianzhi reading in the courtyard, quickly losing interest and turning their gazes away. They then observed the Calligraphy Association. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association wasn't as large as the Beijing Writers Association, but the facilities were quite new, though not as luxurious as those in Beijing. The two quietly scoped out the place before bowing their heads to greet Qiu Xuezheng. After all, their calligraphy had been enlightened by him. Qiu Xuezheng was holding a teacup, lazily lounging in a sun chair, basking in the sun. Want some tea? Help yourselves. He gestured towards a teapot placed on a table beside him. No thanks. Ren Wanxian glanced at the teapot and teacups and refused. She wouldn't even drink the tea Ji Heng poured, much less be impressed with the tea here. Qiu Buqing didn't drink any either. Qiu's father chatted with Qiu Xuezheng, mainly about the development of the surrounding area. Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing stood to one side listening. It was not until there was a soft knock at the door a second time. The two instinctively looked towards the door where a girl, dressed in a black and gold horseface skirt, entered. The sunlight sifted through the gaps in the leaves leisurely, casting soft speckled light on her soft black hair. As she moved, the play of light and shadows flickered carelessly over her black dress and face. It was Bai Lian, and Ren Wangshuan's face stiffened. Bai Lian did not look at Ren Wanxian and the others. Qiu Zizheng's home was in Xiangqing, so he wasn't in a hurry to return, whereas Jianzha's family was in Beicheng. Despite that, he hadn't left either. He sat in the courtyard at the small table Jiang he often used, immersed in reading. With her hands lazily tucked into the large pockets of her horseface skirt, Bai Lian curiously inquired, "Aren't you going home for the new year?" "Oh no," mumbled Jianzha, seriously engrossed in his study. The sudden appearance of a voice startled him, causing him to lean back involuntarily, tilting his chair backward until Bai Lian grabbed the back of the seat to stop it from wobbling. It was midday. The sun overhead was blazing. Bai Lian lightly lifted her eyelids, looking down at him from above. "What's the rush?" She spoke unhurriedly. Once Jianzha steadied himself, he stood up to face her and scratched his head. "You were so quiet. Teacher Qiu didn't even warn me." He turned to look at Qiu Xuezheng. "She's rather large. I thought you would have seen her," Qiu Xuezheng said. "Jianzha. Whether I go home or not, it's all the same." He closed his book and shrugged. "My family probably wouldn't even notice I'm not there. I have time to read books now." The Jian family knew about his trip to Xiangqing. If he really went home for New Year's, everyone would ask him how Xiangqing was. If not, they'd nag in his ear about how Jian Rong had won another award or which university she was preparing to apply to for her PhD. "Right, he's preparing for grad school." Qiu Xuezheng interrupted his conversation with his son. "Teacher Qiu, please don't say any more." Jianzha was incredibly embarrassed. Grad school? Bai Lian already knew what that involved. Qiu Xuezheng gave Jianzha a glance. Right, his whole family knows he's preparing for grad school. Coincidentally, one of Jianzha's cousins was also applying for a grad program in calligraphy. If Jianrong got in and he didn't. Bai Lian took out her phone that briefly flashed. It was from Dean Jian. Picture. Dean Jian's plane ticket. He was arriving in Beijing on the 24th, which was the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. By Jian? Question mark. As she replied, she turned to Jianzha. "Are you applying to Jiayi? With his hard work, he should be aiming for Jiangjing Art University." Her words prompted a glance from Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing. Jianzha felt even more self-conscious as he tugged at Bai Lian's sleeve, whispering, "Sis, I'm not even sure I can get into Beijing University's grad program, let alone Jiayi. Isn't your calligraphy practice going really well?" Bai Lian was surprised. "You might not know," Qiu's father laughed as he explained to Bai Lian. "He needs knowledge of ancient literature theory, and Buqing is just trying for a PhD at Beijing University." "Right, it's very hard to get in," Jianzha murmured to Bai Lian. "Sis, please stop mentioning it." Bai Lian. "Very hard. Do you know what they examine in literary classics?" Qiu Buqing finally couldn't hold back, as everyone in calligraphy was aware that grad school required knowledge of literary classics. He said evenly, "Not to mention others, just take the two major pieces of tedious ancient text you've never studied. Would you say it's difficult or not?" Chapter 385, 149 Brother Jiang gives a present. The principal of Beijing personally invites. Second update. _1 Ren Wanxian lowered her head to hide the mocking smile in her eyes. Who would dare speak of that in front of Qiu Buoqing? Qiu Buoqing was a high-achieving student in the humanities at Beijing University and was preparing for his PhD exams. Buoqing. Qiu Xuezheng put his teacup down on the table and reminded. That's enough. Come out with me. Qiu Buoqing pursed his lips and said no more. A group of people followed Qiu Xuezheng outside. Bai Lian took a seat next to Jianzhe, slightly leaning back in the chair, her hand resting on the table, only lifting her chin slightly. Don't you really want to get into Jiayi? I do want to. Jianzhe clicked his tongue. Who wouldn't want to get into Jiayi? But even Jianrong might not be able to get into Jiayi. Jianzhe sighed. You heard him just now. My calligraphy skills are catching up, and next year I could pass a decent grade, but those ancient phrases, I simply can't comprehend. It was still manageable with the objective questions, but regarding the subjective ones involving ancient texts, sometimes Jianzhe couldn't even understand the meaning of the ancient text itself. If you want to take the test, that's enough. Bai Lian poured herself a cup of tea, her voice lazy. As for the rest, you don't have to worry. She took a light sip of tea, eyes narrowing slightly in the sunlight. Ha! Jianzhe didn't understand and instinctively refilled Bai Lian's cup with tea. Saying, Bai Lian lowered her head, carelessly blowing away the foam on her tea. After the new year, find some time to go to the library with me. Outside. Qiu Xuezheng looked at the three people with a stern expression. What are you three doing here today? The president asked when you will return. Qiu Buoqing said with his head down. Facing Qiu Xuezheng, he was still very respectful. He meant the president of Beijing. It'll be at the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. Qiu Xuezheng said lightly, his gaze shifting from Qiu Buoqing to Ren Wanxian. Are you two not planning to come back? Ren Wanxian dared not look at Qiu Xuezheng, and just turned her head away. Qiu Buoqing was also silent. Nobody wanted to be trapped in Xiangqing. Grandfather, I still need to apply for a PhD at Beijing University. What could he do by staying in Xiangqing? Never mind. Qiu Xuezheng questioned casually, unsure if their return would actually annoy someone. Seeing the two like that, he said, the three of you go back. There's no need to pay a New Year's visit to me this year. He didn't bring up the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association again, and both Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buoqing breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, it was Bai Lian's first New Year in this world. At the Xiangqing building, the same number 12 bus. The road beside the big water wheel had been renovated, expanding by 3 meters. Bai Lian walked all the way to the city wall, stopping at the same spot as last time. She took out 5 incense sticks from her pocket and placed them carefully. Then, she took out an additional stick and placed it to one side. This was for the Bai Lian who had disappeared in the lake. Bai Lian lit the 6 incense sticks, then took out a handful of paper money, watching it all burn up. She then sat to one side, waiting for all 6 sticks to burn out completely before she got up, patting the dust off her sleeves. When she returned to Sinan community, it was just past 10 o'clock. Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun told her to focus on her homework. When Bai Lian's exams had been poor in the eyes of the Ji family, nobody let her be distracted by menial tasks. Now that they knew she might get into Jiangjing University, even Shenqing was afraid that the sound of her cooking would be too loud and disturb Bai Lian. Bai Lian hadn't properly celebrated the new year for 2 years. This year, with the Ji family, she had a different experience. On New Year's Eve, she sat in the living room watching TV with Ji Heng and the others, holding 3 red envelopes. Her phone was flooded with messages of good wishes. Only when Bai Lian unlocked her phone and saw 99 plus unread messages did she realize. In just a few months, she had gotten to know so many people. Most of them were classmates from class 15, each of whom she replied to. Only at the end did she swipe to Jiang Fulai's page, with the last message he sent still there, a picture. This year, he was celebrating with Jiang He Mingdongheng Qi Yundai, and 2 people from their lab. Bai Lian then sent him a picture of her red envelopes. Approaching midnight, Ji Heng, who couldn't keep his eyes open, went to his room to sleep. The community was filled with the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers. Ji Xiaojun went down to set off fireworks, and then came up to watch them with Shenqing from the balcony. Bai Lian returned to her room, where she received a bunch of new messages from those who timed it specifically for the new year. She had just opened WeChat when a new message popped up. Downstairs, the room Shenqing had prepared for Bai Lian had a window. She looked down and saw smoke swathing the area below. Xiangqing hadn't banned fireworks yet, and the excessive fireworks made her feel like she was in a fairyland, completely obscuring her view. Downstairs, when Bai Lian reached the ground floor, Jiang Fulai was standing on the left side of the road, a tall figure. He was dressed in a white shirt, eyes slightly squinting, his demeanor relaxed. The white cuffs were loosely rolled up twice, giving off an unapproachable keep-away chill, as he still seemed too distant to approach. Chapter 386. 149 Brother Jiang gives a present. The principal of Beiqing personally invites. Second update. _2 He fiddled with a silver lighter in his hand. His well-defined fingers pressed the metal switch, and a pale blue flame rose and vanished. You down here? Sensing Bai Lian's approach, he turned his head and handed her the lighter, for the fireworks. The buildings in Sinan community were widely spaced, so Jiang Fulai set up the fireworks in the middle of the road. Bai Lian took the lighter, crouched down to light the fireworks, and asked, "Where's Jiang He?" "He's asleep." Jiang Fulai had deliberately waited for him to fall asleep before leaving the house. Bai Lian gave him a skeptical look, then retreated to Jiang Fulai's side, and looked up at the fireworks. The fireworks were silent for a second. The next moment they shot up into the sky like silver flowers, bursting open in multicolored parachutes that slowly drifted down. Before they completely faded, 3 streaks shot up into the sky, bursting into red, orange, and yellow colors like 3 blossoming roses. Holy shit, look! A bunch of people opened their windows. Some held up their phones to start recording. Bai Lian quietly watched the fireworks. The whole show lasted about 5 minutes. In the end, 4 fireworks burst in the sky and slowly formed 4 characters. Happy New Year. As Bai Lian looked at these words, something cool was placed in her right palm. Happy New Year. She heard a very soft voice by her ear. When she looked down, it was a red tourmaline, the translucent red gemstone sitting beautifully in the snowy palm of her hand. This, Jiang Fulai looked down, and elegantly tapped the red tourmaline in her palm with his fingertip, fireworks filling the sky behind him. Can be worn on your ribbon. Bai Lian looked at the red tourmaline, finding it vaguely familiar. She had a photographic memory, and it seemed like the jewel the Ren family wanted to auction off at her first visit to the auction house. Wait a minute, Bai Lian clasped the red tourmaline, squinting at Jiang Fulai. How much did you pay for tonight's fireworks? Jiang Fulai. This wasn't unfolding the way he had planned. Would Bai Lian ignore him for 3 days if he said he had spent $1 million? I don't know. Jiang Fulai spoke indifferently. It was sent by Jiang Shijue. Far away in Jiangjing, where Jiang Shijue was on time for paying respects at his family shrine at midnight, he sneezed violently. He quickly knelt down, wondering if the ancestors were displeased with the incense he had carefully selected. The first day of the year, Bai Lian returned to Purist Street with Ji Heng. Whenever they encountered an acquaintance, they would stop. Bai Lian collected quite a bounty of candy and snacks in her pockets along the way. Happy New Year. Ji Heng looked up to see the neighbor on the left. The neighbor turned and walked away upon seeing him. Ji Heng, holding his smoking pipe, was taken aback. The neighbor muttered under his breath, "No way I'm playing chess with you during the new year." Bai Lian still didn't know what Ji Heng had done to a group of neighbors before they set off. Hearing the words playing chess, Ji Heng also entered the yard somewhat sheepishly and dared not speak any further. On the 3rd day of the new year, Bai Lian was in the yard explaining the meanings of words to Ji Heng, when she received a call from the principal of Xiangqing High School. It's about Beiqing. The principal of Xiangqing glanced at the 2 people in his office, speaking in a hushed tone. People from Beiqing are here at our school, currently in the office. Do you have time to come over? Beiqing High School. Bai Lian made a pause gesture. Hadn't Lu Lingxi mentioned this to them? Ji Heng immediately got up with his smoking pipe, and moved the embroidery frame out without delay. After Bai Lian finished her call with the principal, She turned to see Ji Hung embroidering seriously. "Grandpa, I'm going to the school for a bit." She methodically put on her Bluetooth earpiece and bade Ji Hung farewell. Ji Hung lowered his head slightly. "Ma'am." It was only after Bai Lian left that he murmured to himself, Quantum entanglement. QU. What was A again? Ji Hung expressionlessly put down the needle in his hand. Xiangqing High School. The meeting room. The principal respectfully poured tea for the two esteemed guests. The principal of Xiangqing High School wasn't on the same level as that of Beiqing High School. The Beiqing High School principal sat upright and proper. He held his teacup but didn't drink, only watching the Xiangqing principal. Where's that student? Schools compete with each other too. Last year, when Bai Xiaoke got into Jiangjing as the top scorer from Beiqing, Jiangjing directly allotted 10 app spots to Beiqing High School. This year during the college entrance examination, Xiangqing High School produced a student who seemed capable of competing with Song Min. No matter who ended up being the top scorer, Beiqing High School couldn't let him go to another school. Of course, they didn't believe Xiangqing High could replace Beiqing. Principal Li, don't hurry, she'll be here soon. The Xiangqing principal refilled Principal Li's cup, and he lowered his head to check the time, estimating that Bai Lian should be arriving soon. He'll go downstairs to receive her. Bai Lian had never been to the meeting room before, and he wanted to take the opportunity on the way to persuade Bai Lian to thoroughly consider it. As soon as he left, Principal Li and the teacher of Beiqing International class discussed in whispers, "We must get him to our school no matter what." The two had assumed the top student was a boy. It was mainly a preconceived notion, as apart from Bai Xiaoqi, they had not seen any female students among the top 10 in the science subjects. 100,000 yuan in scholarship money, and if she gets the top score, 800,000 yuan in a grant for education, plus extracurricular coaching from a teacher from Jiangjing. The teacher of the international class knocked on the table while looking at the surrounding campus environment. He will definitely not refuse. Beiqing had also brought their school's sincerity this time. The principal and the teacher of the international class came to personally invite, just to persuade him. Who in Xiangqing wouldn't want to climb out of this place, with only its shabby train station? Today many roads were still under construction, causing both visitors much inconvenience. Principal Li also felt that there was no way the other party would refuse. And even after all this time, he still wanted to exclaim, "A full score of 150 in mathematics. Who on earth can achieve such a feat?" Such a prodigy had never been seen before, even in the IMO competition. It's like a comet streaking across the sky. The international class teacher squinted, eyes glued to the meeting room door. This student had even more potential than Song Min, and only lagged slightly in the sciences. With a little better mental state during the exam, she might be able to compete with Song Min for the top spot once more in Beiqing. Now they dared to only dream that this person could compete with Song Min for the Beiqing top score. It was less than 5 minutes before there were voices of conversation outside the door. Both visitors subconsciously straightened their clothes. The door was pushed open with a creak. The Xiangqing principal led in a girl wearing a blue coat. In her right hand, she carelessly twirled a stack of A4 papers. The Xiangqing principal introduced her with a proud tone. "Principal Li, this is our school's top student, Bai Lian." Bai Lian's grades had grown under the watchful eyes of the whole grade's teachers. From the first score of 450 to now 692. Principal Li had only gotten to know Bai Xiaoke in the past 2 years of school. In the following year he only remembered Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi. As for Bai Lian, he might have heard of her, but why would he particularly remember such a student? At this moment, was he just surprised that the student who had scored 1 point higher than Song Min was actually a female student? Next to Principal Li, the international class teacher stared blankly when he saw Bai Lian's face. Bai Lian had been in the international class before, and the very first time he saw the name Bai Lian, he was very displeased. At first sight of Bai Lian, he immediately remembered her. The teacup in his hand was knocked over in shock. "You? Bai Lian?" The Bai Lian with 150 in mathematics and a total score of 692. He was somewhat bewildered. Was this the Bai Lian that he had driven out of the international class to the liberal arts class? He still didn't know. The most frightening thing about Bai Lian wasn't her mathematics, but rather the physics that had even touched the heart of Principal Ma. Chapter 387. Shocking Beijing High School. Run family extends an olive branch _1 Bai Lian stood behind the headmaster of Xiangqing, nodding her head politely. I was also a student of Beijing High School before. Then why did you come here? Principal Li looked at the headmaster of the international class, and then at Bai Lian. He was hesitant. Why would Beijing let go of this person? Everyone in Xiangqing had always wanted Bai Lian to go to Beijing, feeling gratified that the students could have a better platform. After all, with the teaching staff at Xiangqing, projects were often blocked by Beijing, and the principal hoped the students could receive a better and more comprehensive education. But now, looking at Principal Li and the headmaster of the international class, then positioning Bai Lian behind him. I only just found out that Miss Bai Lian was previously from your esteemed school. Now that Miss Bai has left the school, we should respect her wishes. When Bai Lian first came to Xiangqing, her grades were nothing special. And thinking of her sudden transfer to Xiangqing, the principal's smile also slightly receded. Beijing has better teaching resources and renowned master lectures in the last semester, said the headmaster of the international class, knowing that money was no object to Bai Lian. If you're willing to return, you can receive a better education and score higher. He was deeply impressed with Bai Lian. When she first arrived at Beijing High School, the Bai family donated a large sum to the school, with only one request: to have her in the international class, which he initially agreed to. He taught mathematics, supervising only top students, and couldn't stand someone who was almost completely clueless about math for even a second. He promptly moved her to the arts class, and at that time, Bai Lian became the talk of the entire Beijing High School. The thorn in the flesh of Beijing High School. The headmaster of the international class had almost forgotten about her, but now, dredging her from his memories, he felt quite bewildered as he faced the girl before him. I think Xiangqing is quite good. Bai Lian lowered her eyes, telling the Xiangqing principal. I also told Mr. Lu I'm not leaving. She genuinely disliked Beijing High School. They wanted the Bai family's money, but didn't want to accept the Bai family's young lady. Of course, the young lattice grades weren't good, but that wasn't a justification for their ambivalence. Then let's not leave, regret filled the Xiangqing principal, who patted Bai Lian's shoulder. You go back and continue studying. Bai Lian turned and walked towards the door. Seeing her actually leaving, the headmaster of the international class raised his voice. Bai Lian, haven't you always wanted to be in the international class? Educational resources are ruthless. Having a good teacher as a guide is several times better than working in isolation. If you don't come with us to Beijing now, you won't have another chance later. Bai Lian didn't pause in her steps. She was still thinking that it was fortunate Jiang Fulai wasn't there. Otherwise, she would have loved to debate with them about what a good teacher is. She earnestly didn't want to return to Beijing High School. Principal Li and another had come excitedly in the early part of third grade, hoping Beijing High School would gain a powerful new addition. If she doesn't want to return, then let it be. Principal Li had come personally and still couldn't persuade Bai Lian, now feeling somewhat annoyed. He lowered his head to check Bai Lian's information on his phone, which wasn't very useful. He had just asked someone from Beijing to collect it, and most of it was details of Bai Lian hanging out at bars and street racing. Looking at these, how could Principal Li not figure out how she managed to score 692? Her grades are not as stable as Song Min's, and it's only been half a year. I wonder if she can truly surpass Song Min. It wasn't long before the Song family also heard the news. Mrs. Song stood in front of a table, holding a yellow rose, arranging flowers, murmuring, she really isn't planning to return to Beijing? Right. Song Min wore headphones, a recording playing on his mobile phone screen. Well, that's a pity. Mrs. Song's eyes dropped. Song Min wasn't paying attention to what Mrs. Song was saying. He wasn't very concerned about whether Bai Lian was returning or not. He was solely focused on the recording sent by Bai Xiaoqi. After listening, he replied to Bai Xiaoqi, It lacks a bit of the killer instinct of gambling with liquor. Yan Lu's song had become a hit, and Bai Xiaoqi had transcribed the score knowing Songmin liked it, recorded it with a guzheng, and sent it to Songmin Bai Xiaoqi. "I'll revise it then. If you think it's okay, I'll post it online." Bai Xiaoqi, "I'm still working on Autumn again. I'll let you hear it once I finish." Few who liked the White Robe Journey did not enjoy Yan Lu's new song. After leaving, Bai Lian went to the library to borrow the books listed for her by an academician from Ma Institute. He had listed only 4 books, and the library had none of the 3. "These 3 books are too obscure," the librarian apologized to Bai Lian. "We can't find them at all." Chapter 388. Shocking Beijing High School. Ren family extends an olive branch _2. Bai Lian hadn't expected that such a large library would not have all 4 books she was looking for. She thanked the librarian, and then complained to Jiang Fulai. In the end, she found 2 more of the ancient texts she wanted, went to the front desk to check them out, and the librarian was surprised to see such vastly different styles of books. After getting the books, she took bus 12 straight back to Purist Street. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, was helping his boss sell holiday goods at the shop when he saw Bai Lian approaching. His eyes lit up, and he stood up from the small stool. "Sis." Bai Lian had returned home but hadn't had the chance to see Mao Kuan and the others yet. Mao Kuan immediately began to report the recent events to Bai Lian. At the same time, at the intersection of Purist Street, a car slowly stopped. Ren Qian and his group got out. Ren Wanxian sat together with Ren Qian, her brow furrowed tightly. This was the first time Ren Qian was visiting the Ji family for the Lunar New Year. Ji Xiaorong and Ren Jiawei got out of the car in front. Ji Xiaorong immediately spotted Bai Lian in front of the small convenience store, talking with a blonde guy. "Your niece." Ren Jiawei saw Bai Lian following Ji Xiaorong's gaze. As soon as Ren Jiawei spoke, Ren Qian also saw Bai Lian. "What's she doing over there?" "You guys go ahead, I'll wait for her." Ji Xiaorong walked towards Bai Lian. "And meanwhile, I'll buy some tobacco." Ren Jiawei earned a lot, but Ji Xiaorong always lived a simple life. Even the branded clothes Ren Jiawei bought him, he wore just like any other clothes. Ren Qian looked at Ren Wanxian, and Ren Wanxian pursed her lips. It just rained the day before yesterday. She was wearing new clothes today, and the stone-paved streets of Purist Street could be so muddy that one wrong step would cause dirty water to splash. She was already annoyed being here, and did not want to stay with Bai Lian even a second longer. "Forget it." Ren Qian glanced at the blonde guy beside Bai Lian and didn't pressure Ren Wanxian. "Did you say someone from Beijing was coming today?" "My senior brother said the Jian family will come today," Ren Wanxian told Ren Qian. Master Jian was the former president of the Beijing Writers Association. Xiangqing is an unremarkable city among the vast Beijing. Hearing Ren Wanxian say this, Ren Qian was quite surprised. "The Jian family from the 3 big families of Beijing?" "Right." Ren Wanxian carefully avoided a stone slab. "My senior brother is good friends with Master Jian's grandson." The 3 old families of Beijing, Bai, Song, and Jian. The Jian family is known for its scholarly heritage, while it's said the Song family even has connections with Jiangjing. The Bai family is nouveau riche. These families might be slightly inferior to the Su family, but are incomparable to Xiangqing. The combined GDP provided by both the Ren family and the Chun family is not even 1/10 of just one of those families. Just thinking about the name Bai, Ren Wanxian frowned. Why are there so many with the surname Bai? What are they doing in Xiangqing? Ren Jiawei asked in shock. Beijing should not be aware of Director Chen's demotion. How could their reach extend through Jiangjing to Xiangqing? Jian Rong said something about the Jian family. Ren Wanxian was about to continue when she heard Bai Lian talking to Ji Xiaojun from behind. She stopped talking and said no more. Ren Qian did not urge Ren Wanxian to continue, as this was not information just anyone could be privy to. In other words, the news of the Jian family coming from Beijing, Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing were the first to know. Even Chen Zhu and the others would have to exchange favors to inquire about it. However, upon hearing Bai Lian's voice, Ren Qian also turned back and greeted her warmly. His gaze fell on the 4 books Bai Lian was carrying, the outermost one being classical literature. Aren't you studying science? Why are you looking at classical literature? Ren Qian knew that Bai Lian had previously been in a training class. And because of this, there had been unpleasantness with Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian did not speak, and Ji Xiaorong raised his head slightly, explaining for her. The child wants to expand her knowledge. Ren Qian nodded approvingly, but as a high school senior, you should still focus on your studies. Ren Qian had not notified Ji Heng in advance that he would visit for New Year's greetings. Ji Heng was also caught unprepared. He wanted to call Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing back home to prepare a meal. As soon as Ji Xiaorong entered, he went straight to the storage room to help clean. Ren Qian stopped Ji Heng, who was about to make a call. I'm just here to pay a New Year's visit, and I have to get back to other things later, he said, shifting the topic. So President Su is not coming back for now? Ren Qian looked at Ji Heng's courtyard. No major new additions had been made. Neither Ji Xiaojun nor Ji Heng had bought a car yet. He's busy, Ji Heng said gruffly, as indeed the Su family had enough on their plate. Due to events in Xiangqing, Su En gained most of the decisiveness in the Su family, and also because of the Chen family, the Zus received many offers. Is that so? Ren Qian changed the subject. He looked at Bai Lian. Do you have time to come over to the Ren family for a meal on the 5th day of the new year? Bai Lian, no time. This was not a lie either. According to President Jian's words, they would fly to Beijing on the 4th day of the lunar year, and should be in Xiangqing by the 5th. As she said this, Ren Wanxian did not believe her, and just glanced at Bai Lian's back. Starting from the 1st day of the Lunar New Year, the Ren family had a stream of subordinates coming to pay New Year's greetings to Ren Qian. Today's visit to the Ji family was just a spare moment for Ren Qian. As for the Ji family, looking at this desolate courtyard, who would come here to pay a visit? Indeed, no time. Ji Heng also looked up at this moment, speaking on Bai Lian's behalf. We have guests visiting on the 5th and preparations today are rushed. If you have time on the 5th, you can come over for a meal. Aside from a few neighbors, the visitors to the Ji family would be Ji Xian's students. And then there was Director Chen. With Su En temporarily unable to return, Ren Qian would not come over for a meal either. He smiled but did not echo the offer. When Bai Lian returned to her room to put away the books, her phone rang just as she put them down. It was a contact saved as, "My godmother's phone can't go through, and I'm not at Baxter Street. Do you have time to help me see what's going on?" She had added this contact at Granny Wang's place. The two of them rarely contacted each other. Seeing this message, Bai Lian frowned and stood up. She replied with a 1, put on her coat, and left. Ji Heng never asked where Bai Lian was going. But as soon as Ren Qian saw her, he greeted her warmly. "Where are you going? Do you want Wanxian to accompany you?" Chapter 389. 151. But her teacher was Liang Zuan. Second update. _1. Going to visit Grandma Wang in the next street over. Bai Lian reached out to open the yard gate, slightly turned, and glanced at Ren Qian. Grandma Wang in the next street? Ren Wanxian gripped her phone tightly, looking towards Ren Qian. "Grandpa, I'm discussing something with my senior." Ren Qian didn't insist on Ren Wanxian going with Bai Lian anymore. Ji Heng picked up the smoking pipe on the table and stood up. He knew that Ren Wanxian didn't like him smoking, so he retreated to his own room. Once everyone left, Ren Wanxian looked around, and seeing no one, she lowered her voice. Jian Rong seemed to say that a very important elder from Jian family is coming to Xiangqing, and they are looking for an opportunity to meet that elder. Upon hearing the last part, Ren Qian sat upright. An elder whom even Jian family wants to meet? So mysterious? Who could it be? He exchanged puzzled looks with Ren Jiawei. Inside a courtyard on the street next to Purist Street, the old persons coughing echoed one after another, and Ning Xiao was patting the elder's back with an extremely distressed look on his face. The sound of knocking on the door came. He watched as Grandma Wang finished her water before he went to answer it. He thought it would be the neighbor from next door, but to his astonishment, it was Bai Lian. Alien? Bai Lian hadn't expected to see him either. Their eyes met until a weak voice came from the room. Who is it? My classmate. Ning Xiao opened the door to let Bai Lian in. Struggling to sit up, Grandma Wang's eyes weren't too good, but through the window, she could make out Bai Lian's face with a trace of joy. Alien. Bai Lian entered as if she knew the way. First, she glanced at the 3 ancestral tablets in the main room, which had fresh fruit offerings. Then she went into the room to see Grandma Wang, and seeing her trying to sit up, she quickly helped her and naturally checked her pulse. Be careful. Bai Lian looked down, feeling a weight in her heart. Cough cough. I didn't realize you two were classmates. Grandma Wang's murky and dim eyes lit up, and her withered face seemed to gain some life. Does he often do homework with you? Yes, Bai Lian continued patting her back until Grandma Wang's coughing subsided. We and another classmate went to Jiangjing for tutoring before the new year. Good, good. Grandma Wang was somewhat excited. Then I'm relieved. She was frail, having been kept awake by her cough these past days, but under Bai Lian's care, she fell asleep in less than 5 minutes. I'll teach you a set of massage techniques later. After Bai Lian tucked her in, she stepped out of the room to talk to Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao, seeing his grandma fall asleep in less than 5 minutes under Bai Lian's hands, knew the massage was effective. He was just a bit surprised. Bai Lian knew how to do this too? After teaching Ning Xiao, Bai Lian remembered Xiao Wang's issue. Where is your grandma's phone? Ning Xiao finally found the old-style cell phone in a corner. It was out of power. Bai Lian understood the situation before she replied to Xiao Wang. Her phone ran out of battery. Spend more time with her when you can. Wang. Thank you. The next day, Tuesday, the 4th day of the month, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai went to the prison early in the morning to visit a certain Mr. Zhang. Alien. Zhang Shi's hands were still cuffed as he walked in, greeting them first. Brother Jiang, Happy New Year. Then he had the look of someone about to cry. Got beaten again? Jiang Fulai stood behind Bai Lian, arms crossed, his stance lazy. His narrow, light eyes occasionally swept over him, appearing quite disdainful. Zhang Shi eyes. Not really. Fights were common, but he wasn't crying because he got beaten up, but because Qi Yundai had come over that morning. He's making me memorize legal terms. Zhang Shi eyes looked at Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, complaining about Qi Yundai's evil deeds. Bai Lian hadn't yet grasped what legal terms were. Jiang Fulai gave Zhang Shi eyes a glance and asked sincerely, is that thing really worth memorizing? Isn't it something you can remember just by looking at it once? Zhang Shi's sobbing came to an abrupt halt as he looked up at Jiang Fulai blankly. He felt like crying even more. In half a month, Zhang Shi's had made considerable progress, reaching a second-year level in mathematics, and his English improved the fastest. While he was making crafts in prison, not only did he strive to be the first, but he also managed to memorize words while being the first. Every few days there would be complaints about him. A staff member from the prison whispered to Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai while seeing them out. Because he's always reciting words loudly while queuing for the toilet, disturbing people in the next stall. He didn't dare talk to Jiang Fulai. They left the prison gate. Bai Lian settled into the passenger seat and bowed her head to fasten her seatbelt. Where are you going? Jiang Fulai's fingers rested on the steering wheel, casually tapping it. Chapter 390, 151. But her teacher was Liang Zuan. Second update, _2 Calligraphy Association. Bai Lian fastened her seatbelt, then leaned back in her seat and lazily turned on the car's Bluetooth, beginning to play her daily English reading. Jianjia hadn't left. Qiu Xuezhing was also at the Calligraphy Association. She went to the Calligraphy Association to wish the two of them a happy new year. Jiang Fulai started the car. All right, it's on the way. The car quickly arrived at the Calligraphy Association. Jiang Fulai parked at the entrance and let Bai Lian get out. Resting his arm on the steering wheel, he said at a leisurely pace, "I'll be free tomorrow." Jiang Fulai had just returned at the end of the year, and a pile of work was waiting for him in the lab. After today's group meeting, he could take a few days off. Bai Lian closed the car door and gave him an okay gesture. Then tomorrow I'll go to the library on time. She waited there as he drove the car away. Only when the car slowly disappeared at the intersection did she walk into the Calligraphy Association. Several elders had already arrived early at the Calligraphy Association. Because of the new year, red lanterns were hung inside the Calligraphy Association, making it very lively. When Bai Lian entered, 2 kids were already sitting in the yard and had started practicing calligraphy. When Jianzhe saw Bai Lian, he smiled and greeted her with New Year's wishes. The 2 children also recognized Bai Lian. With Jiang Fulai not around, the kids were especially cheerful in wishing Bai Lian a happy new year. Bai Lian always had candy in her pockets, which she now took out for the 2 children, while saying to Jianzhe, "I'm going to the library near number 1 middle school tomorrow." Tomorrow. Jianzhe was taken aback. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, raising her eyebrows. "If you're busy, you don't have to come. There's no rush." The graduate exam was still a while away. "It's not that I have anything," Jianzhe thought for a moment. "I'll go to the library to find you tomorrow." Bai Lian went to look at the children's calligraphy. "Okay, bring your graduate exam books." The yard of the Calligraphy Association was not small either, 10 meters both in length and width. There were about a dozen small tables arranged on the left side, with 4 large trees planted on both sides. The main gate was at the front, and the other 3 sides were surrounded by buildings, with the council hall directly opposite the gate. Now the sun had slowly risen, streaming through the gaps in the trees, and spilling onto the white paper underneath the children's hands. Exam books. Jianzhe was somewhat puzzled. A melodious ringtone interrupted Jianzhe's thoughts. He took out his phone and answered the call. "Dad." "Jianzhe, just what are you thinking of doing?" Jianzhe's father lowered his voice. "I told you, your grandfather is going to Xiangqing today." "There are students at the Calligraphy Association today," Jianzhe responded. On the other side of the phone, Jianzhe's father was a little irrational. "Do you really plan to take root in Xiangqing? What on earth attracts you there? Do you know that Jianrong is going to take the exam at Jiayi? Your grandfather is finding people in Jiangjing for him." Jianzhe thought about his improved calligraphy. "I think it's quite good. Are you coming?" The other side hung up the phone in a huff. Jianzhe looked at the busy tone on his phone, shrugged and said earnestly, although no one would believe him, "The Ren family." Ren Qian, dressed in a formal suit, came down from upstairs, talking on the phone with a stern expression. "No news from Mr. Chen yet? Don't know when he'll return? Okay." He hung up the phone with a worried frown. The driver was waiting respectfully downstairs. Ren Qian sat on the sofa, picked up a teacup, took a gentle sip, and then asked, "Did you pick up the people?" "They've arrived. People from the Jian family are now at the mansion." The driver nodded, having just picked them up. Ren Jiawei was surprised. "The Jian family from Beiqing?" A trace of a smile appeared on Ren Qian's face. "Yes, thanks to Wan Qian, her information was very timely. It's just that I don't know exactly who is the high-profile person that the Jian family is waiting for." "Could it be Mr. Chen?" "I'll go wait with the people from the Jian family tomorrow." Ren Qian tapped on the table. "Sir," his assistant reminded him, "you mentioned yesterday that the Ji family has invited you to dinner tomorrow." Ren Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Just say we are too busy with something." What he cared about was Suan, not the real Ji family. Moreover, there was something more important happening tomorrow. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Bai Lian, holding her backpack, had just opened the courtyard gate when she saw Mr. Chen raising his hand in greeting. Upon seeing Bai Lian, his eyes lit up, and he first offered his New Year greetings. Then he took out a white bag and handed it to Bai Lian, explaining, "Miss Bai, this is a notebook that Su Wenyao asked me to bring to you." After handing it to Bai Lian, Mr. Chen walked past her and greeted, "Uncle, Happy New Year." He had brought back quite a few things from Jiangjing, both large and small packages. Bai Lian looked down and through the semi-transparent bag, could vaguely see the black physics notebook inside. Incredible. It even followed her here. In Xiangqing Library, Jianzhe had already arrived. He sat in his seat, feeling nervous as he watched the 2 study machines opposite him tackle incomprehensible problems. Bai Lian had long told Tang Ming to meet Jianzhe, and save seats for them upstairs. It wasn't until he saw a white figure appear at the stairway entrance that Jianzhe finally let out a sigh of relief. Bai Lian placed her backpack next to Jianzhe and quietly pulled out a chair to sit down. "Sister," Jianzhe asked in a low voice, "am I here to study?" The two sat at the very edge of a long table by the window. Bai Lian opened her backpack and took out a collection of problems and classical literature books. "Bai Lian," Tang Ming opposite them said in shock. "Are you switching to the liberal arts?" "No," Bai Lian shook her head and then looked at Jianzhe. "I've looked it up. Besides objective questions, the subjective part is about distilling points from classical texts to write essays." She tilted her head slightly, her tone lazy, her pitch-black eyes reflecting the rising sun. The occasional flickering light in her eyes was like a white tiger ready to pounce. Intimidating. Jianzhe had never seen Bai Lian with such an aura before, and he was slightly taken aback. "Right. Do you want to try for Jia Yi?" Bai Lian asked as she pulled the classical literature book towards her, resting her chin in one hand and squinting her eyes. "I do," Jianzhe whispered. "But everyone wanted to try for Jia Yi, but it's not like you could just try and succeed. Even Jianrong was looking for connections. If you want to try, you can." Bai Lian flipped through the classical literature book, smoothing out the pages with her fingertips, facing the sunlight with a soft smile. "Then you would also be my junior." Jianzhe was starting to understand. Are you not a science student? Arts and sciences are different." Bai Lian had never learned how to teach someone literary interpretation, but she remembered everything her teacher had taught her. To impart knowledge, to educate, and to resolve doubts. Now it seemed everyone's thinking had already solidified. She was good at science, naturally born for it. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, her tone unusually proud and disdainful. "Right now, indeed, I am studying science." But her first teacher was Liang Zuan. Chapter 391. What kind of people are hiding in 152 Xiangqing? What books do you usually read? Bai Lian tapped on the table and asked Jianzhe, since she had never asked about Jianzhe's matters, and only had a rough idea of what the school taught these days. Since birth, Jianzhe had been learning to write big characters with his family. The Jian family was a scholarly family, and since a young age, they also fostered the younger generation of the family. But this generation had Jianrong eclipsing the others, so Jian Zhonghai wasn't as concerned about his grandchildren's education, and focused all his attention on Jianrong. When Bai Lian asked him what books he liked to read, Jianzhe paused for a moment before looking at Bai Lian, hesitantly saying, "Rebirth of the Dragon Emperor, The Beauty Bodyguard, Campus Belle." She made a pause gesture. Jianzhe scratched his head. Does it seem very unambitious?" "Not at all. Some people only want to be gangsters." Bai Lian didn't object to these things. She had been taught etiquette from a young age, but still maintained her true nature. And it was because of Liang Zuan. Liang Zuan's method of upbringing was quite unique. He never stifled a person's character. His education was to make a person comply with natural law, to make his students become individuals with complete personalities. She was just struck by the word rebirth. Were there really such books? Bai Lian silently took note of the book title, and then looked at Jianzhe. "But if you want to take the entrance exam for Jia Yi, you should put aside these hobbies for now. After you're admitted into Jia Yi, you can read them. First, read the 13 classics." Fostering literacy in classical literature was important. "I browsed through this book last night. You can start with this one." Bai Lian didn't know how well Jianzhe did in his university studies, but since he wanted to take the entrance exam, he must have some basic skills. You need to have a good grasp of Old Chinese phonology, syntax, and semantics so you can read literature. If there's something you don't understand, ask me. Similarly, modern Chinese is also an art. Fortunately, the Bai Lian of the past had left her with precious memories of 19 years. And with her own memories of 23 years in ancient times, she possessed a breadth of knowledge and worldly experience that few could match. Jianzhe took the classical Chinese book Bai Lian handed him, quite surprised. Most people think that classical literature entrance exams are quite easy nowadays, But in reality, while objective questions aren't difficult, subjective essay questions are extremely tough. The question Jianzhe did yesterday was, one should devise good methods to invigorate one's tactics. Such questions test a student's literary foundation as well as their breadth of knowledge. Jianzhe didn't expect Bai Lian to have actually done the research. He lowered his head and began to read seriously. About 10 minutes later, two figures, one large and one small, walked up the stairs at a steady pace. The leading figure with long legs, although walking slowly, had a wide stride. The little figure behind him was climbing the stairs with difficulty, trying hard to keep up with his pace. Suddenly, Jianzhe noticed that the two people sitting across from him had straightened up. Before he had time to ponder why, a cold and deep voice suddenly came from overhead. "What's he doing here?" "Jiang Gongzi?" Jianzhe slightly raised his head and saw Jiang Fulai standing next to Bai Lian, hand resting on the back of the chair, casually looking at him. Jianzhe felt a tingle in his scalp. He never imagined he would run into Jiang Fulai in the library. He wanted to stand up, but Jiang Fulai gestured for him to stay. "Here to read books," Bai Lian spoke softly. "He's preparing for Jia." Jiang Fulai pulled out the chair next to Bai Lian and sat down, looking over at Jianzhe for a moment before resting his gaze on the language book. "Keep it up." He quietly uttered these two words. He sat opposite Jiang Fulai, and a row of 6 people studied and answered questions in their books. Occasionally, Ning Xiao would ask Jiang Fulai about a question. After studying for half an hour, Jianzhe was about to take out his phone and scroll through some videos when he looked up and saw that everyone at the table, including Jiang He, was seriously reading. He silently put down his phone and continued to read, feeling like it had been a century. When he looked up again, the 5 people beside him were either reviewing summaries or doing problems, and not doing anything else. Jianzhe looked down at the time on his phone. Had it only been an hour? It was his first time studying with such exam-obsessed maniacs, and the whole morning felt surreal to Jianzhe. "Bai Lian, have you finished the comprehensive science test paper?" Ning Xiao asked about the winter vacation homework, the expansion papers issued by the school. "Done with it." As Bai Lian was working out a problem, she had Jiang Fulai help her take it out. Her backpack was hanging on the back of the chair. Jiang Fulai casually pulled it open. Bai Lian's backpack was very neatly organized, filled with papers and a collection of questions, and he took out the bundled papers that were clipped together. "But wait, what's this? 3 notebooks?" Jiang Fulai handed the papers to Ning Xiao, then tapped Bai Lian on the shoulder. "Classmate Bai Lian, what are these?" Chapter 392. What kind of people are hiding in 152 Xiangqing? _2 he asked. Bai Lian's hand, which was writing the symbol alpha, paused mid-arc. An alarm bell rang in her head. "Notebook? This?" Bai Lian took out 3 notebooks, 3 of them written by 2 people. Physics by Su Wenyao and Biochemistry by Liang Wuyu. "I prepared the physics one especially for Zhang Xiai's," she said calmly. She indeed needed the chemistry and biology. As long as it didn't involve physics, then everything was negotiable. Jiang Fulai glanced at the physics notebook. Can he understand it? The notebook and error collection from a Jiangjing University physics department ace. Even Ning Xiao would need to study it seriously. Give it to him first. Bai Lian found a good home for the notebook. Even if he doesn't understand, Qi Lu will tell him. Jiang Fulai reluctantly believed her. After studying until the afternoon, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai went back to Purist Street for a meal. Some of the things that Director Chun had in the morning were prepared by Jiang Fulai, who went early to worship the tree god with Ji Heng and others, and at noon, there was a vegetarian feast at the tree god temple. They didn't go back. In the evening, Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun prepared the meal, and reminded Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai to come back for dinner. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jianzhe exited the library with light steps. He who got into Beijing University through an arts exam, had never studied this seriously even in his senior year of high school. Only after Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai got into the car did he ask Tang Ming, who was beside him. "Do you study every day from 8 until now?" Without a single break in between? Not exactly. Tang Ming shook his head. Jianzhe breathed a sigh of relief. I get up at 6 every morning to memorize English. Tang Ming shared his schedule with Jianzhe. Then I come to the library at 8 and go back at 5 in the afternoon. After dinner, I do the school's basic question bank until midnight. That's considered early. Ning Xiao and Sister Lian seemed to sleep at 1. As he spoke, Tang Ming frowned. No, I have to stay up until 1 tonight as well. There are just over 150 days left. Jianzhe. How did they manage that? Jianzhe felt he was already quite amazing after focusing for 2 hours. If it weren't for Jiang Fulai sitting next to him today, he'd probably have spent at least 2 hours on his phone. He asked cautiously, which university are you two seniors in high school planning to apply to? Ningxiao, Jiangjing University. He answered with a lot of confidence this time. Jianzhe, who even found it difficult to dream of attending Jiangjing Art University. Isn't it? In this Xiangqing, why does it seem like everyone who comes by can attend Jiangjing University? Did Jiangjing University become as common as cabbage? Wouldn't this be among the top 10 even in Beijing? Jianzhe began to doubt his life choices. Who exactly were Bai Lian and her 2 classmates? He carried his book and took out his phone, playing a racing game on his way to Xiangqing train station. His grandfather, Jian Zhonghai, was still waiting there to pick someone up. Xiangqing train station. It has been renovated, but the foundation is old, and the train station still looks run down. The new South Station is under construction and will connect to the high-speed rail. Ren Wanxian frowned as she stepped on the ground, following Ren Qian out of the car, very curious. Grandpa, is the old president really waiting here in person? Yes. Ren Qian had already seen a large group of black-suited bodyguards up ahead. He hurried over and greeted the man in the center, Jian Zhonghai, with great politeness. President Jian, the person you are waiting for hasn't arrived yet? Jian Zhonghai was not only the former president of the Beijing Writers Association, but everyone who had reached this position knew. Becoming president meant holding multiple positions, like vice chair of the Beijing Political Consultative Conference, the head of the Department of Literature and Art. The efforts of the Jian family for generations were not something any ordinary family could match, especially since they were from Beijing. Jian Zhonghai had silver hair, donned a gray coat, and his forehead bore 3 deep wrinkles. Intellectuals often held each other in contempt, and he glanced at Ren Qian, speaking succinctly. His train is at 7 in the evening. Jian Zhonghai got the information from the people he had arranged. In actuality, after his elder brother left home, he never returned to the Jian family, and even seeing his brother was difficult for him. Who could have known that without the Jian family's protection, the other could still make it step by step, and eventually become the sect leader of the Jiangjing Bureau of Literature and Art. The Jian family repeatedly asked him to come back, but he ignored them. This time, Jian Zhonghai was not even sure whether his brother would meet him. Listening to Jian Zhonghai, Ren Qian felt a tumultuous surge within him. The train was at 7 in the evening and Jian Zhonghai was already waiting at 4? Jian Zhonghai was the previous president, and if he hadn't retired when it came to administrative status, Ren Qian, from a Tier 18 small city, couldn't compare at all. Even if he had retired, the connections he still held were something Ren Qian coveted a great deal. Chapter 393. What kind of people are hiding in 152 Xiangqing? _3. To have Jian Zhonghai waiting here so early. Who could be the VIP that Jian Zhonghai is waiting for? He felt even more fortunate that he hadn't gone to the Ji family today. I have prepared a dinner for you and your distinguished guest. Ren Qian handed a gift list to Jian Zhonghai. Please see if there is anything your guest might not like. It's not easy for someone like Jian Zhonghai to come to Xiangqing. Recently, Ren Qian's power had become more dispersed, and the items he had prepared for Jian Zhonghai were extremely rare. Jian Zhonghai looked it over and his attitude towards him improved significantly. Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing stood aside, unable to say anything in such a situation. The few people were just talking. Jianzhe appeared from behind the crowd. When Ren Wanxian saw Jianzhe, she was shocked. What are you doing here? Did Qiu Xuezheng let something slip? She couldn't help but look at Qiu Xuezheng frowning. Did Bai Lian also know? Jianzhe just walked forward, stopping beside Jian Zhonghai. Grandfather. Grandfather? Jian Zhonghai's grandson? Rin Qian and Ren Wanxian were dumbfounded. How could a member of the Jian family appear in Xiangqing? Jian Zhonghai had 2 sons and 2 daughters, and several grandchildren. Among them, Jian Rong was his favorite and had been cultivated by his side since childhood. As for Jianzhe, from childhood, he had been hiding comic books under the bed. Jian Zhonghai had scolded his family extremely harshly. He glanced at Jianzhe without saying anything. Jian's father pulled Jianzhe aside and scolded him in a low voice. Your grandfather arrived yesterday. How come you are only here now? I went to the library with Sister Bai. Jianzhe spoke up. Sister Bai is very impressive. I think her calligraphy. Although Bai Lian was 2 years younger than him, they were used to calling her sister. He tried to promote Bai Lian to his father. Jian's father interrupted him, not caring who Sister Bai was, and just coldly looked at Jianzhe. Can't you make some normal friends? Look at Jianrong's friends, then look at yours. Never mind that. Can't you tell the difference between your grandfather and other people in importance? Isn't Jianrong also not here? Jianzhe didn't want to argue about this with his father. He looked around and didn't see Jianrong. You think you are like Jianrong? Jian's father lashed out again. He is studying in the mansion, waiting for your elder uncle. Your grandfather will personally take him there. Jianrong was the hope of the Jian family. His matters were of utmost importance. How could he possibly be here? If Jianrong could go, why couldn't he? Jianzhe was very unsatisfied. He decided to go back and study for 4 more hours that night. Meanwhile, at the Ji family, Ji Heng was playing chess with Director Chen. When Director Chen saw Jiang Fulai, he quickly got up and with teary eyes offered his seat. Sir, would you like to play a few games with Uncle Ji? Oh, go help in the kitchen. Ji Heng didn't seem to care, but his play was incredibly fierce at 5 in row. Jiang Fulai glanced at Director Chen, then sat down opposite Ji Heng, picking up a white piece casually. The ordinary white piece seemed to exude the radiance of white jade in his hands. Jiang He sat on a slightly higher stool next to Ji Heng, holding a fruit dish and watching the two play chess. Ji Heng arranged the black pieces and upon seeing Jiang Fulai sit down, suddenly asked, Do you know how to play Go? A little. Jiang Fulai nodded. Okay. Ji Heng decided on the spot. Then let's play Go. The white pieces go first, and Jiang Fulai made the first move. Chess is like life. Ji Heng played a solid and reliable style, while Jiang Fulai's style was inscrutable, appearing very casual. Bai Lian stood to the side and watched for a while, until she received a message from Ding Jian. Ding Jian. Image. Ding Jian. What's this place? Looking down, Bai Lian saw a picture by the Xiangqing building with Ding Jian's luggage beside it. Bai Lian. Weren't you on the 7 o'clock train? Ding Jian. There's a villain among the crowd. Bai Lian. Wait there. She told Ji Heng she was going to pick someone up at the city gate. The city gate was close to Purist Street, just 4 stops away. Jiang Fulai watched Bai Lian leave, then raised his hand to play another piece. Ji Heng didn't pay much attention to this move, but after the 10th piece, the white pieces on the board formed a pattern full of hidden danger, step by step leading to a trap. Ji Heng's mouth twitched. No way. Who changes their playing style midway through a game? At the city gate, when Bai Lian found the person, Ding Jian was standing next to his silver luggage, looking quite desolate. You're alone. Bai Lian thought he had company. It's the holidays. I didn't want to make anyone work overtime. Ding Jian looked up and explained. I'm not a 3-year-old child. His trip to Xiangqing had been leaked by someone, so he had to abandon the train and take a bus from Beijing to Xiangqing, which was quite a hassle. He was unsure whether he could still check into the hotel he had booked. Ding Jian looked at Bai Lian puzzled. Is the tourism industry here so developed? But last month, Xiangqing suddenly became incredibly popular, and with the tourism bureau seizing the opportunity to promote it, all the hotels in Xiangqing were fully booked after the 2nd day of the lunar month and impossible to reserve. Otherwise, Ding Jian certainly wouldn't have troubled Bai Lian. He was a person who did not like to impose on others. Let's go to my grandfather's for dinner first. Bai Lian went to pick up Ding Jian's suitcase. It's very heavy. Ding Jian started to protest. His 28-inch suitcase contained not only daily necessities, but also a slightly smaller zither case. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Lian effortlessly lifted it with her left hand. At the Ji family, Director Chen came out with a glass of milk for Jiang He. Where's Miss Bai? He looked around, not seeing Bai Lian. Gone to pick someone up, Ji Hung replied without looking up, while Jiang Fulai returned his attention to Director Chen. Gone to pick someone up? Su En and the others were not around, so who else was in Xiangqing? Director Chen pondered for a moment, then discussed with Ji Hung. Uncle, let's go fishing tomorrow. In another 2 days, big brother Ji won't have time. Ji Xiaojun would have to start working on the 8th day of the lunar month, and Director Chen would also have to work. Ji Hung, frustrated by the chess game, responded perfunctorily, all right. 5 minutes later, Ji Hung said to Jiang Fulai, observing his playing style, don't deliberately lose. Jiang Fulai, who had been letting him win from the start. 20 minutes later, looking at the besieged black pieces, Ji Hung conceded, let's play 5 in a row instead. Dinner's ready. Ji Xiaojun came out with bowls and chopsticks, peering outside. Alien hasn't returned yet? As he spoke, there was a commotion outside the door. Chapter 394, 153 Ding Jian. Jian's cheating friend, second update. _1 Bai Lian's voice was speaking. Jiang He, who couldn't understand Go and sat in a chair, half asleep, was suddenly alert. He jumped up to open the door. But Director Chen was faster. Holding his chopsticks, he came out, walked to the gate and opened it. Miss Bai. After he spoke, he saw the silver suitcase in Bai Lian's hands. Director Chen reached out to take it. Bai Lian waved her hand, not giving it to him, and then turned her head. We've arrived. It was then that Director Chen noticed the elderly man beside Bai Lian. The Chen family didn't deal in the arts. The senior Chen had once fought against thieves, Chen Beixian was trained in sniping, and Director Chen himself had come out of the military. Jiangjing was so vast, he didn't recognize Ding Jian, only finding him vaguely familiar. If it had been the president of Jiangjing University or Jiangjing National Defense, Director Chen would have definitely known him. Ding Jian hadn't seen Director Chen either. Bai Lian put the suitcase aside and introduced Ding Jian to the family. Ding Jian stood beside her and quietly tried to lift the suitcase with one hand. He couldn't budge it. He stared at the suitcase, puzzled and silent for a long time before he came to his senses and introduced himself to people like Ji Hung. Bai Lian and I are friends, just here for a visit to Xiangqing. Having struggled with his mother since his childhood, what hardship hadn't he endured? Here he had none of the airs of a dean. Shen Qing's eyes lit up. She greatly admired teachers who practiced the arts. Quick, please have a seat. It was Jiang Fulai, though upon hearing he was a Jian, who gave him a longer look. That look was chilling. Jian Zhongyo was quite confused at the dinner table, thinking he hadn't offended the young man, right? Why did he seem so fierce, to the point that even Jian Zhongyo felt somewhat daunted? Of course, he wasn't aware that the screenshot Bai Lian had taken before contained the words Ding Jian. In a few words, Jiang Fulai guessed Ding Jian's identity. Everyone at the table was very talkative, except for Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, and Jiang He, who spoke little and ate politely, obviously having received specialized training in etiquette. Whenever someone asked her something, Bai Lian would always swallow her food before speaking. We're going fishing tomorrow. Ji Hung, knowing this was Bai Lian's friend, was very polite to Ding Jian. Do you have any plans? You can join us for fishing and also take a look at the Xiangqing River. It's quite spectacular. He knew Bai Lian was on a tight schedule, with her senior year being very busy, using every bit of time for homework. Ding Jian thanked him. Thank you. Before coming to Xiangqing, he had also looked up the history of the place and was quite interested in Xiangqing. he had come to find Bai Lian, and also wanted to get a good look at its history. In the evening, Dean Jian temporarily stayed over at Ji Heng's place, Xiangqing train station. At 7:30, the train arrived, but the person Jian Zhonghai was supposed to meet wasn't there. Where is the person the old president was supposed to meet? Ren Wanxian had been eager to see who Jian Zhonghai was supposed to pick up, but she didn't see anyone. Ren Qian was also puzzled. Jian Zhonghai was quite astonished. He took out his phone and made a call. 2 minutes later he furrowed his brows, saying to his father, "The person has arrived, but they don't want to see us." They avoided the train and went straight back to the mansion. "We'll discuss this when we get back." Jian seldom left Jiangjing. Within the Jian family of Jiangjing, meeting him was as difficult as reaching the sky. Now that he was out of Jiangjing, it was the only chance to persuade Jianjia. The group headed back to the mansion, while Jian Rong wanted to return to the Calligraphy Association. With Ren Qian and Jian Zhonghai both present, hearing his son talk so insignificantly, Jian's father scolded in a low voice. "Even Jian Rong is obediently following your grandfather. With this opportunity, you should show your best, and you want to go back to the local Calligraphy Association for what?" Obviously, it was to practice calligraphy. Jiang Fulai made him write 100 big characters every day which, due to an early departure that day, he had yet to complete. "Dad, would you and Grandpa like to visit the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association?" Jian Rong tried to sell the idea to Jian Zhonghai. "It's really nice and the kids there are adorable." Jian's father's forehead throbbed with veins. He wished he could cover his son's mouth on the spot. Jian Zhonghai glanced at Jian Rong. "If I have time, I might take a look." Jian Zhonghai was a proper former president with an administrative rank, not just any ordinary deputy position. With his status, if it weren't for Jianjia, Jian Zhonghai wouldn't have come to this place in his lifetime, let alone visit a local calligraphy association. It was utterly unthinkable. The next day, early in the morning, Ji Heng brought the New Year's gifts to the Ren family. Being no ordinary household, Ji Heng had put thought into it, presenting a painting he had embroidered himself, along with some expensive tobacco and alcohol. In law, Ren Qian personally came down to greet him, directing someone to bring the gifts into his study. "Have lunch here at noon, I'll have it prepared." Ren Qian looked around. Bai Lian hadn't come. Chapter 395, 153 Dean Jian, Jianjia's cheating friend, second update. _2 Thank you, no need, we're going fishing in a bit. Ji Heng politely declined an invitation to stay for lunch at the Ren family. "Are you guys going?" Polite words are something everyone can say. Ren Wanxian gave a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I still have homework to do." "That's too bad, I have some important matters to attend to," Ren Qian said with a tone full of regret. He was going to see elder Jian Zhonghai. Even without the Jian family's matters, Ren Qian wouldn't go fishing with Ji Heng. If Suan was around, he might consider accompanying them for a bit. He sent Ji Heng off with all due courtesy. Now the Jian family was the important matter. Upon returning home, Ren Qian took busy Ren Wanxian to the mansion to see Jian Zhonghai. Jian Zhonghai was practicing his calligraphy early in the morning while Jian's assistant was keeping Ren Qian company, who waited an hour before Jian Zhonghai came down. Elder President Jian, Ren Qian casually chatted for a while before asking, "Who are you looking for?" "I know many people in Xiangqing. I could help you look." To be frank, Jian Zhonghai put down his teacup and looked up. "It's my older brother. He has some misunderstandings with our Jian family." Jian Zhonghai's brother? Ren Qian had not heard of him. The assistant by Jian Zhonghai's side glanced at Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian. "Our uncle is the president of the Jiangjing Music Academy, the director of the Jiangjing Culture Bureau, and settled in Chang'an District, Jiangjing." Jiangjing Music Academy? Jiangjing Culture Bureau? A realization struck Ren Qian. How could the Beiqing Jian family have such relatives? With that in mind, he showed even more respect to Jian Zhonghai. "I will have someone keep an eye out." Jian's assistant, after observing them, knew that Ren Wanxian and Ren Qian had no idea what it meant to be settled in Chang'an District. Bai Lian still went to the library early in the morning. Jiang Fulai sat next to Bai Lian writing a paper. Everyone was busy with their own things. Jianjia, who had an extremely hard time sitting there yesterday, felt much better today. Although it was still a struggle, he no longer checked the time every so often as he had done the day before. With Jiang Fulai around, even going to the bathroom required a great deal of determination from Jianjia. Bai Lian knew that Jianjia had trouble focusing while reading, which is why she had him come with her to the library. Habits are cultivated. Yet, unexpectedly, Jianjia was much quieter in the library than Pu Xiaohan. She rested her chin on her hand, pensively saying to Jiang Fulai, "Why don't you stay at the library for a few more days?" Jiang Fulai slowly typed out a line, his posture casual and his tone seemingly indifferent. "If you insist on me staying a few more days, then sure." Bai Lian reassured him. Yes, I'll treat you to milk tea later. Tell me, what do you want to drink?" "The same as you." Jiang Fulai wasn't particularly fond of milk tea. "All right." Bai Lian capped her pen with one hand, then lazily reached out to tap on Jiang He's head. "Xiaoniao, what about you? What do you want to drink?" Jiang He. Tang Ming, having fully realized Jiang He's peculiarities in the past 2 days, quietly gossiped to Tang Ming after Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai went downstairs. "Why is Xiaoniao called Bird?" "Don't know," Ning Xiao said calmly, pointing out the essence. "But it must have been Lian who gave the nickname. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaoniao wouldn't be so silent." A little after 4 in the afternoon, Ji Heng called her to bring Ning Xiao and the others to join them for dinner. Ji Heng's voice was quite excited over the phone. It seemed like they had caught quite a few fish. Bai Lian couldn't help but feel happy for him. And after hanging up, she looked at Jianjia. She remembered Jianjia did not go home for the new year. "Are you coming to my grandpa's for dinner tonight? They caught a lot of fish today." "Dinner at Bai Lian's place?" Jianjia hesitated a bit. "Won't that be too much trouble?" "Ning Xiao and I are going," said Tang Ming to Jianjia. It wasn't the first time they had eaten at Bai Lian's grandfather's house. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were very familiar with Shen Qing and Ji Heng. Not to mention that Pu Xiaohan stealthily added Ji Heng on WeChat, coquettishly asking him to make clothes for her. Tang Ming was quite amazed. "Okay then," Jianjia nodded. He did not have many friends but had met quite a few people through Bai Lian since coming to Xiangqing. And that included the 2 academic aces before him. When leaving the library for Purist Street in the evening, Jianjia quietly asked Tang Ming what Ji Heng liked, wondering if he should buy something for him. "Buy some fruits and tobacco to take over," Ning Xiao suggested from the side. "There's a small store on Purist Street that has those." The young people got off the car on Purist Street. The 3 of them were going to number 112 to buy tobacco and fruits while Bai Lian accompanied them to the convenience store. Items in the convenience store weren't expensive, and the tobacco was very ordinary. Jiang Fulai carried his computer in one hand and kept the other in his pocket, following behind them lazily. The store owner gave them a little discount and also handed Bai Lian and Jiang He a lollipop each. After a few steps she paused, looking Jiang He up and down before lazily commenting, "Your legs are really short." Jiang Fulai followed leisurely behind Bai Lian. His gaze was light, only looking down at Jiang He disdainfully when Bai Lian spoke. "Ha!" He gazed at Jiang He, emitting a heartless chuckle. "Jiang He." He quickened his pace, clearly frustrated. Jiang He was slow, and Ning Xiao's group had already reached Ji Heng's place, while the 3 of them hadn't even made it to the corner. "Does Sister Bai live here?" Jianjia asked curiously, looking around. "Right," Tang Ming said, chatting with Jianzhou on the side. Ning Xiao raised his hand to knock on the yard's door. As soon as his hand reached up, Shen Qing opened the door. "I could hear Tang Ming talking from far away. Come in quickly, I've specially simmered soup for you both today." Jianjia, who hadn't met Shen Qing before, entered hesitantly behind Ning Xiao. There were only 2 others in the yard besides Shen Qing. They were Director Chen and Dean Jian. Both squatted in the middle of the yard watching fish. Director Chen greeted Ning Xiao and then pointing to the largest fish in the middle, introduced it to the group. I caught this one. Dean Jian pointed to the fish next to him, slowly saying, this one is the one I caught. Chapter 397, 154 Shock Jianjia. Ignites the east of the city _1. The weather in Xiangqing was not cold, so Director Chen had rolled up his sleeves. He had a very down-to-earth air about him. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming both showed great respect to Director Chen, complimenting his fish when they entered. Only Jianjia stood at the doorstep, hesitating and even feeling a bit surreal, as he looked at the old man squatting beside Director Chen, somewhat afraid to go in. This student, Xinqing, saw Jianjia holding a bag and carrying a backpack and smiled. Aren't you coming in? Ah. Jianjia came back to his senses. He hadn't met the elder from his family, but his father and grandfather would always mention the elder at the dinner table, saying he was the pride of the Jian family. The younger members of the family had all seen the official photo from Jiangjing Music Academy. Jianjia did not have face blindness, yet the serious, scholarly face from the official photo was now casually squatting on the ground of the courtyard, in front of the fish, wearing a pair of handmade cloth shoes, stained with yellow mud. Compared to the lofty image of the dean of the Jiangjing Music Academy, the contrast was just too stark. Even though they had the same face, Jianjia hesitated to recognize him for a moment. As for Jian Zhongyo, he didn't know any of the Jian family members, and only thought the young man had been staring at him for too long, but he didn't take it to heart. Xiaohan loves fish head hot pot the most, Xinqing said to Bai Lian, who had just returned. Bai Lian put down her backpack and explained to Xinqing. She went to see Grandpa Tao. There's a TV station interviewing him today, and she's helping him tidy up his appearance. Grandpa Tao's puppet show had become popular, and many big V bloggers were riding on its trend. The TV station was even stirred up to feature a special interview with Grandpa Tao. Speaking of this, Bai Lian suddenly remembered, and she paused beside Jian Zhongyo. There's a traditional town here, and the street is full of stalls, old martial arts gyms, sugar painting, puppet shows. Do you want to go there later and have a look? She remembered Jian Zhongyo came for tourism. Sure, Jian Zhongyo wasn't really here for tourism, but since he was here, he'll have a look. The two chatted about this. Jiang Fulai held the grapes Bai Lian had given him, delicately peeling them as he spoke to Director Chen beside him. I want to attend the meeting. This wave of traffic is yours to harness. Make sure the Culture and Tourism Department is aware during the meeting. Director Chen rolled down his sleeves and nodded. We have already added many stalls and encouraged more vendors to come over, and the supporting facilities have increased accordingly. Maintaining public security in the east of the city and guiding tourists is the priority, Jiang Fulai said as he finished peeling, and handed some to Bai Lian, who was still talking with Jian Zhongyo, before returning. We need to elevate the influence of traditional crafts and strive to discover more artisans like Grandpa Tao, one by one. Adding some traditional crafts interaction activities to get more young people involved is vital for drawing in and maintaining interest, and you don't have to worry about the initial investment. Director Chen, who was not sensitive to these matters, made sure to remember everything Jiang Fulai said. The patrol team has all gone to the east of the city, where there is a high volume of people, and we are currently developing a tourism line in the west of the city. Before returning to Jiangjing, Director Chen patrolled the east of the city every day. The whole of Xiangqing, along with the Culture and Tourism Department, were fully energized, not even taking a break for the new year. With the high volume of tourists, the stalls in the east did not raise their prices. In fact, Grandpa Tao continued to perform for children for free. The South Station was rushing to complete construction, and the North Station's railway station had been renovated again, with the tourist line already in operation. The hub station was connected from Ring Road all the way to the tourist town in the east, striving to turn the area into a traditional cultural tourism district. The initial promotion had gone so smoothly thanks in no small part to the influence of Jiang Fulai, who had invested most of his capital into the push. The people of Xiangqing kept their traditional friendliness, with most of the goose houses being run by locals, charging only for meals. In their words, They had never imagined people would come to see Xiangqing on purpose, because even the locals wanted to leave, so they were especially hospitable to tourists. At the dinner table, a big bowl of soup was brought to the table, and Xinqing specially served one bowl each to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Thank you. Both expressed their gratitude politely. Bai Lian glanced at that big bowl of soup, then circumvented it to serve herself some fish soup. Jiang Fulai didn't drink any soup, only eating a bit of the fish head. As for Director Chen, he looked at Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, with words on the tip of his tongue. Sitting beside Tang Ming, Jianzhe dared not look at Jian Zhongyo on his left nor at Jiang Fulai on his right, and just kept his head down eating. After finishing their meal, Director Chen quickly and deftly helped Ji Xiaojun wash the dishes. Ji Heng's courtyard was lively until 9 o'clock when everyone departed. Bai Lian returned to her room, drying her hair while she took out her phone, opened Qiandu, and searched. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.